Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome everybody. You're like, whoa, Kismet, what's this? You're starting up early. That's right. Sometimes I feel like just starting up early because guess what? I can do whatever the heck I want. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I see you in there, Dragon Wolf. Thanks for backing me up, everybody. Come on in. Let me know how you're doing in the chat. We're going to play this wonderful game. Boom, Satisfactory. Now, I've been working hard behind the scenes, everybody. Can't wait to show you. That's why I started up a little early because I've been working on it all day long. And a little bit yesterday. Some cool stuff for Satisfactory, and I was trying to think of a different way of listing out all of my factories and things of that nature. And I think I got it down. I think I've got the general idea of how to do it. So I have it ready over here. And we're going to get to it here in a bit. So going to be pretty fun as well. But as you can see, my different stackable vertical factories here that are running away. Now, I kind of let it run a little bit today while I was working on some stuff as well. So we're going to take everything and we're going to dial it to 11, just like my startup thing there. If you never noticed that, it turns the volume dial all the way to 11, or the stream dial, I guess you could call it, all the way to 11 right over there. So always fun. Now, of course, I've been playing a little bit slower. I have played through the game since it originally first came out. I've finished early access, I don't know, 30 times or so. And then I've also finished the 1.0 version several times. We're in 1.1, trying out all the new features like vertical splitters and all sorts of cool stuff like that. So we've tried out a bunch of that stuff so far, but we're going to keep on going. Again, we're not in any giant hurry. We're just going in and kind of setting through the different stages and utilizing those stages for different things. Now, of course, normally I go way faster. I go right to aluminum and then right from aluminum right to the end, which I can do. But in this stage, what we're doing is we're just kind of building blueprints in different stages with different types of materials along the way. So I used a bunch of Mark 1 blueprints, and then I used some Mark 2s, which I'm using right now. And of course, using those slower belts, you know, the Mark 1s, 2s, and 3s. And then now we're using the Mark 4s, and eventually we'll use the Mark 5 belts. And of course, all of this stuff that I'm doing, everybody, always gets replaced in the end. Why? Because it has faster belts. You can extract stuff faster, all of this. So everything that you typically do in the early game is going to get replaced because in that later stage, you just have better stuff. And that better stuff makes it go bigger, better, stronger, faster, and it cranks everything up to 11. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be cranking everything up so that we can get all those basic resources running, but also so that we can kind of go to the next step as well. So you definitely want to be around for this one. This is going to be a fun one today. I see Dragon Wolf in the chat there. Oh, there we go. Dragon Wolf in the chat there, and all you other peeps, I'm gonna give you 1,000 kids caps for being here at the top of the stream. Boss Hog says, Kismet, make it rain. Boom, there's another 1,000 caps for our Make It Rain request right there. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Hey, Paul, what's up? Always appreciate you guys being in there. Don in there with a 1. Thank you very much, Don. Appreciate it. Dragon Wolf with the 1s as well. Thank you for letting me know everything's working. Boss Hog with a silly, what is that, a squirrel or a gopher or something shaking his booty? I don't know what the heck that's all about. You're starting over in Satisfactory. I love starting over. It's always something fun to try different things whenever you start games again. In this particular playthrough, we're doing a mixture of modular design at the node and then also a central base for the power and module base for the base components. Because most of the base components, these right here, their sole purpose is to go into the dimensional depot, because you play a different way now if you focus very much on the dimensional depot, which I highly suggest that you actually work on the dimensional depot. And then this way you're not running back to your base all the time, which takes a lot of time to run back, get resources, run back, get resources. Scaling up your ability to store those resources and access those resources from no matter where you are is a really, really powerful thing. And it makes it so you don't have to make the gigantic mega base where you run everything into your primary base, though that is actually very efficient. You know why it's efficient? Because you can just bring all of the iron ore to one spot, convert it all into iron ingots, and bam, you're done. There you go. You don't have to make separate factories and do all of that stuff. You still have to have the belt speed. You still have to have the ability to transport all of that and so on. But you can make trains. Trains can go over there, grab all the resources, bring it back to the central base. That's also fun as well. But also very time consuming, especially very early in the game, or if you don't have that much resources. That's a pretty tough thing to do. But once you get your resources ramped up like we're doing right here, you're good. Now, of course, what I did in the very beginning was I started the game basically where I just made a bunch of resources and then I took all of that stuff back out. The reason why I did is because they're using level 1 and level 2 belts. You might as well take all that stuff out, use those resources to progress your power, which is what we did. We added a bunch of oil power, and then we took out our coal power, brought all of our coal over here via train, and then you can see it go by from time to time right down here at the bottom. You'll see it go around these tracks right over there. And so now it's just bringing all the coal over here because we're turning it into compacted coal so that we can make turbo fuel. So we made fuel, then turbo fuel. And now turbo fuel has exponentially gone from, say, 800 power to 20,000 power, everybody. That's a lot. That's a lot. Oh, there it goes. There goes the train right there. I don't know. It's kind of hard for you guys to see. But yes, we have several trains going on that same track. Some of them is bringing in sulfur and quartz, and the other one is bringing in coal. And we're just going to get more and more trains going over time because trains are really one of the greatest things in the game, I think. Much better than running long lines of stuff, which I have done before. I've run long pipes. I've run long conveyor belts. But trains, I feel the best thing to do is work in groups of 300. So for every car that you have, only put 300 per minute in that car. Why is that? Because this way when it's outputting at 600. So it's getting out of the car way faster than it's coming in, meaning that you can get it out and utilize it much better if you split 600 into two 300s, because those 300s are coming out of there much faster. And then you get a much better net result on the way out and then also on the exchange, because every time that train comes into the station, boom, it stops outputting because it's loading the stuff in. And even if your stuff is full, that stuff stops. So it'll stop running it out to wherever it is. So you want to get it out of there, create a backlog of it so that it never gets to a point where it runs out, right? Then your whole entire production goes off, especially your power. If your power goes off, man, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. So we're going to be doing a bit of that. Also, we're going to be doing a bit of spreadsheets for all of my logic people who are like me, who got that logic side of their brain. Kismet, I love the spreadsheets. Show me the spreadsheets. And then we're also going to do something very unique to my stream because I'm a graphic designer. I'm also going to show you a way of doing it visually. to represent the same thing. And I also had a brilliant idea when I was walking this morning. I walked 3 miles this morning, by the way, everybody. Kismet getting strong now. Champion my health now, everybody. We're getting strong. I walked 9,000 steps today. Very proud of myself, everybody. I think I was crawling to the bed just 11 years ago, and now here I am walking 3-4 miles a day, trying to get my health going. That's for sure. I want to get my health up, so when we get this bar all the way to that side, I want to be strong enough to get out there and go back to TwitchCons and all of those kind of places and travel around, take you guys virtually along with me, living that vault van life, everybody. That's what I want to do, travel around. It's kind of like my last big wish in life, to get that unlocked and to go travel around and do that. But we'll just keep working at it. That's what I'll do every day, work at it. So we're going to do both of those. And, of course, we're going to build out a whole bunch of stuff today as well. So I say, we say thanks to I Am Death for the ones. Thank you. I appreciate it. And we're going to dive right into it. Let's go. Starting early, everybody. Let's go. You know, when I start up early, I'm all excited. I was like, I can't wait any longer. Let's go. Like a kid on Christmas morning, right? So here I am, everybody. We're working on a whole bunch of things. As you can see, we're running this concrete that I'm in right now. This is my concrete thing right here. You see I have 5 dimensional depots, feeding those in there at any given time. It's on the bottom level of feeding right now because we haven't put a bunch of Mercer spheres in there yet. You can see we got 270 limestone coming out of here. We do have it overclocked, but that's for later. Right now, it really only can run at 270. Why can it only run at 270? It has a limitation of the belts, right? We have Mark III belts going right now. Do we have Mark IV belts? Can we upgrade it? We sure can, but we got other things to do. We'll come back and tear all this back down. It happens every single playthrough, everybody. Every time. You also see I have turbo fuel over there for my jetpack. And if we go up here, we can see that we have a bunch of storages here. And these storages are what's kind of running some of that raw resources up out of there and up into here. Now, I've kind of disconnected it right here, so I need to re-put this back in again because I was doing a little bit of work on it right here. So I could put a level 4 in there, but all the rest of the belts are still level 3 like this, so it won't really matter. But we'll hear it start back up again, hopefully over here. There it goes. And we have our connection over here. Does not look like it's working. Oh, here we go already. All right, let's take this out. Let's put this up here. There we go. And let's reconnect this part right there. You want to see that going up? There we go. All right. So again, the maximum this is going to go is 270 because the slowest belt is the thing that makes it go the slowest. So even if you have everything else to Mark 5s or Mark 6s, whatever you want to do, they could be going 1200 out of there. But the second they hit that slower belt, that's the maximum speed of that belt. There they go. As that comes through, you'll see it kind of make its way through this storage here. There's 12 storages here. In this particular Mark 1 blueprint. And see, what I do is I'll use the storage, and then the next stage, I use the production. So here's the production. Now it's going to produce a bunch of various concrete here. And then from that concrete, it's then going to go ahead and store all that concrete as well. Right over here, you can see we've still got a backlog of it right there. Ooh, mama. How much backlog do we have? We got a lot of backlog. Wow, we got a lot. Okay, we got like... yeah, let's call that 3 or 4 boxes full of concrete. Yeah, maybe 2.5 boxes backlogged worth of concrete. Now this also goes up again, does 5-dimensional depots. Why? Because it's cheaper for me to do 5-dimensional depots than it is to upgrade the dimensional depot. See? The smart thing to do is to do it with your concrete. Now, again, I like to appeal to both your logic side and your creative side, everybody. So I got something special for you today. I've been reworking my spreadsheet over here, trying to make it more like my kind of settlement overseer that I use for my Fallout playthroughs. But as you can see, and I'll zoom in for all you mobile users, I know I got you back. You can see that the first one there is limestone. So, and over here are just some notes and keys over here. I guess I can just type notes right here. There we go. So this is limestone. So my first extraction node is the limestone node. The base node is 120, which tells you that it's a pure node. Right now, it's currently at Mark II. Now, I did a really fancy if statement right here for all you math wizards. Right there. Basically, what it says is it says, hey, is this a Mark 1? If it is, then double it. If it's a Mark 2, then double whatever the double is. And then if it's a Mark 3, you actually 4 times it because it'll eventually end up being 1200. So very smart in there. So again, if I set this to say Mark 3, you'll see that that goes to 1200 because that's what it would be if you had that Mark 3 thing. So it automatically knows that based on that logic system there. That's actually algebra for all of you who wanted to find an actual use for algebra. There you go. Now you know it's good for figuring out exponents of various numbers. Now over here we've got the raw stuff here. So raw S stands for number of storages. So the raw number of storages or the storages that are storing the raw resources, say it another way, is 12. So I have a 12 of those in there. And of course, currently the blueprint is a Mark 1 blueprint. My current belt speed is 270. So the maximum output I can do of those raw resources is 270. Then once I've extracted those raw resources and stored them, kind of backlogged them while I'm working on the other stuff, the concrete will then be converted from 270 and then basically come in at 45. So it would be 270 divided by 45. That's how many machines that you need. And of course, you can see I have different types for when we get to the manufacturer later. So it tells me that I need 6 machines. And so how many did I build? I built 6. Now I can also tell it that I built more than that. So if I do have excess, it will burn up that excess as well. I'm a big fan of building at least 1 extra. So again, if you stop and all of a sudden you got to start back up again and you're really hurting for those resources, you'll have an extra one that'll get that going a little bit faster, just like that. Now the belt speed, again, MK3, and we've got the concrete, again, coming in at 45, but it only goes out at 15. So if you have 6 of them running at 15 each, that's 90 output of your concrete. And you're like, Kismet, no more spreadsheets, bro. I can't handle the spreadsheets. Really dazzle me now. Come on, I want to see some dazzling over here. All right, I'll dazzle you. How about this? How about this? You're like, whoa, Kismet, what's that? Well, this is actually what I did for all of you. This is right here, the Kismet's rule of 8. Teaching you a bit on how to balance. This is actually coal and raw iron here, which will eventually make all of these items over here. Again, grabbing that extra limestone and converting it all in like that. But I thought, is there an easier way to illustrate this other than this, right? Because this is iron and coal coming in. It's making steel ignits over here. And then over here, this is for burning up the excess steel ignits on this side as well. But there is an easier way for me to illustrate it, and I did spend a good amount of time today illustrating it out in another way, like this. And you're like, whoa, okay, that's way easier than all that you saw over there. Now, one of the things I wanted to do was to actually integrate the math into the flow chart of what we're doing, right? So basically made it like a flow chart. So as you can see, we're in the extraction stage. The most we can output is 270 because our MK3 belt is a max of 270, and we're extracting that limestone. Then the limestone goes in and backs up. And I don't think I've ever bothered to do this, everybody, where I actually figured out how much it is storing potential max storage of that particular item. So if it does backlog and backlogs all the way back to the raw storage, it'll hold 57,600 raw limestone, which is pretty amazing. But what it does, it takes this 270 number and we put it up there, 270 divided by 45, which is the input of your constructors. And you can see it says 6. We need 6 constructors to basically go in and convert it. Anything beyond that, it's not going to be able to do that. Anything less than that, then you wouldn't be using up all of your raw resources. But I also figured out how much you can store. So if you have limestone can stack 100 per. Most raw ores are at 100. Same thing with raw iron and so on. They usually stack to 100. So you can stack it to 100. These are level Mark II storages. So they have 2 storages high, which means they're double the amount. So instead of being 8x3 grid, right, where you see in the actual storages themselves, which I'll show you here in game, we'll dip down here and take a look. You can see that this is 8 across, and then this is 6 down, right? So that's the double storage. The single storage is 8 across and 3 down. So again, this is exactly double of the smaller one. So if you take 8x6, that's 48 potential stacks you can have. You take 48 times 100, that's 4,800. And if you take 4,800 times the 12 storages that we have, that'd be 57,600. That was really fun to figure that out. That was really fun. So what we need to do, though, is we need to take 270 divided by 45, basically take 270 divided by 6, which will equal 45, and then run those 45 into the next part here, which is our logistics. This is a manifold where it's all running in sequence. We could also use a load balancer, but I'm just using a manifold because that's so much easier and takes less space, and you don't really need it when you're just doing manufacturing. When you're doing power, load balancers are great for power, everybody. Don't need it as much, especially early game when you're just doing concrete and things of that nature. So you can see here's our factory production. We're producing concrete, and we have 6 of our constructors running here. And so it's going to go 45 in, going to go 15 out. You guys liking this? Put a 1 in the chat if you like this next level stuff that I do for you guys. Remember, this took me like 3 hours to illustrate all of this, everybody. Remember, I do a lot of hard work for you guys. So this is 15 out. Now, if you take 15 times 6, that's going to be 90. And again, look, I integrated the math right in there for you. So again, this is all going to go out to my patrons, by the way. You can print this out and use it as a template as well. I'm also going to make a little spreadsheet or a little document that you guys can take all the little icons and move them around, make your own things as well. That'll be going for my patrons as well. Again, it doesn't matter what level of Patreon support that you do give over there, everybody. Remember, lots of exclusive content over there for you at patreon.com/Kismet. I appreciate you. So there's the logistics, and then, of course, the item storage. Again, here we are. Now, concrete stacks to 500. That's different from limestone. Limestone is the raw resource, where concrete is a item or part that you have created, right? And there we go. Also, by the way, you might notice that I fixed the alerts as well. Thank you very much for coming in, Inspir, with that 76 months of sub love. Been working so hard today, everybody. Working very hard. Yeah, there we go. A bunch of ones in the chat. Thank you, Inspir, for bringing that massive Kismet love train. Look at that sucker right there. Look at that love train. Now, that's a love train, everybody. I love to see it every time. Make sure to show them some love in the chat. Hi, Kismet. Are you going to play Satisfactory on PS5? I don't have a PS5, the Gaming Skulls. I feel really bad. I have a PS4 and an Xbox, which probably has about maybe maximum like 50-hour playtime on it. It just sits over there. It just sits over there. I mean, someone could have got so much enjoyment out of that, out of those machines. They just sit over there and really do nothing. If I have like a sponsored event or something, that they send me some game that works on the old system, I use it. But I don't have a PS5. I don't have a new Xbox either. I have a very expensive PC that I'm going to be paying on for like the next 20 years. So I use that one. I use that sucker. That's for sure. Now, again, this concrete stacks to 500 per stack. So that means you're going to be stacking a lot more once it gets to the concrete stage, right? So again, same calculation, 8 times 6, because it's 8 rows by 6 columns. That's going to be 48 times 500. That's 24,000. Then 24,000 times 12 storages. That's 288,000 concrete going to be stored. And that's just getting started, everybody. We're actually going to double that number to over 500,000 when we get into the higher end extraction and storage as well. And of course, the last stage of the concrete that I like to do is the depot storage, right? So the depot storage, currently I can only put 1,000 concrete into the depot storage. But this really lays it out for you step by step by step. Now, of course, this first number is going to be based on whatever you're extracting. You might just be extracting it at 60. So then you would do some different math. You just plug that 60 in everywhere where I have it here. So you put 60 out here, and then you got 60 divided by 45. You know, it's about 1.5. And then, of course, you can reduce this. Okay, well, now I'm only going to use 2, and then 2 of them output, 50 times 2, that would be 30, and so on. You get the idea. But I tried to make it super easy to understand and just a one-page I got it, Kismet. I know how to make it work kind of thing. No one else goes above and beyond for you guys like I do, everybody. Check that out. Now you're like, well, that's cool, Kismet, but it'd be cool if you did something else. How about this other one I did for you, too? I told you I work hard, everybody. I work hard. Now, this one is my current. Now, this is the current thing in game, everybody. And again, I can show you on the spreadsheet. Let's bring the spreadsheet up. Here it is right here. I have 2 iron nodes right there, 0, 2A, and B. And those 2 nodes are being combined together because they are coarse nodes. Coarse nodes, you can see their base is 30, right? So coarse node 30, normal 60. They're also called impure nodes, right? So you have pure nodes and impure nodes. I call them coarse nodes because that's how they used to be called, but they are impure nodes. I guess I should get to the proper naming now because that's what they're named in game now. Impure nodes start at 30. So we can see that's an impure node just based on its base number, which is 30. Then it's a Mark II extractor, so of course it's going to be twice as much. Plus, I overclock it to the maximum, which is 2.5, right over here. And again, you can see that big old calculation that I did there, which figures out all the math automatically. The ones in purple like that, or that pinkish color, those auto-calculate. That's why they're in that color. So it reminds me, hey, this is auto-calculating. I don't need to type any numbers in there. This one, same thing, has 12 storages. It's a Mark I blueprint, currently outputting at 270. And again, the belts are Mark III, so that means that this is a Mark I blueprint, by the way. So we can see that it's 270 because the belts are Mark III, which max out at 270. So basically what it's going to do is going to make those iron ingots, right? So it's going to bring in a bunch of that ore. So right now it's bringing in a base of 30 times 2. That's 150. 150 together would be 300. But since it's brought down by the belt speed, it's actually 270. And again, I put all that in here so you can accommodate for that, everybody, if you don't have fast enough belts to max out your stuff. And of course, later on, we'll come back, we'll max it out and run it all at maximum speed. But you can see we're running at 270, right? Because of that belt speed has slowed us down. So that 270 then is going to be taken and divided by 30. And then, of course, it's going to need a certain amount of machines. In this case, it's going to need 9 machines. Notice that I actually built 10 because I have them sets of 5. So put 5 down in blueprints, ran all the stuff there. So I'm running 10 of them. So if I have excess resources, I can burn up those excess resources. And again, I typically like to build 1 extra if it's convenient. If it's not convenient, then I just do it at 100% efficiency. But if it's convenient, I do like to have that 1 extra, again, because I usually backlog a lot of resources, and that gives me that extra advantage. So when I start up, it's going to do a little extra until it runs out of that excess, which I think is pretty awesome. And again, there's that MK3 on the belt speed. Oh, actually, I should put this back here. That was a good idea. I'm always trying to increase my ability to kind of communicate what's going on. So there we go. So this is, again, how many machines did I need? 9. I built 10, but it will calculate from the 9 over everything else. I'll go ahead and zoom this out a little bit here so we can get away from the van over there. Or I could do this. I got an idea. I could do this, and then I could... It's moving over this way. There we go. Just move it over this way. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to take those iron ingots and it's going to make 270 of them. Now, because it comes in at 270, it goes out at 270 because it's a 1-to-1. So 30 in, 30 out. Or in this case, 270 in, 270 out, right? So 1-to-1. Then what it does is it goes and it makes the plates. So we take that 270 iron ingots that we're producing and we're going to then turn those into plates exclusively. Right, so we got the 270, it's divided by 30, and that's going to, of course, say 9 more machines. So 9 more machines are going to be needed, 2 constructors. The other ones are smelters, by the way. These are smelters up here. And so that's going to go ahead and convert that into plates, and then it's going to output at 20 plates per machine, and that's a total of 180 plates. And you're like, well, Kismet, show me the visual way of seeing that, not the spreadsheet stuff. The math hurts my brain. All right, here it is. So here's the extraction right here. And again, very easy to understand. Again, whether you're a visual person or whether you're a logistical person. I'm both, by the way. I'm a very rare bird where I'm both. I like the logic side, the spreadsheets, and I also am a graphic designer and an artist, which I also like the visual style. I learn both ways, which is awesome. I learn all the ways. So again, we're in the extraction stage. We're extracting 150 output from each of these. Again, we got them overclocked, but it doesn't matter because once they merge, the maximum output speed is going to be limited to the belt speed, right? That MK3 belt, which is 270. And right now it's going to go ahead and output this and then output it again. And then it's going to merge it, right? Going to output from here, merge this together. And that's going to make that number of 150 times 2, which of course limited down to 270. And then the 270 goes up here and we divide it by 9 or divide it by 30, which equals 9. Or we could divide it by 9, which would then equal 30, depending on how you want to do it. But that means that I need 9 machines, right? So I need 9 machines. And here we go again, right? Raw iron, 100% per stack, ends up being 57,600, just like the other one, because they stack equally the same, both limestone and raw iron. And you can see we have all of our 12 things going there. Again, that was from our Mark 1 blueprint. Of course, Mark 2, you can hold even more storages. And then, of course, we have our splitters here, and each one of these splitters are splitting into 30. They're all splitting out to the 9 different smelters here. And again, we can see it's making iron ingots there. And it has 9 machines, so 9 smelters. Those 9 smelters going out into 30 each into the splitters, right? So we're trying to run out of all of that. And then when you remerge it again, remember, it's a 1-to-1. It goes right back to that 270 number. But it's 270 iron ingots now. It's not 270 raw ore, 270 iron ingots. And then you're ready for your next step, which is to store it. Now, not everybody stores it after each stage. I do. The reason why I do that is so I can start up faster. When using manifolds, it will fill up the manifolds faster. And also, if you need any of that stuff along the way, you can easily go over there and grab it because you have a backlog of every single resource, right? Every single raw resource, every single resource in between. Say you're going to put stuff in the MAM or whatever it is, you'll have it handy along the way. And then, of course, again, the same number is going to end up here, 9, because basically it's 270 divided by 30 again up here. And bam, that's 9. So there we go. And then the output is going to be 20. It's going to be reduced because that's the conversion rate of your iron ingots to plates. And then that's going to be 20. And then, of course, 20 times 9. That's how many machines we have going. That'll be 20 times 9, which will be, of course, 180 right there. Then 180, going to go stack up here. But now the plates are going to stack at 200, right? So that item, that finished part that you created, well, guess what? It's going to stack to 200. Going to do all the same kind of math. It's going to end up with 9,600 per box, which is 115,200 backlogged in there for your use or for the use of your production or for you to throw it in the dimensional depot. Now, right now, my particular plate storage is going in there. Oh, you know what I forgot to put in here? I forgot to put that there's actually 5 of these. 3, 4, and 5. Let's go ahead and just, let's go in there and just tell it there's 5 of those. Like this. And, oh, here's an idea. We could just shrink her down like this. And then take 2 more and say put it down here. Yes, this is a live document, everybody. This is the actual document right here. This is not a picture, everybody. I didn't grab it off the internet. I made this from scratch. I'm that guy. So there we go. So we have 5 dimensional depots going there. So the total throughput of our plates here is pretty high. I actually want to do that on my concrete as well. Let's go back to my concrete here, and we'll grab all of this. See, I was always trying to improve on everything that I do. And we'll put that right in there and make it a bit bigger. And I just thought of something else cool to put on there. What is the total throughput of my dimensional depots right now? Let's go take a look. Let's see. Right now, the input is 15 per minute. So if we go in and we say right here, let's grab this one here. 15 per minute right here, and then we say 15 over here 15 times. Let me zoom in. 15 times 5 would be what? Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 5? Right there. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Siri ain't doing nothing anyway. She's just sitting over there being useless. I make her do all the math, everybody, all the time. So basically, this is going in at 75 per minute right now. Now, guess what? This one is actually exactly the same as the other one. So we can take this one and we can just basically say, hey, this is doing the same thing because we know that that these also have 5. And so basically it's going in there at 75 per minute. So anytime that I need any plate storage or anytime that I need any concrete storage, it's going to automatically go in there at 5 times the normal rate. Now I can also increase that speed by adding more immersive spheres to it. I can also increase the amount that it can store. If you notice, this one's storing 1,000 and the plates are storing 400. That's just because I've upgraded it once. The default is 200. And I've upgraded it one time so it can store 400. And then over here, it can store 1,000. Now, it seems like a lot, but it's not when you're building big stuff, especially when you start using blueprints. You'll burn through 1,000 concrete like it's nothing. But luckily, we have 288,000 concrete backlogged sometimes, which is awesome. So there you go. Do you have a playlist on your base build from the start? I do, the Gaming Skulls. All of my episodes are marked with episode numbers. So if you go look at the latest one and you just work your way back in the playlist, because all the playlists are, of course, in order, you can just go, okay, well, Kismet, right now I'm on episode, let's see, what episode am I on? I got to look over here. I keep track of it in the thing. Where is it? Over here. Right here. This is episode 10. So if you go back, find 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, you can see the start of this playthrough. You're welcome. And usually all of my playthroughs, by the way, I do change the thumbnail. Whenever I do a new playthrough, you'll see that in 7 Days to Die. You'll see that in Satisfactory, whatever it is. I'll usually try to switch that thumbnail so you can see all the thumbnails that look very similar. And you say, okay, this is this playthrough, right? I do a lot of work. All for you. All for all of you. Again, for all my peeps watching on YouTube, for peeps who want to come back, see the beginning of my playthrough, know that I have 4,500 plus videos over there on YouTube. Not kidding. That's not an exaggeration. You go over there and check if you want. I think it's more like 4,600 now. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been working hard over the last 10 years, that's for sure, everybody. Working very hard to try to bring really cool and unique stuff to my stream, like this here. So you can check out this spreadsheet, by the way, if you do want to check it out. You can check it out right over, where's my button? Right there. You can check it out on the Overseer 2.0 spreadsheet. Again, you can copy this, paste it, use it all you want. And of course, my patrons, and we'll slide this back over here for later. And of course, my patrons are going to get a copy of this right over here. Or you can just roll back in the thing and take a screenshot of it if you want. But of course, all my patrons will get a copy of that. I'll be posting that probably on Friday. Again, I'm a busy guy. I'm a very busy guy. Okay, so that gives you a basic overview of what I've got going on. Now, I do have a bunch of other processes going as well. That just explains the concrete, and then the plates are actually way off over that way. Kind of see them over the side there. And then over here, we have our coal coming in and our iron coming in, right? So what we want to do is do the same thing that we've been doing and just get a general idea of what's going on. Now, we don't need any more of these down here. This was all temporary down here. We can take all this stuff out now. We were working on this last time just to get ourselves enough stuff so we can get rid of the stuff. I know it seems kind of counterintuitive, but it was, we needed enough of the pipes so that we could make the thing that does the pipes. I know, right? That's how it goes. All right. We got going here. This is another segment here. Take that out. Get these bushes out of here. Bushes! In my way. Darn nature up in my business. All right. Well, look at this cool rounded track there. That's cool. That's cool. We'll get that train going at some point. So what's happening here is that you can see that the coal is coming in. and the raw iron is coming in from down here. Now, I overclock all of my nodes, and the reason why I do that is because it takes less time. It takes more power, but it takes less time. Why does it take less time? Because I'm producing 480 over here because I'm using the Mark IV belts now for this, and of course it's extracting at its max speed, which is 480. But of course I'll crank it all the way up to 600, and eventually I'll crank it up to 1200 because this is a pure node. How do we know it's a pure node? Because it wouldn't be 480 right now if it wasn't. Also, if we wanted to see it, we could just go down under here and we can see it says pure node, right? So pure, normal, and impure. So we have that extracting at 480. And then, of course, it's going up here into this upper part. Now, this upper part here, you can see that we have a bunch of storages up here. We have 1, 2, 3. This is 6. This would be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think that is. Was I right on that one? 3, 6, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. No, bad math. That was 21. All right. So we went from 12 to 21 storages now. So we have 21 storages there of raw resources, which is on both sides. So both the coal and then this down below here is the raw iron. You can see there, or iron ore as they call it. And then up here is the actual manufacturing. So the manufacturing in here is taking all of these things and, of course, smelting them down into steel ignits here. In fact, I can just throw some in there that I just picked up. And that'll go down the line. And, of course, those steel ignits are then working their way up into the next part of the production. Of course, we have 2 layers of those foundries. And then, of course, they're working their way up here. You can see the steel ignits going by. And then those steel ignits are going into the actual production. Notice how I have them colored differently. These are orange. The other ones are blue. Typically, I use blue. Even when I'm illustrating it, by the way, you might notice that it also is illustrated. Oh, wrong one. It is illustrated in those same colors. So if you didn't notice that, you can see I use red for output. I use blue for storages. I use green for inputs. Red for outputs, orange for factories, etc., and purple for the dimensional depot. I try to stay very consistent. Now, some of that is actually in-game, where, a green is an input, a red is an output, that kind of thing. But it's not very consistent in the game, which is kind of messed up. But, you do what you got to do. Like, if you look at this right here, I would call that green, right? That's a green output, right? But if you go look over here, this one is not green. Why is that one not green? Why is this one green, but the output of the splitter not green? And then again, the output of the machine is green. And if you go to the storages, again, inconsistencies bug me. They bug me just a bit. And then the same thing here, right? You've got your inputs, you got your output, but guess what? Your output is not green. I would keep that consistent with me. Now, actually, the inputs are typically yellow, but I find yellow to be a very weak color to use because I'm a color person. I've been in graphic design for a long time. I know all my secondaries and complementary and tertiary colors, all of that stuff. I know all that graphic design stuff. But a red is a much more visual color, easier to recognize as an output. You can see this is an output, right? Where's the input? Right there. There's an input right here. See, because I've colored it in green, making it nice and easy. I've colored all the buildings that are blue. Those are storages. The ones in orange, those are the construction ones, right? The factory itself. Very easy to see the difference. Now, of course, we're just working with square buildings right now. We'll get all the fancy stuff later on. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get into it. And then, of course, up here at the top, you can see that we are constructing some other stuff, too. We're encased industrial beams going into the dimensional depot there. We've got our regular steel beams and also our steel pipes. These are the pipes, those are the beams. And those are also going in the dimensional depot. That's what this particular factory is all about, taking all of those things and putting them away in there. Now, of course, also creating a backlog of those. So if we were to create the same chart out of these, everybody, it would be much longer and probably need to be multiple rows because there's a lot of steps between the beginning and the end. And I will illustrate that for you. I'm going to illustrate that probably next time on the stream because we already looked at the other one and we'll come back. We'll do some illustration. I'll show you how I actually do those. But if you go down here, you can see that it's starting with the basics, right? Just bringing in the coal and the iron, making those steel ignits, and then the 2 steel ignits are then being converted. Over here, there's the steel ignits, and then they're being converted into these 2 levels. Those 2 levels are then converting and running. We'll see it go by here in a moment. Oh, it went by. Right here. Oh, it's going by on the top. See, it tripped me up. Top one's running. Let's take it out and make the bottom one run. If you take that out, it'll make the bottom one run, so you can see that the bottom one is working. They should both be working at the same time. This is the little glitchy part with the game. That sometimes some of the belts don't actually show you the stuff running on the belt. But that's the steel beams there. And again, if it backlogs, it's going to backlog 21 boxes deep. Same thing up here on the pipes, which actually are backlogged. That was some good foreshadowing. And you can see that, man, we have an massive excess of pipes and not so much of a massive excess of beams. So that kind of tells you maybe we should reduce the amount of pipes that we're producing and increase the amount of beams we're producing, right? That's a great indicator of that. But that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to backlog a bunch of it, so if I need it, it will be available to run in the Dimensional Depot. Now, also up here at the top, which we'll kind of dip around the side here, there we go, we can see that we actually have some assemblers in here. Now, these assemblers are running our steel beams and concrete, and you see struggling a little bit with steel beams. I can take the ones that I have, run them in there. So it's struggling with the steel beams right now. It's waiting on those steel beams to get done so that it can process those into encased industrial beams. Now, another thing that we can do if we have an issue with having a backlog of those beams is that when we're running those beams out of the storage here, over here on this one, if we're running those beams out, this is an input, running this other side. There we go. If we're running it out, we want to run some of it into the storage, and we want to run some of it up above, which is what we're doing right here. See, we're kind of splitting the output of that. Some of that is just going right into here for steel beams, and then some of that is going up here. The next one, which is our beams there. There we go. And, of course, storing those beams. Then on the output of this, we can see that we're just using the full amount up into here. So we're using some of it to go in there and then some of it in the Dimensional Depot over here as well. So if the Dimensional Depot is filled up, what it does is it will backlog and then use all the rest of it toward our production. And then once that production fills up, then it will backlog 21 boxes deep. It'll backlog across the machines. It'll backlog all over there. And then all of a sudden, it'll start to backlog all of these steel beams. And then those will backlog and so on and so forth. So that's how I like to set mine up. I like to set it up in such a way that I have a bit of each and every resource at any given time. And then I can also, if I just fill up with that resource, I have too much of it, it will actually go toward a purpose. In this case, making our encased industrial beams over here. Now we have another one over here, same thing. We're starting with rods, then we're going to screws. We'll just kind of skip that part. You get the general idea. And then those rods and screws are ending up here, making lots and lots of rotors for us right now. And then those rotors, of course, are being run up here to the very top right here, along with our rods there. And we can see our rotors there. And then over here, you can see we're also putting the screws in the Dimensional Depot. Yeah, see, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. See, all that stuff's being put away really nicely. And again, we can jump also over to this one, which is also doing a bunch of work. Now, this is our copper area here. Now, this is all in one line. Again, it's a pure node at the bottom. So we're getting that maximum output of 480, and then we're splitting it up. We're making, of course, the copper ignits. Then it's being smelted, then converted into wire. It's also being converted into copper sheets, and then the wire is also being converted into cable, which you see go by there. And then again, up here at the top is our copper sheets, and then of all of that, of course, is being fed right here to the top, where you can see the 3 different resources. We have the wire, we have the copper sheets, and we have the cable, all being fed in the Dimensional Depot. Again, that's the sole purpose of this vertical base. or vertical factory is to feed those basic resources in there so I can use them to make more factories and make more power and whatever I need to do. Right? So it's doing it for me. I don't need to run it down here by wherever my hub is anymore. I feel like that's a huge waste anymore to build a central storage anymore. You could use the dimensional depots much more effectively, and you can use them from anywhere. They give you the freedom of basically putting those factories wherever you want, so you don't have everything jammed into one place and bringing your frame rate down to 0. You don't have to. You can also see we have a bunch of stuff going down here. Again, this is all my coal here. This is quartz and sulfur, which you see I actually have it appropriately colored there. Over here we have our compacted coal being fed into our turbo fuel, our regular fuel, plastic and rubber being produced over here. And of course, it's pulling all the oil from over there, running it via train right down below here, and then feeding that up, which is of course powering our factory now. We don't have any more coal power. And we have a backup of biofuel if we need it. You can also see we have a backup of, right here, of our batteries as well. So in case we need to use our batteries to get started up, we're all good. Also got the blueprinter down. There's a Mark II blueprinter. And this is my hub area. And in the beginning of the game, this is really useful, especially if you do what I do, and that's to make a sorter. So if you want to just put your stuff away here. Now, some of this stuff I would manually put away. I would just put it in here. Like this in the dimensional depot, like say some ammo. Oh, ammo doesn't fit in there. What about this ammo? Nope, that all is in there full. How about this? Those are all full. That's full. And I just check and see if it's full in there of that particular thing. And if it is, then I'll just have it auto sort the rest. We can put this in here. We can put our little guy in there. What else? Maybe some of this. What about raw resources here? Let's switch these around so that they're lowest number to highest number. Because that makes it go faster. Alright. Iron ore. Oh yeah, we can put some iron ore in there. Alright, cool. Now, you want some raw iron ore in there in case you're running around. You're like, I got to make some whatever. I got to make a rod. I got to make a plate, whatever it is. That does help because you might burn up everything in your dimensional depot. But what I can do is just go to this storage here, and I can say, you know what? Store all that in there. Now, what it's going to automatically do is take all those resources, run them down the line here, and it's going to automatically sort them all in appropriate boxes because what it's using right here is called smart splitters. So if we go down here to where all the steel pipes are going, you can see that I have it on steel pipes. So any steel pipes that go through there get diverted to the left into the box. If there's an overflow, it'll divert it to the right. If it's not steel pipes at all, it'll then just go on to the next thing. And so you just do that over and over with each and every resource that you want to sort. And then it will end up in its appropriate boxes. Now, I also have kind of an overflow of ones that I have not put in individual boxes yet. Like this. And so if I am looking for any of that miscellaneous stuff, say some ammo or maybe some encased industrial beams, I could definitely use those. I can go ahead and grab them straight out of there. Same thing here. You can see I have a bunch of encased industrial beams, which may or may not be full over here. Let's go look. Oh yeah, see, it's totally full. So that was the overflow or the extra amount of those. So don't actually need to take those out of there. I can just throw them in the box and it'll automatically sort it forward, right? So it'll come in through the bottom, sort it through forward, then it will loop up here and then run across the top. So that's a total of 10 boxes right there as an overflow. Now I do have some offline production, as you can see over here, where I just kind of feed some stuff in there, running in the manufacturers, or if I have some excess, I'm running it in the awesome sink. Over here, you can see we're making some crystal oscillators and then running them into the dimensional depot. Same thing over here. We're making some other random stuff like rotors. Actually, the rotors we can take out now. We don't really need rotors anymore. We have our own online production of rotors now. We can take all that out, which is always a good moment when you reach that moment of, hey, I've put that completely online now. Same thing here with our modular frames. Again, instead of going through and putting it in each individual box, which I can do, I can go over here to the rods and say, hey, I want to put a bunch of rods in there, and bam, rods are in there. Same thing with these. I can go in here and say, I want to put a bunch of those in there, or I could just have it auto-sorted for me, and then we'd be good. And you can also see that we have a dimensional depot up here. We could definitely use that for something else right now. We can take all this out, and we can eliminate all of this offline production, where I'm just kind of manually feeding any excess resources in there. There we go. All right, tidying this base up. Base looking good. I need some more of my turbo fuel right there. Got it going in the dimensional depot, so I can just grab it out at any time. Same thing over here. All right, let's make it do all the work for us. This Mercer I wouldn't do that, and I wouldn't do this. Anything like that, summer sloops, I would definitely keep those and manually put those in there. You don't want those wandering off somewhere where you can't find them. Store all that and then take this back. There we go, and it'll take care of that for me. I don't have to take care of it. So, I love it when it does the work for me. That's the whole point of building the factory, is so that it can micromanage your stuff. Do you make each mining mini base? Yes, I call it the base resource factories. So it's just doing some of the base resources for me, so that I'll have a big backlog of each of those resources. I call them modular bases, right? They're kind of like at the node remote modular base, right? That's what I'm doing right now. But I like to use a combination of a central base and modular bases. I find modular bases work better in the early game. And then later, when you have the capacity and you have the resources, you can go ahead and start to consolidate it down into a big mega base if you want. I find that this is crazy effective. So I can just go in, create a factory like this first part of the factory here, just this part. That's just it making rods, right? So it gets the raw resource, it makes me a bunch of rods, and it puts it in storage, and then it runs it in the dimensional depot, right? So now I never have to think about rods again. Then it takes those rods and it makes screws in the next section, right? So the next section is making screws. Now I never have to think about screws again, and so on and so forth up the line. You get the idea. And then each of those things like that. Now I wouldn't be building these because I'm building them at max output that I can do right now. I wouldn't be building those if it wasn't for the power. You got to have the power first, otherwise that's going to kick your power off and then you'll be bumming. Now over here, I typically start with fuel, which we did. You can see over here, we're producing all the fuel. These right here have a whole bunch of fuel in them all the way down. And of course, we have our fuel generators. And then, of course, we brought our coal over because we eliminated our coal plants, no more coal power, and used that coal instead for compacted coal. And that compacted coal, of course, running in here in the red refineries, which is producing our turbo fuel. That turbo fuel is much more powerful than the regular fuel. In fact, we had to add a whole bunch more fuel generators on just to keep up with the amount of turbo fuel that we have. And so if we go down here, we can see that there is a bunch of generators over here as well, all running that turbo fuel. And each of these kind of sections here, each section here does a section of those fuel generators. And if we look, we can see that it's outputting, pretty rock solid on the inputs, all maxed out, outputting really rock solid. And then we can also go look at our overall power. Now what we want to see when we open this up is a nice solid gray line at the top. We don't want to see our power going on and off, on and off. So look at that nice gray line at the top there, everybody, going right across. Right now, because I'm so efficient at what I do, I am right now running about 4,500 power. And what's my capacity? 21,000. So I can build everything that I've already built 3 more times. All of this that I have built here, including all the extraction, the oil extraction, all the trains, all the line runs, all the pipes, all the foundations, every single thing that I've already built 3 more times. Yes, that's how efficient that I run my deal. Oh, I almost died. Look at that. Almost died from that drop. But you can also see that I do backlog that turbo fuel. I do try to cut the fuel down because fuel is one of the most annoying things, everybody. I would not even bother try to run it at 100%. The fuel is wonky at best. It does wonky stuff. So what I would do is just try to find a good balance between all of that. And just kind of ease off. So what I do is I usually take one out. So you can see I have a bunch of them here, and I just took one out right there. so that it will backlog and keep those pipes full. You want them always to be full, 100% full, right? When you look in here, this is what you want to see. You don't want to see it halfway down because then it's sloshing around in there and your things go on and off and on and off. You don't want to see that. You want to see that nice and full. And then, of course, over time, you want to see that your storages are about half full. And then eventually you want them to go to completely full, like this. So that your storages are completely full because you let it backlog and then it has a bunch extra. And then if you want to package turbo fuel or whatever, which I'm doing over here on this side, over here somewhere that way, I'm packaging that turbo fuel as well, which is what I'm using for my jetpack right now. And that turbo fuel automatically gets made, automatically runs into a box, and automatically runs in the dimensional depot. So I don't actually have to come over here and manage anything. You can see it's also taking some of the plastic, making a bunch of empty canisters, and running that as well. Now, I don't really need to make any right now, and when it doesn't need to make any, that turbo fuel is then available for the rest of the generators, right? So you have that kind of stalling out, like right there, you see it's at 100. Now, I did take some of the turbo fuel out of the dimensional depot, so now it's running more in for me automatically, and when it finishes, boom, that turbo fuel will be available for everybody else, or all the other fuel generators. So again, that's a lot of power, but there's a lot of power at this stage. Absolutely, a ton of power. Look at them! Look at them trains go! Go, little train! Go do your thing, bro. Let's get on the train. Whoop whoop. Take the train here. And this time I made the trains kind of go through the terrain for all of you. But I usually just do the trains way up high because they don't have to navigate around stuff. They just go perfectly straight. That's the most efficient way of doing it. But this way is really fun because you're kind of, running around the different terrains and you're going around mountains and through tunnels and all sorts of fun stuff. That's fun too. All right, so we got all that going over there. Now, also, there's a bunch of stuff that we had from last time. We just kind of clean up over here. Apparently trying to kill myself today, damaging fix-it property over here. Now, again, a lot of this stuff is just stuff we use temporarily while we were getting everything else started up. So we want to come back. We want to clear all this stuff out of here. Clean this area up a bit. Oh, mama, there's a lot of that in there. Oh, yeah. A whole lot. All right, well, let's slide back over this way. We'll drop some of this off. We may need it later. You can see we have the junctions for the hypertube, so we can junction between the different areas, which is really cool. Do I have coal mining? Yes, I do. I have a massive amount of coal mining. Check this coal mining out right here. Right here, check it out. All of these are coal. And they're all full, too, right here. You go in here, look at that. I haven't even used it yet. Some of these are not even in use, but I've used about 5 of them right now to do the compacted coal over there. And all the rest of these last 3 there are coal as well, and they're just sitting there with coal in there. Same thing with my quartz over here. I haven't done anything with that, but I am using the sulfur at the bottom. We'll get to that quartz production today as well. We want to just go over here and drop this off. Now, I can drop this and have it auto-sorted, but I know where it's going to end up. It's going to end up over here in these overflow boxes because I don't have an actual box for this black powder. So I'm just going to go ahead and just throw it back here, just make it a little easier. And it will not have to sort all of that. All right, so I can sort all that other stuff. And then back we go. And then again, I can change where it's going to let me out of there, and I can use the momentum of the hypertube to launch me over here pretty quickly, as you saw. Launch me over here, and look at that, all cleaned up, looking good. Let's put that back in there. Very nice. In fact, we probably don't even need any of these foundations now. Let's go ahead, take a bunch of these out of here. I'm a big fan of, if you don't need it, take it out. Otherwise, it's just affecting your redraw and all of that. If you don't need it, take it out just like that. And then we have this underneath here we can take out. Ooh, I see a belt down there I missed. All right, yeah, that's cleaning up nice. In fact, we'll probably take another row out of here. I'm a big fan of using the dismantle filter feature. Wait, and filter. So that you can control which way it is, or control what it is getting rid of. Now I'm going to go ahead and fix this hypertube here. I'm going to have it go out this way a little bit. There we go. So it's not clipping through that edge anymore. And then we'll have it back over there. One of the greatest things about this game, everybody, is the ability to do stuff from really far away. As you can see, I can, take stuff out that's way over there. I can put stuff back in again. It's one of its greatest features of the entire game is its building is phenomenal. It's like the gold standard, what everybody else should be doing at this point, is using the way that they do building, especially when you're putting foundations down and things of that nature. Definitely want to take a cue from Satisfactory for sure, because they've done it the right way. Okay, so we got that done. So let's go ahead and dip back to the base here. And we'll put some more of this stuff away. Again, when I come out of the hypertube, I can use the speed of the hypertube to kind of carry me forward. This is old school here, but we used to do this with belts. Where we would use the belts and we would use our, launch ourselves via the belts. All right, let's go down here and put the rest of that in there. And we have some more of our stuff that can go in there. What about coal? Can we put some coal in there? Yeah, we can put some coal in there. We can put some sulfur in there as well. Now, sometimes what I'll do is I'll have a dimensional depot just sitting over here by my base that I can just easily just put any excess resources in. I can queue it up like, a stack of each thing or multiple stacks of each thing. Now, you can see that we have all the way up to tier 6. And this time I decided to slow down and not go straight to 7, which is our next level tier. And just do this at level 6 and see how it goes. And it went pretty fine. It'd be much easier if I just went straight to 6, but we do what we gotta do. That's because you get your 780 belts, everybody. Once you get those 780 belts, man, you are just cranking out those resources. Especially if you have a bunch of pure nodes like I do right here at this spot. Okay. So we got all that done, and we got a bunch more stuff to do. As well. So we want to think about which production lines that we have running now, right? Which ones have we replaced? We have our concrete going, we have our plates going, we have our rods going, we have our screws going. Now, do we have reinforced iron plates? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't think we do. I think we're going to make that from another node. Remember if I did my plates or not. I guess we could look in here. Look for plates. Yeah, I can see that we don't have a dimensional depot for that. I think we had another node. Yeah, it's right here. We have a bunch of pure nodes. See, I'm using that pure node over there. There's another pure node over here, which is iron. And then this one we're going to use for reinforced iron plates. So the first thing we're going to do is decide which way we want our building to go. And I'm going to say this way. And we're going to go ahead and get right to working. Here we go. We're going to use our Mark II miner. We're going to put it like this. Now, I strongly suggest if you want it to be somewhat aligned to the world grid, you hold down Control here and you go ahead and put a world grid one down like that. And if you want, you don't have to, but if you want, you can go ahead and try to orient it a little bit better. So it is. Now, you can just put that down, by the way, and just put that on top of it. But I like to do my own unique stuff, not just the same stuff that everybody else is doing. I'm actually going to align perfectly to the bottom of this extractor and use the extractor's grid. Each extractor is on its own grid, by the way. Each node is on its own grid. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. And that's it. It's a one-step process, everybody. I'm the one that invented it. Right there, you can see, boom, that is now perfectly aligned. Now, I'm going to go ahead and bring it up just a little bit, though. And then I'm going to go ahead and remove the beam, which is how I aligned it. And then, like this. And then we're just going to run 2 of these back. Like so. And then we can just take our extractor again and put it right back on top. There we go. And again, you can see it perfectly aligns to that grid. Then we're going to go ahead and take this back by 2, and then we're going to go out like this. And then we no longer need the foundations. The foundations are just there so we can align the blueprint to the actual extractor. Now, the extractor needs to be in first in a lot of these blueprints, because when you put the blueprint down, you can't put the extractor in afterwards. So right here, we have the MK2 extractor, Mega Mini. We're going to get this going on. Oh, we don't have any silica. Oh, man, we need some silica. I know just where to go. We need silica for signs. All out of... Wait, you know what? I bet you there's some silica just sitting over here. Let's go take a look. Now, a great way to search your boxes, by the way, everybody. The very easy way is just to hit F like you're going to take it out. And you can see there's some silica right there in this second box. You can see what's in the box without having to open the box. Very, very useful as well. So, yeah, some silica in there, some more silica in there. And we can just take it, we can drop it in down here. And it's going to go ahead and run that silica in there. Now, also what we can do is just take the silica with us. And use that for when we put our extractor down. Again, shifting it so it goes to the other junction. Save us some time walking back. There we go. And then again, we're going to use a blueprint that aligns with the extractor. Right here. And then we'll turn it around so it's facing away from us, the white arrow. Make sure it's aligned. We're going to nudge it over. We're going to click it. And if I did it correctly, it should build itself right around the extractor because that's what we did in our blueprint. See that? Very nice, right? Very nice. And again, I used the foundations to back it up enough to where I could go ahead and snap that foundation in there. Looks good. Now we just need some power. So we're going to see where we can tap into some power here. Right over here. Looks good. Go ahead and run that down there. Then we'll run this across through the foundations over to here. And that should run it in here. We should see it start to spin up. Very nice. Now, one of the things that I do like to do with every single node at this stage is to overclock those nodes. Now, I've got a lot of power shards, and I'm just going to go ahead and overclock this node. Now, there's no point in it overclocking it at 600, though I could just leave it for later. We're going to go ahead and overclock that at 480. And we'll let that do its thing. Now, we need to get this from here to the next section, which is our storage. So we're going to go ahead and utilize some walls here. And we're going to run those walls straight up like this. And then we'll go ahead and use a nice foundation here. Now, what we want to do is think about how the blueprints work, right? So the blueprint, this is a Mark II blueprint I'm about to put down. And so it's going to be bigger. It's going to be 5 by 5 versus 4 by 4, the smaller blueprint. So the center of what I'm working here is right here. So I want this to be out by multiples of 5. So again, this would be the center. And then if we went that way, it would be 2 more. So that when I put the building down, it'll be at the exact center. And that extractor will act as a center support. So this is the center, and then this is 1, 2, and then this here, we're going to go ahead and go out like this. We're going to make that 5 wide, so we can then go in and use our blueprints. Get that going on. We'll go ahead and take this out as well. So now what we want to do is put some storage up on top here, right? But the MK2 storage, which has the 20 things. Now, we want to think about which one is the output and the input. Now, when the arrow is pointing toward me, the input is on this side, and then the output is actually on the opposite side, or the input is on the opposite side. This is an output. So what we want to do is we want to flip it around the opposite direction. So we'll get it up again. We'll go ahead and use our mouse wheel to scroll it around. We'll hit H for hologram, because I always check the edges here, just to make sure that that's all lined up, like that. And then now we have a ton of storages, right? So this is already pre-set up with all the belts and everything in there, where it'll take all that and run that in there. Okay, we can remove all these walls. We don't need those. And then we want this right here to go basically right in here. Let's run that down there. Run that over to there. And once that thing is up and running, it should see it come out. And again, I got to add that little segment between the miner and this kind of wall hole. And then there goes those raw resources at 480. Right over there. All right, very nice. And then the next thing we want to do, look at that, man, that just barely fits in there. That's more luck than skill there, right? Sometimes you just get lucky. Sometimes it happens. And I'm going to go ahead and zoop up some walls. Now I'm going to zoop up a bunch of walls because we're going to be using these walls to align all of our blueprints that we've done. Notice that I leave a gap between the blueprints so I can get under there and access the storage containers if I need to. Really, the thing you want to access is the one at the end and see if you actually see the raw ore coming in, which it is. So that's going to be raw ore there. And then we'll want to go up by 1. So we'll take this and we'll go up by 1. Actually, we could probably use a orange one if we've got one. Where do we have an orange one over there? The reason why we want to use an orange one is because this is a production level. At least I want to color code it that way. All right, so what are we going to do with this, with these resources? Well, now's a good time to figure out all your numbers, everybody, to pull out the spreadsheet here and do our spreadsheet numbers. So we've got our spreadsheet as well as we've got our illustration here. Close that out. We've got our illustration that we can use if it wants to, feels like coming up right here as well. So we're going to illustrate this particular setup as well as we're going to do it by the numbers in our next little factory here as well. So what we can do is just start with something simple by just copying what we've already got. So I'm just going to copy this level and I'm just going to paste it right here. And we're going to say this is going to be 3 because it's just going to use the 1 node. It's a pure node, so its base number is 120. So we can say that its max output is 600, but right now we only have 480 belts. And so this is an MK4. And it's going to output at 480. Now, again, if we had that next level belt, we could output it at a much faster speed. I'll go ahead and zoom in for you guys as well. So you can see iron node, again, it's a 120 node because it's a pure node. It's a level 2 extractor, so that's going to double that up when you overclock it. So you overclock it, so it doubles it to 240, and then you overclock it to 2.5, and boom, that equals 600. Normally, you just like it hits certain number milestones, so it hit 300, 600, 1200 normally. And then, of course, over here, we're going to be doing, we got to figure out how many of these that we are going to be doing. So say we run this. This is an MK2 blueprint. There we go. So we have how much ore total coming in, right? Let's see. So base number there. And so we have 480 coming in, and we're going to take those 480 and turn those into another 480 ignits here at the end. So we need 16 of them, and if we say 16 here, yeah, that'll equal 480 on the outside. So we need 16 smelters, basically is what we need right now, because this is the iron, what we're going to create is the iron ignits, right? Not the reinforced iron plates yet. So you want to make the iron ignits and then figure out what your percentage of ignits that you need. But we're also going to go ahead and take a little break right here as well. I can find my tab to put that tab right there. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to let the factory run a little bit. Wow, what a view right there. Awesome view. We're going to let the factory run a little bit to backlog some of these resources as well. It's going to backlog some of this raw resource. So if you do need to take a break, good to just kind of keep letting your machine run. Let's see, where's the output here? Again, look at it, it's already backlogged almost half a box of it already. So we're going to let that backlog. I'm going to let you guys also have a bit of fun playing some words on stream. Let me catch up on the chat first, though, before we get that going. Let's see. You have a playlist? Yes, I do. You make each mining mini base. I make one of them in the blueprinter, and then I put them down from the blueprinter. I do have coal mining. Yes, I'm mining all the coal, and I've got them overclocked. Is there a tool to grab anything in one area? You can't just grab a bunch of stuff and move it. You can grab a bunch of stuff and deconstruct it, but you can't just pick it up and grab it all. The best thing to do is to use your blueprinter. Is to go in and put a bunch of stuff in the blueprinter like I've done, and then you can just pull it out and make that whole thing in one shot like you saw me do. Again, these blueprints are available to my patrons. So you saw I can just take it out and boom, I had a storage, and then, or the extractor, and then I had a storage, and then next we're going to be doing smelters. So I just put down as many smelters as I need to convert all of those into iron ingots, and then I'll take that and I'll put down storage, then constructors. You get the idea. And I'll illustrate it out for you when we come back. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back and we're going to get into some illustrations, some more spreadsheet, and a lot more building using our blueprints as well, because we're taking it to 11 today, everybody. Big time. All right, here we go. Starting this up. Back in just a bit. Everybody, let's go. Let's see how many of these words we can get there. I see you guys working together. I see you guys trying to get it done. Let's see if we can do it together. Coach. There we go. Well, we know there's no A words in here. What? Hawk. Oh, I'm still locked. Am I locked? No, that's not a word. Taco, you already got. Kato. Oh, there's a bad word in there. What about Kato with the C? Man, these are tough words. T-O-C-K, talk. Not in there either. Man, what are these words? Took. Oh, there we go. That should have been an easy one. I didn't even see it. Hoot. Oh, Coco. Oh, you already got Coco. Oh, 3 more. We get all 3 of those, everybody. I'm gonna give you guys 5,000 words. I'm gonna allow that word. You'd think that would be in there. That's what I thought of that one there too, Irish. But doesn't show up. This is definitely a C word though. Right here, it's got to be a C-O something. So C-O-T-O, C-O-A-K, C-O-O-T, C-O-A-T, C-O-A-K, C-O-A-O, C-O-A-C. Oh, man, I don't know what these words are. I don't know what those words were, but you guys crushed it. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Gonna give you guys a bunch of Kiss Cats for being awesome. There we go. We crushed it. GG's. Back to some Satisfactory. Again, we've been letting it run a little bit. Now we go ahead and check our boxes right over here. We can see, woo mama, all filled up with some raw resource. Gonna help us go a little faster when we are doing our manifolds. Okay. Now we need to figure out some numbers over here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of spreadsheet in here, and then later on we'll do it in visual style. So we're going to take the iron ingots. We're going to take 30 iron ingots in, and we're going to take our 480 in, right? So right here, 480. Right here, 480 total in, and that's going to go ahead and be divided by 30, and that's going to tell us how many machines we need. We need 16 machines. So 16 smelters is actually what we need. And then we're going to convert that into 480 iron ingots. As well. So that's the first step of the process. So let's go in here and let's go ahead and get our smelters lined up. Now the cool thing again is we have these in blueprints, so we can very easily pull up the smelters. We have 10 of them. We need 16. We'll probably end up just doing 20 since they're in sets of 10 and just have extra so we can burn up that excess. Now, we want to see which way this is coming out. The green is a input, so all of the raw ore going in there. And then if we go look on this side, we can see, uh-oh, we got problems. Actually, could probably let that roll. Because we can just go on the output on the outside, clipping a little bit in there, but we'll just say we went in there and we cut that out and it's fine. That's what we'll say. So we want to feed in from the back side, so the output should be on this side. So if we go ahead and put this down, we can rotate this arrow and point it toward here and hit H and say, okay, is this the input or the output? That's an input. So the input's got to be flipped around, so the arrow's got to be pointing away from us, that big white arrow there. Should be pointing away from us when we put it down, so we can go ahead and put it in there. We're also going to put 2 of them in. And again, these blueprints make this really so much easier, everybody. So much easier, for sure. And then we did it that way. Huh. What's the output of these smelters? Interesting. Oh, I have to finish the output. That's why it's not showing up like it's an output. Because it's on the edge of the blueprint. When you're doing a rounded thing on the edge of the blueprint, that edge will not work. Glad I looked at that, though, because we will need to put that in to make it work. All right, same thing here. We're going to do 2 of these, and now that we know which direction it's going to go, going to make it nice and easy. Now, I'm going to stand on this side, make it a little easier, because I can just aim the arrow directly at me like that. And then we can also see that the input is going to be on this side. All right, very nice. Okay. Then we can go this way, and oh, nope, we did that backwards. I got it backwards. I did it backwards, but no problem. We just take that blueprint right back out of there again. And I was on the same side, matter of fact. This side here. There we go. And then we'll do this. Like so. And we'll take that out of there. All right. Like this. So this is going to go out of here, and it's going to go into... No, on the other side. It's going to go out of the other side and into the other side. Out of the storage into this right over here. Yes, okay. So this is going to go up. Now, here's the smart thing you want to do, because if you're playing in 1.1, I can just go here like that, and I can actually use a vertical splitter right here. And again, I can just aim it right toward the thing, though that is a little close for my taste. But you can aim it right there and then try to work it in that little spot there. But that's a little close for me. No, thank you. We're going to just take that out. We'll do something a little nicer. We're just going to go ahead and run this across the side here just a little bit. We'll run this all the way up there. And we'll go ahead. Oh, not quite tall enough. There we go. Very nice. And then now we'll use that vertical splitter to line that up. Let's see here. And there we go. So the vertical splitters are awesome, as you can see. And that's going to go ahead and start to run into all of those different sides. Now, we're also going to need some power as well. So we're going to go to our first level here. We're going to find some connected power that we can use. That does have an extra spot right here. And then we're just going to run that down to the power down here. Right, to that there. And that's going to go ahead and start that up. And get us some power. Now, we also want to take the power here and want to chain it upwards as well. That's why I have all these connectors here. So I can chain this. Let's go ahead and grab one way at the end here. We'll go out this side, and we'll go up here. And we'll connect that power. There we go. All right, there it goes. And by default, you can see that it is actually making iron ingots because it's already set up for that. So all of this, of course, is going to start up, do those iron ingots. We can go ahead and see if it's green all the way down. Looks good on that side. And then on this side as well, looking good. Now, we do have these 2 little segments here we have to do because, again, the blueprints won't let you do a curved thing into that on the blueprints, at least on the Mark II. And then down here, same thing. You got to do it on one. You got to do it on the other. There we go. All of these looking good. We got one that's yellow right here. Why is this one yellow? Doesn't have enough iron ore yet. It's still got to get up to speed. Remember, it is a manifold, so it's got to get all of that raw ore in there. Now, if you think about it, if we're splitting it, that means 240 is going in here and 240 is going in the other one. And the fact that we only really need 16 and we have 20 means that about 4 of those are not going to run at full capacity, right? The most we can run right now is 16 because of the belt speed. But if we do add more belt speed later on, we can automatically use those other 4, or we could just take those 4 out if we don't want to worry about the power consumption and whatnot. But we're just going to leave it as is because later on we're going to scale all this up even more so. So we'll go ahead and let that run at its maximum ability. Now, same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and run those inputs over there. We're going to go ahead and put in a storage. Let's see if we can find a storage level down here. Grab one of these. right there. And again, I always go 5 across because it makes it easier to line up the blueprints. And this is just a matter of rinse and repeat, everybody. Once you get these basic blueprints down, all of this basic stuff, and this is what I'm trying to show you, how easy it is to build stuff and then take stuff out. You can see right there, I need some encased industrial beams. Just so happens that I'm making a bunch of stuff right here, and maybe I can go find some encased industrial beams that I could just grab out of there. I could also use some more turbo fuel, I can see right there. Turbo fuel, throw that in there from the Dimensional Depot. We have a lot of turbo fuel. Again, really easy to see if the stuff's running. I can just look at the stuff out here. Okay, what do we got running up here? We got a bunch of stuff running here. Now, see, it's trying to put it back in the Dimensional Depot, but again, it takes so long in the very beginning, it's going to take a little while. But we can just kind of follow it back and say, okay, I wonder if there's any in here in the box. Well, look at that. Bam! Tons of it, right? That's why you're backlogging. Look, more in there as well. So we're just going to grab a whole bunch of it here just to kind of help us along. So you don't have to run all the way back to your base. You don't have to run back and do all of that. It'll automatically put it in the depot for us, but we need to use it for our thing. And this is probably the most encased industrial beam I've ever used in any playthrough, because normally I skip them. Normally I skip encased industrial beams and go right to aluminum because they're really mostly useless because they're a bit slower. And then when you go to aluminum, it's like double the speed. So it doubles it to 4 and then doubles it again to 5. So that big jump to 5 is a huge, huge jump. But I said I was going to do it in this level just to kind of show you guys as well. So we want to think about where's our outputs. Our outputs are right here. We eventually want them to go into the storage, which we can see that that's also an output. So we want to take our storages here. We want to flip them around the opposite direction, hit H for hologram, nudge it into position, and now you guys get the general idea. Now, another cool thing that we can do is very much like we did down here. So we can go down here and we can move this over. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run this out, and I'm just going to run along the side here just to make it a little easier. And run this up, right? So I'm going to run this up into the storage up here. And again, using these new 1.1 features makes this a lot easier. So I also want to put this one in the thing too, right? So instead of a splitter, I can switch it to a merger, and I can just go ahead and merge that in line as it's going up, which is an incredibly great feature, everybody. It's really, really awesome that they added that. Now that can just keep going instead of getting stuck or slowed down or stopped, because what it can do is it can go in here and it can backlog all this storage. So as it goes in there, of course, it's going to make its way through all these boxes and end up here at the end, and we can see it's already backlogging. And you want it to be running while you're building. This way, it's backlogging it. It'll help you with your manifolds. It'll fill those manifolds up faster when you get to the next stage. And you can see we got this down now, right? This is totally easy mode. Once you have these blueprints, you can just rinse and repeat on these blueprints again. All right, so now we've got our storage. Now we're ready for the next row of what we're doing. So we're outputting 480 over here, right? So we're going to take that 480 number, and we're going to go over here to the next row, right? So we've extracted the iron ore. We've converted it into iron ingots. Now over here, what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, we're going to take the iron ingots over here, right there. And of course, the input is going to be 480. So we're going to say 480 here. And then we're going to try to convert it into whatever we need to do next, right? Now, the next thing we need to do is actually two separate things. We need to do both plates and we need to do rods. So what our actual output is going to be, like here is iron ore, right? And then becomes iron ingots, iron plates. So this is going to be iron ingots here and iron ingots here again, and again with the 480 right here. And then the output is going to be plates here, and then this is going to be rods, right? So now we want to take that 480 and we want to split it in an equal amount. Now, when you're doing the Kismet rule of 8, and I'll go see if I can track it down over here. Let's see. Let me go find the normal one that I do over here. Gotta find it in my big list of stuff. Way back here. Now, again, this is all up on my Patreon for you guys, patreon.com/Kismet. You can go up there and check it out. Again, all patrons who support the stream get access to all of this bonus content as well. Even $1 does make a difference, everybody. So, again, I appreciate all my patrons over there as well. I'm going to find it here. And we're going to redo it anyway, but we'll go find it so you guys can see my standard rule of 8. I know it's here somewhere. Man, I did a lot of these. I did a lot of these suckers. I see modular frames in there. Man, I do a lot of work for you guys, don't I? Yeah, aluminum production's in there. A lot of cool stuff up there. Showing you guys how to do all of that. Give you guys a template you can use for making it super easy. All right. Of course, the one I'm looking for is always the one you can't find, everybody. That's the law of everything. It's like when you're doing stuff, hard to find the stuff you're looking for. What we got here? Oil power. Wow. Coal power. We're getting there. There it is. Let me get that loaded up. Loading it up. All right, there it is. Okay, so this is normally what we would do, everybody. We would go in and we would extract the raw iron right here. And you can see this one, I'm extracting 2 layers of raw iron and then using 1/2 60 raw iron to go over here and do one side of it. These are the plates here. And then here, this is called load balancing when you're taking, it's the 60 and 60. I'm putting 2 30s on plates there, 1 30 on plates here, and 1 30 on rods. And that tells you that basically 2/3 of the resource, or sorry, 3/4 of the resources are being used for plates, and 1/4 of the resources are being used for rods. So we can apply that to something even larger number than 120. We can just take everything and convert it into those thirds or those fourths, those quarters. There we go. Those quarters across there to basically do the same thing we're doing here, except with a larger number. Instead of using 120, we're going to be using 480 to produce as many of these as we possibly can. So we're going to go in and we'll re-illustrate all of that as well, but we're just going to do the numbers over here. So if we take 480 over here, and we'll just roll over this way. If we take 480 and we divide it by 4, it's going to, it helps if I actually put it in the thing. I got to put the equals in, 480 divided by 4. Now, by the way, you can also do this in game. For those who haven't seen me do that before, you just hit N, you can go 480 divided by 4. You can do it right in the search function if you want, but of course it's more permanent. If you put it into a spreadsheet, then you'll have it there. So that's 120 resources. 1/4 of 480 is 120. All right. So now we have 120, 120, 120, 120. So we have 4 120s, right? And I'll zoom in on it so you guys can see a little bit bigger. See? So we have, if we take 480 and we split it into quarters, it's a bunch of 120s, right? And this is great for when you're working with splitters and mergers and you're trying to load balance or whatever you're trying to do. But this is really easy, everybody. You just take 3 out of 4 of those, add them together, and then the last one you leave at 120. So basically what you know is that 120 of this is going to go toward rods. And then we can actually even just have it do the math for us right here. We say equals 120 times 3, bam, 360. So 360 of the raw ore needs to go one way, and 120 of that ore needs to go the other way. So how do we do that, though? How do we make 480 become 120 and 360? That's when your load balancer comes through, right? And I'm going to show you how to make those load balancers. I did make one, I think it was last weekend, the weekend before, for you as well. But we also need our inputs and our outputs, right? So our inputs of plates, and we can go over here and just do what I call the play yard here, where we just throw some stuff down. We're just going to throw a constructor down. Let's just go ahead and fill out the rest of this. Throw one up here. Right there. And we'll fill out the rest of this because we're going to make more of these here in a second. And so on this side, we'll go ahead and we'll say plates. And on this side, we'll go ahead and say rods. And those are just temporary, just to get the inputs and output numbers, right? So the input of making plates is 30 and the output is 20, which we actually already have right up above here. We know that plates right here, if we go ahead and just take that whole entire plate line here and we can copy it and we can just say, you know what, we don't want to have to do all of that. We just want to go ahead and pump that right in there. Oops, I got the blue one too. I didn't mean to get the blue level. I just wanted to get the one level there. And that just saves us from retyping all that in. There we go. Okay, and again, our input is 120 times 3, which is 360. Okay, so 360 divided by 3. Remember, it's going to do some of the math for us. So 360 divided by that is going to be 12 machines. So we're going to need 12 of the constructors to basically go in and convert as many plates as we're going to need. It's going to output 200 plates because it's 200 times how many ever we make, right? So in this case, it's going to be, say we tell it to be 12, but it's actually going to be 240 on the output. And then the next thing we'll need to do is figure out our rods, right? So I'm going to take this and paste this down here so it does it properly, like that. Oh, 120. And again, I'll show you how to do that with the splitter and everything as well. So what is our rod's input and output? Well, let's go see. Our rod's input is 15 and his output is 15. That's really easy. So I'm going to say it's 15 here. And again, the input is the iron ingots right there. And then these are all like input number 2, 3, 4, all of that. We don't need that right now. Yep. We don't need that right now. We're just going to copy and cover that up. We don't need that. That's for when we do our manufacturers later. And then we can just kind of copy a bit of this because then it will just automatically do the math. You can see it did 8 there. And then we can also say that these are MK4s at 480 over here because all of these are. There we go. Upgrade those. And these back here. Yeah, we already upgraded those back there. As you can see, so we're making the plates and rods and whatnot over there. We can also move this up, by the way. We can move it up to this earlier area here as well. So we can take all of this like this and copy that. We can tell it to get rid of it when we take it, and we can move it up to here. No. Oh, this is the raw ore. No, I can't do that. That's right. I changed that to the raw ore. I forgot. This is raw ore here. This is the actual factory over here. I used to have it where it had both parts of the factory where you do one side and then it would do the other side. And I thought, I'll stack them vertically because it'd be easier to follow along for everybody. So I'm glad I did that. I just remembered. I did that earlier today. I worked very hard on it. All right, we'll go ahead and do this, and then we'll do this. So the output is 15, and the input is 15, and so it's going to take 120 divided by 15, and that tells us how many machines we need for rods. We need 8 machines for rods, right? And so that's going to give us a total of 240 rods and or 240 plates and 120 rods. Now, what's the whole reason we're doing that? Well, we're doing that because we're also going to take those 2 inputs, and we're going to see it actually do the 2 input one here in just a second, for reinforced iron plates. And I'm just going to use the word ref for short for reinforced. Again, I'll move this up just a little bit so I'm not blocking it. And we'll make that a little wider. And so we have 2 inputs for this, right? So now we're going to have both plates and rods. We'll just copy that so I don't have to retype it each time. So plates and rods there. And that's going to basically come in. The total input of each of those would be these numbers here at the end, which would be 240 and 120. And again, I'll illustrate all this out. Actually, we have to type it out, 240, 120. There we go. And the total in doesn't apply because Oh, no, it does apply. No, we have to put this here because we also need to put how much input it needs for each plate and each rod, which is going to give us how many machines that we need total. Okay, so now we don't need these anymore. We know what our inputs and outputs are. Now what we need is we need an assembler. And then we'll say, okay, we're going to make some reinforced iron plates. So 30 and 60. So we need 30 iron plates and 60 screws. Now, you might notice that there are no screws being produced here. You know why? Because these rods need to become screws first. So we need to take this, and we need to do this first down here, and we need to actually produce screws out of these rods, right? So this is actually going to be screws. So again, we create the iron ingots, then we're going to create the plates and the rods, and then we're going to create the screws, and then we're going to merge those screws and plates together. So we're going to go ahead and take plates here, and then this actually is going to be screws. Actually, we can move this up right there. There we go. Up here, this will be plates and screws. Yes, take that one out. All right, so we're going to work with the screws first. So screws are going to become, I should have left this one over here. The rods are going to become screws. So we'll look at screws. So screws come in at 10 and they go out at 40. All right, so screws 10, and you can see I put the number for the rods there, which is the 120 because it's 1 to 1, 15 in, 15 out. Means if 120 come in, 120 are going to go out. Again, easy math here, everybody, so on these particular ones anyway. So 120, and then again, it needs 10 in. We don't need a secondary one, so again, we'll take this, and we'll just cover all those up. And we can go over here, copy and paste that there. And again, we can just do this, and we can paste this here, and we can tell it's going to be screws. Like this. So now we need 12 more machines to convert all the rods into screws. And when we convert those 12 machines, it's going to output at 40. Oh, that lets me type it. At 40, and that's going to give us 480 screws per minute, which is pretty awesome. So again, we're going to be outputting 240 plates, 480 screws. So over here, 240 plates, 480 screws. Again, we're doing all the math before we even build it, everybody. We're doing all of that ahead of time so that we know how many machines that we need to build. That's the question that we need to know. That's what all of these spreadsheets are telling us right now. And again, the input of plates over here is 30 plates and 60 screws. So we'll say 30 plates, 60 screws. Right over here. Now, another thing that I can do instead of stacking it vertically like that, I do have a total in the different types and whatnot over here. So I can just go ahead and do this, right? All in line. So I have a total in, the actual in that it requires, and then the type here. Now, I only really need one or the other number, right? So what I can do is I can go over here and I can calculate how many machines it says that I need. Right? It says I need 8 machines. But what if I went in and instead of calculating it off of these numbers over here, which is basically it's taking this first number, always take the larger number and divide it by the smaller number. And that's what's giving us 8, right? Over here. But we can go in and we can just say, you know what, take the 480 and divide that by 60. And how many is that? Also 8. You know why? Because I perfectly balanced the inputs of the rods and the plates so that the rods become screws, and it is 1/4 screws and 3/4 plates. See what I did there? See, that math, you can keep exponentially scaling it as long as you know your ratios. It's kind of like, you know, you put in a bunch of water and a little bit of bleach. You don't put in 3/4 bleach and a little bit of water. You put in a lot of water and a little bit of bleach. And that's what we're doing right here to do the right concoction to make it work. Also put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. I forgot to tell you that earlier. Now, again, this just saves us time, everybody. This is a massive time saver. Now, sometimes if you've done the ratio wrong, one of these will be different than the other. Like one may say 10 and the other one says 8. Well, you always go to the smallest one. So you would go to the 8, not the 10. because basically it wouldn't have enough to do 10 on both resources. It would only have enough on one of the resources, and then the other resource would not have enough. So then you would just opt for 8 of them. Now, I always overbuild a little bit. Again, if I have excess, I could always run that excess as well. But this is going to run at its maximum speed. And so we can just use the first calculation because, again, we did pre-balance it. So we're going to go ahead and make 8 of those. And we'll make 8 of these rod ones over here as well. And again, that'll get us that 120. And this is 12, and this is 16. All right, we'll make as many of those as we can. Now, I'll probably end up making like 20 of the ones for rods or whatever it works out to be based on my blueprint, right? So if I have a blueprint of 5 and say I need 8, but if I put it down, it's going to make 5. Well, I'll just make 10, and then 2 of them won't be used because it won't have enough resources to run it, and that's fine. We can just let it run. We don't have to be 100% efficient on everything, though I can show you how to do that on every single process if you wanted to. I find that there's something more valuable than making it 100% efficient. It is called your most precious resource, your time. You can produce the same thing with the same result in less time by not worrying about that, everybody. And again, I can show you how to do it. Very easy to do. Just match your inputs and outputs and bam, you're good. 100% efficient. But I find you do want to do efficiency first. But again, efficiency with your time is the most important process, I believe. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and bring in our plates, bring in our screws, and then our output is going to be reinforced iron plates. Right here, we might need to make that column a little wider. And so what is our output of our reinforced iron plates? It's only 5 per minute. That's going to take forever because it usually does. So after all of this different levels of work, everybody, and I'll zoom in again over here and just kind of scroll it over. So bringing in the iron, making the iron ingots, and then making plates, making rods, converting the rods into screws, and then taking the plates and the screws and putting in reinforced iron plates, we end up with 40 reinforced iron plates per minute, which is pretty slow, everybody, pretty slow. This is probably the very first thing that you run into in the game, everybody, is having that balance. And that's why I make this right here, because once you've mastered the Kismet rule of 8, everybody, notice the 8 is turned sideways because it's an infinite loop, right? An infinite loop, you turn it sideways. Once you master this, that's it. You've mastered the entire game. Learning about how to balance your inputs, how to, segment them. Okay, this is 3/4, this is 1/4, and this is going to be 30 here, 30 here, 30 here, and then off over here on the side, I'm going to send 30 to the rods, which is what this is illustrating right here. And again, I hand illustrate all this stuff for you guys. I really do. And then you can see that it's going to go ahead and make so many iron rods, and those iron rods are going to become screws. And again, what we want to know is we want to know all the numbers. We want it to tell us, hey, how many smelters do I need? I need 16 smelters. How many constructors do I need for making plates? I need 12. How many do I need for rods? 8 constructors. How much for screws? 12 constructors. How many for reinforced iron plates? I need 8. So there we go. I got all the magic numbers. I got all the magic numbers. Now, even easier, I can go in right over here, and we can go ahead, pull this over here, and I'm going to dazzle you some more because I'm actually going to illustrate it right now. Again, this is how I go above and beyond, everybody. We're going to go ahead and let's go to the plates factory, since we already have plates in there, and we can work with that. We can go ahead and say save as over here, and we're going to say this is going to be reinforced iron plates factory. Okay, so what we can do is we can use some of the stuff that we already have. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time, everybody. So we can go over here to our input. Now, our max input is going to be 480, and the reason why that max input is like that is because this is a pure node, but it's because of our MK4 belts, right? So our MK4 belt is going to be able to do a max of 480 right here. So that's going to be our limiting factor, right? Our limiting factor of 480. Now, I'm not using 2 nodes, so I'm going to go ahead and take this out because that represented multiple nodes there. Again, this is going to go nice and quick, everybody. Really easy. So our extraction, We have an MK4 pure. Oh, wait, sorry, no, it's an MK2 pure node. MK2 represents the extractor. Up here, this represents the belt. So 480 out. So this is going to go 480 up here. Now, I actually don't need the mergers, so we're going to take those out of the process because it's just going to be one belt, so we don't need any mergers. We'll take those mergers out of there. Again, I like to illustrate all this fun stuff. We'll take all that out, and then just to illustrate this a little easier, we can just go in and just slide this over here, right? Slide over to this side, and we'll take these, and we'll slide those right in there. So 480 out from the raw or from our MK2 extractor. Now remember, we had another MK3 extractor. We'd double it up again, everybody. So we get even more coming out of there. You would need faster belts, though. So the maximum it can come out of there would be 480. So we're going to say 480, and then we're going to take that 480, and we're going to divide it or times it times how many ever of these we need to do, right? So how much is our total output? But here's the thing. There's really no logistics here, right? There's no logistics between this extraction and the storage that we're using. So we can actually take this and say, you know what? This is actually like this, right? So this is actually going into here at 480. So we can just go ahead and say this. We can take this part from over here. And we can just take this part out because we're not going to do the math right there. We're going to do the math up above. And we'll say this is 480 belt, max of 480. So we know that that's kind of flowing from here up into the storage at 480. I'm just going to go ahead and hide that for right now. And then we can go ahead and move this storage down because that's going to be the next in line. Again, illustrating this out for you. There you go. Not a 111. Well, I put many ones in there. No, whatever gets it across. Oh, by the way, there's 1,000 Kismets for letting me know everything's working. I appreciate it. Okay, so now we are going to kind of change these numbers here. These are raw iron, right? And let's go in and look at our numbers here, right? So if we bring our raw iron in, it's 100 per stack. It's an 8x6 storage, right? So it's going to have 48 total stacks. 48 times 100 is 4,800. 4,800 times 12 storages is going to be 57,600, right? Wrong. Because we actually have the opposite of that now. If you flip those numbers, we have 21 storages now, everybody, which is going to be a massive, much more backlog. And let's just go double check. We'll go back in game here, and we'll go ahead and take a look and see how many we got here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 storages right over there. So again, just in one belt speed, just from going from a 3 to 4 or MK1 Mark 1 blue printer to Mark 2 blue printer, we basically doubled the amount or almost doubled the amount of storages that we can have in a single blueprint as well. And we have some sort of thing that fell onto my glasses. There we go, eyelash. Okay, so now we got to do a different number here, right? 4,800 times 21. Hey, Siri, what's 4,800 times 21? 100,000 raw resources are going to be stored in there. Now, why do I do that, everybody? I do that because, again, I can use that extra storage or use that backlog whenever I need it. And you might as well. I mean, if you got the resources, you might as well go to town on it. So we need 21 of these. So I'm going to go ahead and ungroup these. We're going to take this out because we know this is 12. So that means this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, I'm a big fan of doing things in groups of 5s or 10s. So in this, I can do that one in a group of 5. This one's in a group of 5, so that's 10 right there. We'll group that, and then we'll make another one. We'll ungroup it for a second. We'll ungroup this one for a second, and then we can just take this one, holding down Alt, and putting that over there to represent 21 storages. That's a whole lot of storages, everybody. Look at that. Nice. All right. And again, I like to do stuff visually too for all you peeps who aren't really, spreadsheet types of peeps. You're like, Kismet, just show it to me, bro. Just show me what you're doing. And that's what we'll do. And not only will I show you here, but I'm also going to show you when I'm doing all of the actual building. So 100,000 backlog of raw resource now. Very, very awesome. Now we need to get this 480 split into the various resources. Now, the first thing we want to do, of course, since both processes use the iron ingots, is to go into our smelting process here, right? So we're just going to pull this down, and we're going to say, okay, how many smelters do we need? Well, we wrote that down over here, right? So we go look here. We say, okay, we're going to go from this iron ore. We're going to make iron ingots. We take the iron ore, 480 divided by 30. It's going to be 16 of our things. Now, that's going to really take up some room. But right now we have 9, right? So we can take 9, and then we will move it out like this. Actually, we could probably overlap these, make this a little easier to line up. There we go. That would mean it'd be 8 and 8 plus 1 more, which would be 9. So 16, 17 is what I just did. Again, easy math, everybody. Let's go clear off the thing. If you're not sure, you can always, again, do them in groups of 5. So here's 5 here, right? We can group those together. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's another one. There's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 15. And then that would be 16, right? Now, the cool thing about me is I'm a gravity designer, so I do know how to make all these things kind of bend to my will if I want them to. Actually, I'll put that down there. So I can take everything over here, select all, and just kind of slide it over so I can try to make it fit to the page. And if it doesn't fit to the page, that's okay. I'll just shrink it down. Again, holding down that shift to make sure that it does go nicely. Now, again, this is definitely not going to fit in this 8.5, 11. I made it 8.5, 11, so if you guys want to print it out or whatever, you guys can print those out. Okay, so we're going to go in here, and now what is this input? Well, the input is 30, so this is pretty universal when it comes to iron ore. You're going to usually use 30 as an input, so that makes it easy. All we need to do is just illustrate this out, the rest of this out, that we're going to have 16 of these across here, like this, and then we can also change this number to 16. And that will remind us of what all the numbers equal. So this is 16 across here. And again, very easily, just grab this like this, and just slide those over. Line them up a bit until it runs off the edge like this. I'll take this one out. And then I think ahead by keeping this one, so I can just slide that back over there. And then now we've just illustrated that, see? Now, I did a bit of this illustration off stream ahead of time, so it'll go a bit faster, so you wouldn't have to watch me hand illustrate all of the little stuff. I hope you guys appreciate that, because that was a lot of work to kind of set this up for tonight's stream. And again, it's all for you guys. Now, over here, very easy to do over here. Again, we're going to figure out, again, all of the math here. So 480 divided by, over here is 16. Hey, sorry, what's 480 divided by 16? Okay, it came out to 30, right? That's the number that we want. We want it to be 30, right? So we're going to go ahead and take this down here. Take this, and we're just going to set it right here so we kind of know that particular math. So I'm going to go ahead and take it out of here. And again, this is why I redesigned this, so that I can incorporate the math into it so that you guys can understand what the math is all about and how the math works, right? So we just take the raw resources, divide it by the input into the smelters, which is 30. Or how many smelters we have, which is 16, which will then become 30. Or you can do it the opposite way, right? You take 480 divided by 30, and that tells you that you need 16. So we can do the same thing here. 480 divided by 30, and this tells you that you need 16 of them, right? It depends on how you want to do it, right? Either way, it works out to what we want. We really want this number, 16, because that tells us how many factories or how many machines that we need in the factory. All right, same thing up here. Remember, your inputs and outputs, your logistics are going to be the same. Now, again, these are manifolds, so they're all going to be in a row. They're all going to be in a row, and then these are mergers up here. So we're going to grab all these mergers, slide them over like this so they line up like this. And again, I try to make this as modular as possible so I can do it very quickly, and you get the general idea. This is what we're doing right now. And now, of course, we're going to store it again. Now, we already have the store down here, storage down here, so we're going to go ahead and just take this one, maybe just move this out of the way. We might need that later. We'll see. Put that down there just to be used later. And we're going to grab this one here, and we're going to slide this one up. And we're going to call this one not raw storage. We're going to call this one item storage because it's not raw storage. These are actual items that you're making. Items and raw items are very different. Move that over a little bit. We'll tell it to center that. Very nice. Very nice. All right. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to re-add this back up again, everybody. Now, again, if you divide it by 30, it's going to be, 480 is going to be 16, right? So we did the 16, and it's going to put 30 in each one of them, and then it's going to output 30 again. What's going on with my glasses today? Then it's going to output 30 again, and then you merge all 16 of those back together again, and guess what? It's the same number you started with. We can just go ahead and take 30 times the 16. Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 16? Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 16? Right there. See, I already knew the number. I just was going to make her do it. So it's 480. So basically, because it's a one-to-one input and output. So it inputs at 30, outputs at 30. That's a one-to-one. Whatever number's coming in is the same number that's going to go out, right? That's the most important part. All right, so we got that part figured out. Easy, right? That's pretty easy. Again, we're following along nice and easy there. Now's when it gets a little bit more tricky. Because now what we're going to do is we're going to basically do kind of a couple more production lines, just like right here, where we're smelting. But this time we are going to produce, or actually we got them right up here we could use. We are going to use these right here. Now, we're actually going to have 2 layers of this, right? So we want to kind of think about, hey, maybe we want to go ahead and just kind of move this off to the side. And we'll have 1 layer of this, which is going to be our rod or our plates. And then I do our rods. Now, the reason why I'm doing the plates first is because the plates just make plates and then it goes on to the next stage. Where rods become rods and then they go on to the next stage, which is screws. And then they go and they become the reinforced iron plates. So that's why we should do the plates first, just because it's easier to illustrate it when we do it that way. Okay, so now we're bringing 480 of our stuff in here. So we're going to want to do some more of our math here. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. We can take this out now, and we can take this out. And so we'll take our 480 here, and we'll say, all right, we're going to run that up there. So now our 480 is going to get divided again. 480 is going to get divided by the input of our plates right here, right? So what's the input of our plates? Well, we go back and we can look that the input of our plates over here is 30, just like when you're doing the smelters, right? So that's 480 divided by 30, right? No. And the reason why it's not 480 is because we're also taking 120 of those iron rods and we're going to use those, or 120 of those iron ingots and use them for rods. So we don't want to, say that. We want to make sure that we say, oh, wait a minute, we're going to diminish this to 360, right? So 360 divided by 30. And again, we already have the math here. We don't have to figure it out. 360 divided by 30 right there is 12. So we're going to need 12 of these machines over here. And again, up here, we're going to go ahead and put the number 12 here. There we go. And again, we already have the plates because I've already illustrated plates in another one. So that's already there. Very nice. And again, down here also already have our iron ingots and our raw ore and all that stuff. That's all good. Already good. Okay, so now we need 12 of these, right? So again, we're going to move these down just a little bit more so they're kind of evenly stacked. There we go. So I would do these first. So how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's 4. So let's go ahead and take this out. And then we can say, okay, if we double this, that's going to be 10. And then if we take 2 more of these, actually we'll take 3 more. I'll show you a little trick, by the way. If you take 3 more, you can line up the first one over the top of the other ones. Like this. You can line it up over the top of it, and then you already have your offsets for those, so you know that they're perfectly spaced out. And then you just take one of them out, like that. And that leaves you with just one left. And there you go. Now you've got it spaced out evenly like all the other ones. And then we need to get our background thing here and bring that all the way out. And that tells us also we're going to need more splitters down here. So again, we'll grab this, slide that over, easy, easy to illustrate. There we go. So again, these are manifolds. So this is going to bring in 360. It's going to go 30, 30, 30, 30. You get the idea, all the way down. And then it's going to merge back together again to get our total plate output. And again, very easy just to grab these, slide that over until it's going to go here. Now again, our output of each of these is going to be right over here, which is going to be 20, right, on our plates. Now, because we've already done plates before, the 20 is already in there, so it makes it easy. But we need to make sure that we fix the number over here. This is going to be 20 times 12. And we can just go in and actually do this in game, by the way. Just go right here. 20 times 12 is 240. So our output is actually 240. So when that merges back together, it'll be 240 plates. Now, the reason why I'm doing it this way is because the other way is using load balancer. This is a manifold. Manifolds are so much smaller and more compact and so much easier to do in the long run. But it does take longer for your factory to get up to full speed. And that's okay. That's okay to let it just go ahead and get up to full speed over time. But I find manifolds to be the better option most of the time. Now, load balancers are great for power, which we'll talk about another time. But there we go. All right, so we already know. Now, does that match up to what we've put here in our spreadsheet? It sure does. Right over here, let me bring it up a little higher so you can see it. There it is, 240 should be the output of our plates. So that's good. That's very good right there. All right, plate's good. And then we're going to go ahead and also need a second output over here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and move a bit of this stuff over here like this. All right, so we can illustrate this. Again, we have those 21 things there. And then we're going to have a second output. Let's see if we can grab it without grabbing that other thing. There we go. Oh, didn't get the arrow. Let's get that arrow. There we go. And we'll do a second output here. Now, what we want to do is be able to illustrate this in such a way that it's easy for us to understand, right? So one of these is actually not going to go to this section. It's going to go to the next section up here. So what I'm going to do on this first one is I'm actually going to switch which one is which, like this, and then I can take this out and just say that this is going up into there, right? And we can take this out here. So these 360 times 30, which means 12. So these 360 are going to go up here and feed into this. Now on this side, we're going to have the 120, which is going to be 120. So 120 divided by how many we ever need. It's not times. This is actually divide. There we go. 360 divided by 30. That's divide. Sorry, my bad. 360. Let's check it right here. Divided by 30. It's 12. Yes. Okay, cool. That's divide by, not times. Times is later on. Times is when you're merging. You're dividing when you're splitting, right? So divide when you're splitting, timesing when you're merging. Okay, so we're going to take this and we're going to actually run it this way. Now, I got this cool thing where I can just stretch out the arrow, which I know, pretty cool. And I can just say the arrow's going that way, and we can run it around the thing. Or we can just go ahead and do kind of like this, and we're going to say that we're going to run it up across here, like this. And then this is going to run to here and run to there. Now, what I would do, of course, is kind of nudge everything over a little bit, like this. Just kind of nudge that over so that it's not moving the things, but it's making it where that line is not in the way. Also, I would go ahead and take the arrowhead out of this one and just bring that in. Again, showing you guys how to do some illustration as well, some visual illustration. So you know that that actually is going to go from down here, from this storage through here, and end up in this second one. Let's go ahead and also fix these up a little bit here. So we're going to go in and grab this and grab that and grab this and make all those evenly wider. There we go. And do some saving is very useful. So again, 120 divided by 3 is also going to be 12. So if you see up here that I have the leftover from what we did before, the 9, well, since this is exactly the same as the one down here, the actual smarter move is to take all this out and just get rid of that, and then use what you've already modified for the previous one for the next one. Again, just try to reuse, try to reduce the amount of work that you have to redo each time. And you can see that we can just bring that up like that. And we know it's going to be 12 constructors across there. And we know that this is going to be plates. And then this one right here, and I'll go ahead and bring that up over here. Hold on, we got to make sure I'm not showing you anything where I'm going to get in trouble, because some of this stuff I'm working on ahead of time and have some NDAs on that I can get in trouble if I show you. So I don't want to get busted, if you know what I mean. All right, we're doing rods is what we're doing. So we need to find some rods over here. We've got them right here. And we're going to get this over here and put this in here. Always working on stuff, everybody. Always, always. All right, where'd our little rods go? Up there. Come on, rods. Okay. And we'll close that out. Okay, and then we'll bring back up my screen. There we go. All right, now I have a bunch of these icons in my on my machine, so I can just pull them out and show you guys. Did a lot of work on this, everybody. A massive amount of work on this, just so I could do this on stream. Okay, so we're going to make rods up here. We're going to make plates down here. Again, this is all merging together. Oh, actually, there's a step in between here. Actually, there's a step in between that we need to illustrate as well. And we can just bring this up just a bit further. Because we're going to be storing a spot in between. Again, you don't have to make it as elaborate as me, everybody, but I do like to illustrate this stuff out for you guys, because I think it's super fun and it's unique to my stream. I don't see anybody going this above and beyond. I've never seen anybody actually illustrate out. Again, I normally charge like $175 an hour for this. So if you were asking me to do this for you, it would cost you a lot. But I don't do design for people anymore, everybody. I've retired from graphic design. I just do it for myself and do it here on stream. So I've done every different type of design you can do. I am 100% achievement in real life. Okay, so this is going in here, and these are plates right in here. We know plates stack to 200 per stack. And so this is going to be 48 times 200. Hey, Suri, what's 48 times 200? Hey, Suri, what's 90? Hey, Suri, what's 9,600 times 21? These numbers get big, don't they? I get big fast. Okay, so there's our plates. We're going to take this out of here. So basically, this is coming in at 240 into here. And then, of course, it is storing it in there, and then it's going to move on to the next thing here in just a second. So it's going to move its way up here, and we can put one of these back over here so we know that that's illustrating that way. But that's storing a whole lot of those plates right there. Again, if it does stop, if it does the finished resource and it fills up with the finished resource, it's going to backlog. And then we'll have that backlog of plates. We'll have the backlog of raw resources and so on all the way down the line. So there we go. So all of our plates are going to stack right here. Now this actually is going to skip all of this as well. We'll probably go out to the right and run this up to the top production here in a bit because we're getting it kind of a little crowded on the left here. So again, this is not something we're using right now. We can just take that out. Okay, again, very fun to illustrate this stuff out. Okay, so now we want to do our next part, which is our rods. Again, you can do this all ahead of time, or you can do it in game first and then go from there. But we know that we're going to need 12 constructors to make 12 rods. And the input is actually going to be different. So the input's actually going to be 15, right? So 15 of these right here. And you're like, well, Kismet, how can it be half the amount, but the same amount of constructors? And that's because we reduce the amount of the input, right? The input is only 120, where the input of the plates is 360. So it's much higher input, which means that it balances itself out. All right, so 15 in there. There we go. Okay, so 15 going in. And then again, we can take a look at our spreadsheet here and say, okay, our rods are going in at 15 over here, in at 15 here, and then out at 15 there. So 15 in, 15 out. Easy, easy. So we can just say 15 out here, and then I'm just going to copy it just to make it easier and paste it into all of those to make that go so much faster. Again, trying to go real fast for you all, everybody. I think you guys are getting the gist of this now. So there we go. Okay, so we brought in, again, plates coming in at 240. The 240 here is going to get divided up. So again, we're adding this together here, and then on this one over here, we will go ahead and say, let's do it here. Oops, we didn't get our little thing there. Good enough. That this is coming up here, and we'll use it here. I like to use it where the storage is, just makes it easier. That the 240 here is going to get divided by 12, and that's what's going to give us that 12 number here, right? No, it's already up there. Yes. Just like this. This goes down here. Yes. That goes down there. All right, let's send that to the back for a minute. Group it. So we can take this out. We can hide that for a minute. Get this back. Bring it back to the front. Turn that back on. Oh, wrong thing. It scrolled me around over here in the layers. There it is. All right, so this is going to come in here, and we're going to nudge this over a little bit. And we're going to maneuver this a little bit like this, and then this goes here. So basically, we're going to take the 120 from down below, right here. 120 divided by 12, divided by 15. Sorry, my bad. Divided by 15 is going to be 12. We already know that, but we can go in and do the math if we want. 120 divided by 15. Actually, 8. How do we get 12 then? All right. Oh, well, actually, no, it did say the right number. Again, see, we double checked it. Nice. Nice, nice. So that actually is going to be 8. So we only need 8 of these. So glad we double checked it. Now we know our numbers are correct. So we only need 8 of our constructors. Cool. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8 right there. So we just take all the rest of these out. And we good. Take that out. Take this and this. Grab all 3 of these. I'll shrink that down. So, all right. So again, we caught a math mistake while we were doing it as well. Very good. This actually is not going to go this way. It's going to go this way. Actually, we'll move. Let's move this to this side. It's okay to switch sides and do all of that stuff like that. And then we'll I'm also thinking of the aesthetics of what we're doing too, everybody, not just the actual numbers. That we'll go ahead, run this out this way here, and we'll do all that math for that one later. So this one's coming up to here, and it's ending up here. There we go. So it's bringing the 120 divided by 3, which is not 12. It's actually divided by 15 down here, 15. And this is actually 8. So we didn't finish the rest of that math there. See, that's my bad. See, I should have done that math. 120 divided by 15 is 8. And then again up here. And I put it up here because it's kind of far from down here. So I'll put it again up there. Most of the time, I don't like to use redundant numbers if I don't have to. If it already says it once, that's usually more than enough when you're illustrating stuff. But here we go. We're up here, and then again, 15 times 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very nice. And that's going to go through there. Again, this is 8 rods that we're producing, 15 on the output. And so this is 15, because we're merging it now. 15 times 8. Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 8? Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 8? And what do you know? 120. Now, why would it be 120? We started with 120. Why would it end up being 120 again? That's because it's 15 in, 15 out. It's equal numbers, 1 to 1, right? So whatever you have going in is whatever's going to come out, right? Again, you'll see a lot of that in this game, where it'll equal the inputs and the outputs. I didn't mean to get this. Just moving this over a little bit. There we go. Okay, so now we're back to 120. So what do we got? We got 240 plates going out, right? And we have 120 rods going out, right? So very, very nice over here. And then we're going to need some more storage, and this is definitely going to need to be smaller. Now, the great thing is, everybody, is I'll put this in super high quality so that you can zoom in on it and all of that. And you can also print it out and so on. You'll be able to do all of those cool things later on. All right, and then we'll slide this up some more. And we'll get ourselves another storage, because, again, we're going to put this in between. We're almost there, everybody. Just a couple more steps here. All right. Now, this one is going to come in. And actually, I don't remember what rods stack to. Let's go see. Let's go see what rods stack to. So, rod, I would think at 200. Rod. Actually, it's supposed to say rod. Some of them are called with an S, and some of them are not. So in this case, I think it's actually called rods. Let's go see our rods here. Now, we got more rods hanging out over this way. Or this way. Up here. So we can go check. Yeah, there's our screws there. And then over here, we can see we've got lots of rods, and rods stacked to 200. All right, awesome. Which is also what plates stack to. So it stacks to 200. It's 8 times 6. It's the same exact math that we already did. We don't have to do any more of that particular math. So it's 201,000 rods that we'll have backlogged there. Then again, the output of this is actually going to be 120. So we want to go ahead and just illustrate that this is going to be 120. And that we'll want to take 120, and we'll want to divide this by our assemblers, right? So our assemblers here that we have, I'll go back out this way. We'll get back over here. Yeah, look at my cool factory coming along. So we want to divide it by our inputs over here, but we're going to actually need to do screws first. So again, we have another step of the screws. So 10 iron rods are going to come in, and 40 screws are going to come out, right? So we've got to do that process first before we go ahead and do the next process, which is to take the plates and the screws and merge them together. So actually, probably a better idea actually to swap this back. Actually, now that I think about it, let's do this. And we'll go ahead and swap this back to being on this side. And then we'll grab one of these, which is dividing. Over here, actually, we can grab this whole row. All right, like this. Slide that up there for a whole nother process as well. Very nice. And then we will just put an arrow here for this illustrating to go up to the next one. Again, I hope you guys are digging this way above and beyond. I could have just already built this, everybody. I could have built it 10 times over by now. But again, this is something that's unique to my stream that I actually illustrated out so you get a good idea. And if you break it down like this in your head, it really does help a lot when you're saying, okay, this is my manifold, my logistics manifold on the way in. This is the amount of machines that I need. This is the manifold on the way out, or my load balancer on the way out, if you want to do it that way. This is my storage. This is my logistics manifold again, right? My input manifold, my factory. Again, if you do that with every single process, it becomes really understandable. And it's just different tiers of the same thing. Really, you're just repeating that same thing over and over again to try to get that end result. Now, this one right here is going to go up into this storage, right? So it's going to store those rods. And then those rods are going to be taken and put up here like this. I'm going to aim this. All my little arrows got messed up there. What happened to my little arrows? My little arrows. Oh, these ones over here. Those ones got messed up. This one to hide for a second. Get this. And I have to go back and find it over here. A lot of them suckers. Right there. Good time to save too. When you do this much stuff, everybody, you definitely want to do a lot of saving. Okay, so this 120 is going to go here. And that 120 is going to end up running into here as well. And I guess we could just put this right up here just because it's so getting so complex now. So a little easier to understand. And again, this one right here is telling us how many we have, but we could also just as easily done the same thing and gone in and said, okay, this is 120 going in, right? You can also do it like this. This is just telling you how many machines. Now, I also could put this up here in this one. I'm always trying to optimize what I'm doing with each and everything. So this could be, 240 down here and whatnot. But in this case, this one's actually already illustrating. Actually, it's 360 in there. 360 going to the next one. But you get the idea. Okay, so many different ways to illustrate the same thing. Okay, so now we're going up here. These are all going to be screws. And we're going to take the 120 screws divided by 15. That's going to be 8 machines. 8 machines is going to go out. It's going to output 40 each. So this is going to be 40 out on all of these. So that's going to be exponentially a lot more, which is what you want with screws, because you want a lot of screws, everybody. You really want a lot. Now, we might have a problem here, though, because if we take 40 and we times it times 8, I'm going to zoom in so you guys can see that. We take 40 and we times it times 8, and again, we'll just do it in game right here. 40 times 8 is going to be 320. Now, again, it could have been where I had so many screws running that, oh my gosh, it's too much. It exceeds my current max belt speed, right? Then what you could do is you could just have one half of it going to one belt and the other half going to another belt, and then you feed it into the machines individually, meaning you would split them up. Instead of having them all in one manifold, you'd create 2 separate manifolds and feed in one side and the other side, and then the manifolds would run them in. But in this case, it's 320, which is perfect because we have 480 belts. So that'll work out just fine. So basically 40 merging across here, across all 8 of these, should equal 320. So let's go look at our math over here and say, okay, did we do all of our math correct? Let's see. So we're going to do screws is 120 screws going in, or 120 input. Oh, maybe not. It's our input, 120. Divided by 15. Oh, no, it's 10. Ah, math error. Oh, that's why it was 12. Oh, okay. Yes, because this is here. Oh, no, it's up here. No, it's up here. Okay, cool. I haven't done it yet. This is correct down here. These are rods. Those are rods, and then we're going to take this out. And I'm going to cover my screen again, because I get in trouble over here. I get in trouble. We need some screws. Screws. Where's my little icon for screws? Hmm. I'll find it. Gotta find it. It's hiding. It's hiding from me. All right. Buttons are hard. All right. Then screws over here. And we got to figure out the size of the screws. There. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now, by the way, the computer also has a calculator too. You could be using that. All right. We just need to illustrate this so we don't get confused as to what we're doing here. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now we're over here. So we're going to bring the 120 in from down below. Right. Oh no, I did this wrong. Oop, I messed this up. Nope. This is my rods. Almost screwed that up. Let's fix that. It's very easy to trip yourself up when you're doing these kind of things. This is 15 in, 15 out. And then this is 15 times 8. Hey, Siri, what's 15 times 8? This is our 120 here. There we go. Okay, and then again, we're going to take that 120 right up to here. And we can go ahead and do this again from down here. Bring this up. Right up there, like so. 120 divided by 10 now. So this is going to go in at 10. That's going to make us have a lot more of these. Get in there. Always trying to trip me up. Come on. Come on, don't have time for this. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. I hit some sort of button and now I can't see everything. Oh, there we go. I accidentally hit it all. There we go. I hit the button and some random button I hit and it hit all the stuff. All right. Shave before we do that again. Okay, so yeah, we're coming up here. 120 divided by 10. That's easy. Why is it not? It's hiding the edges too. Oh man. Show all. There's one. Yeah. It's doing something very weird where I can't see the selection. There's something like over the top of it. Yes. Some sort of weird thing over the top of it, making it where I can't click. All right, whatever. I don't make the programs, everybody. I just use them. Okay, so we're doing the math down here. Okay, so this is going to be 120 divided by 10, which we know it's going to be 12. Okay, now we got to get 12 of these across here, and we know that this is going to be 12, same number of these. And we know this is going to come up, and it's going to go that way. grab this, move this up just a little bit more. Let's let it hang off the top a little bit. All right, 12 of these. Now, it just so happens that we already had 12 of them down here. So we can utilize these 12 down here, or we can just go ahead and stretch these back out again and just redo what we did before. Line those up. And I'm going to hide that again. Let's see. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 4 more of those. Yes. Why does that not line up to those 12? Yep. Not mathing right here. This is 5. Oh. Oh, that's not right. Whoa, okay. See, that's 5. This is 10. Oh, found an error down here, too. Hey, this is how you troubleshoot yourself. It's pretty fun. And I'm trying to rush. And, you rush, you start making mistakes. It's okay. Make a mistake. You just keep doing your thing. All right, that's good. Now that we fixed that down there, illustration-wise. Doesn't matter. Really, all you need is the numbers, everybody. If you need a visual as well, that's why I'm doing this. But as long as we got it all figured out in the long run. Again, we could do it all via the spreadsheet if we wanted to. Did not grab it all. And we need 4 of these. And that last one's not coming through because it's grouped. There we go. All right, let's count this again. 1, 2, 3. Just do that in the wrong side. I sure did. Did it to the wrong thing. There we go. Undo. Undo that stuff. There we go. Do it up here. And when you're fast at something, everybody, it just means you can make mistakes faster and correct them faster. At least that's what I look at. There was a time I was even better at this, but sleep apnea sucks. That's all I got to say. All right, there we go. And again, keep accidentally messing with my rods here when I really just want to do the screws. Okay, so there we go. We illustrated that out. Looks good. Okay, so 12 coming in, 120 divided by 10, 12. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Very nice. Okay, we fixed that illustration. Save that. Okay, so now this is the one that's going to go 40 out. And again, if this helps you, if it's easier for you to figure this stuff out, if you want to do it visually like I'm doing it right here. And again, you might trip up, you might make a mistake, you might do the wrong thing at the wrong time. That's okay. Give yourself the freedom to make mistakes, everybody. Everybody makes them, no matter how much they pretend how perfect they are. Every human being is flawed. Every single one. This is how we learn, everybody, is we learn through our flaws. That's okay. It's okay to learn that way. All right, 40 times 12. Hey, Siri, what's 40 times 12? Oh, 380. Is that what we should end up with? Let's go look at our spreadsheet, which is doing all the numbers for us. Yep. Okay, we're working our way there. All right, so 480 is the actual output there. Very nice. And now we are going to, of course, store that up here. So we're going to say screws. And how big do screws stack? Let's go see. This is all really fun stuff to figure out, everybody. How much does it stack? How much how does it split? What's the ratios of stuff? That's why I love this game, because it is really, really deep, everybody. You can go as deep into the game as you want, or you can just ignore all of this and not do any of it at all. It's up to you. It's what you want to do. How deep do you want to get into it? Me, I like to go deep. I like all of this stuff. I find it incredibly fun. All right, looks like we're using up all of our screws here. Oh, no, we're not. Okay, so it stacks up to 500, which I knew that, but, we double check it. All right, so this is 500, and it's going to be 48 times 500. Hey, Siri, what's 48 times 500? Hey Siri, what's 24,000 times 12? Oh, not right. Hey Siri, what's 24,000 times 21? Big number. 504,000 screws going to be saved in there. That's a lot of screws, everybody. All right, so we're going 480 coming up into the next part of the process. Now, we're in the final stages here, everybody. I appreciate you hanging in there. If this is not your thing, don't worry. I'm going to go and actually build this here in a moment as well. Again, you will find no one going to this extreme to make it easy for you guys to understand. Again, if you do get stuck in the game, this is a great way to visualize stuff. So that you can get to those higher stages and you can see how it progresses through the different stages. Now, I cut each stage with a storage stage. You don't have to. You can actually skip the storage and just have it directly go into the next stage. But I like to have backlog of each of those resources, especially when I'm building it. When I'm building it, it'll start backlogging, and then I'll convert the next stage, and that stage will start making a little bit, and you'll have a little bit extra each and every time as you're working. And you'll see me do it live here on stream here in just a bit. Okay, so now we got that done. We have our 2 resources that we need, right? We need our screws and we need our rods. You know what another thing we could do? We could go in and we could also say that this is a storage of our rods here. This is rods here, and that'll really help a lot. Right in here. Let's zoom in so you guys can see. This is going to be rods. This storage is going to be screws. There we go. Illustrating where our storages are as well. See, I was trying to improve on everything that I do. Make it more easily understood. This is going to be this. Right there. And then this is going to be this right here. Yeah, just throw it in there. Gives a little extra visual of what actually is being stored there. All right, then we know that's there. We know that this is what's being stored here. We know that plates are being stored here. I mean, how can you tell the whole story of what's going on just by pictures, right? Kind of like Pictionary, right? That's what graphic design is. It's basically combining symbols. You're combining different symbols together to create an image or a layout or a cereal box or whatever it is you're trying to do. You're trying to make it where when someone looks at it, they know exactly what it's all about, right? Don't make it a mystery. People don't want it to be a mystery, everybody. They want it to be, okay, I know what this is. This is hot sauce. All right, how hot is this hot sauce? Right? That's what I want to know, right? That's what you want to know about the spicy meatball right there. How hot is the hot sauce? All right, so now we're going to go ahead and move on to our next stage. And I'm just going to go ahead and grab all of this because, we're just going to do this whole thing one more time here at the top. Let's go. And again, we'll pull this out of here. We'll get that out of the way. We'll deal with that later on. Okay, so we have one more stage that we need to do, and that is our assembly. You might notice that I have a bunch of little icons over here. Spent a lot of time getting these icons together for you guys as well, so I can just go ahead and pull myself a little assembler over here like this. And going in here, and I can make it the same size as this one because I'm that guy who has to have everything unified. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we got our assemblers. Now, obviously, the assemblers is going to be bigger than the constructor. Remember, these are just visual representations of the thing, so it makes it easier on everybody. Now, I actually hand illustrated that other one, by the way. I hand illustrated what all of the things look from the top down, which I find also is great if you're used to flow charts and stuff. But if you just want to see the different processes, the different sections, and understand how the sections work, this is a much better way of doing it than that other way. All right, we'll pull this out of here. Now, this part here is actually going to be our reinforced iron plates. And again, we'll go and we'll grab those from over here. Right here. Oh, hopefully I've got those at the ready. I do. Look at me go. Look at me go. Okay, and then we can pull this back up. It's very, very large right now. Let's make it 1 just to make it smaller. There we go. Then we'll grab this one, we'll grab its size, and we'll make this one the same size as that one, just like that. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to input here. Now, we're going to do 2 inputs and 2 outputs, so we're going to definitely need to shrink this down again. Now, another thing that we can do to illustrate this is we can say, you know what, this is going to be a whole nother big part of the process, so we're going to go ahead and move this over here to the side. Now, the reason why you want to move it over to the side is so you can illustrate multiple inputs at the same time. Because what's going to happen right over here is we're going to take these plates, which are right here, and we're going to run those out as an output, and those are going to end up in this process here, right? And it's actually going to have 2 rows of logistics, right? This one, it starts getting a bit more complex, because this row is going to be our plates, which we'll illustrate here. So I gotta find out where that plate went. There we go. So these are going to be our plates, and we'll just put that right there. And then the next one is going to be our screws, right? So we're going to put this right here. So we have a double input going on here, right? A double input, and I'll zoom in on that so you guys can see it. So we have our plates and our screws going in, and those are going to merge into these machines, but they're going to merge in at different speeds, right? And we'll just grab these and put it over here. Now, how many of these are we going to make? Now, we already did the spreadsheet, and again, we can just do it right over here. It makes it easier. Oop, what did I do? I typed something and screwed up all the values. What did I do? Oh, I'm not, no, up here. Those were the other ones I was working on. Okay, so over here, we know that we need a total of 8 of the things, and the total output is going to be 40. So we want to make sure that when we're illustrating it, that those numbers come out correct, right? And so again, we have our 240 plates coming in, and sorry, our 240 plates and 480 screws. So let's go look and see if that's what we wrote. 480 screws, and then down here, way down here, wherever it is, right there, 240 screws going out. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and actually take this out and illustrate this like this as 240 plates coming out of there. There we go, very easy. And that's going to end up going way over here, like so. And we'll zoom out a little bit, and just to illustrate this across. And this is a better use of paper because, or layout, because it is using the entire width of the paper. We're going more wide than tall because the paper is wider than it is tall. This is an 8.5/11 turned sideways. I always use 8.5/11 as a base standard because that's usually the type of paper everybody's got. And we're going to go ahead and run this over here, and we're actually going to take the arrowhead itself out so we can match up those 2 corners, and they'll look like they're one. It lets me. And we'll try to snap that in a little nicer. There we go. And then we know that this is going up here. And then again, this is going to come in at that plate rate right here, which is 240. So we're going to say 240 right here. 240. And then the rate at which it's going to come into the reinforced iron plates, oops, right here, is 30, and then the screws are going to come in at 60. So we know that this number is 30, so 240, 30. And then we need to know how many machines. And then over here, this one's going to be 60. 60 is the input. So here, this is 60. Oop, we didn't, what happened? 480, there we go. And we know the input of this is 480 divided by 60, right? And so what is that? Well, again, that's what's so great about a spreadsheet, is that it will do all those numbers for you. So basically, it's going to tell me what the actual amount, what the end result is. Now, I just happen to know that both numbers equals 8. I know it's gonna blow your mind how that works out. And again, they spent a lot of time figuring this out, everybody. They really did. So let's just try it in game. So 480 divided by 60. You can see it's 8, right? And then the other one is 240 divided by 30. 40 divided by 30. Now, how do we know just by looking at it that that is going to be the same number? It's actually really easy because they're actual double of each other, right? Each of those numbers are double or half, depending on the way you look at it. If we double 240, that's 480. If we double 30, that's 60. So if we cut both of those numbers in half, they're going to equal the same in number, right? So if we take 480 and divide it by 60, it's going to be 8. If you take half of 480 and half of 60 and divide that by 240 divided by 30, that's also going to be 8. I know, it's kind of a wild thing that math doing math, everybody. I actually love those moments when you find the magic number. And that's what I'm showing you right here. I'm showing you all my gamer secrets, everybody. I'm showing you how to find the magic number. And once you do this, bam, you win this game. You know all the magic. You know how to go in and make all this stuff work, which is pretty awesome, I think. Again, the second this clicked in for me, everybody, it was like a night and day difference. It's really much easier to understand, for sure. Okay, and so we got to get all of these babies in here. There's going to be a whole bunch of these across here. And again, we can illustrate this smaller if we wanted to, but we're just going to illustrate it all the way out. And that's 30, and this is 30. And this is 60. Actually, we probably don't even need to go out that many. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, we don't need to illustrate the rest of these because, oh, you little. We don't need to illustrate the rest of these because we're not going to use them. So we can just go ahead and take all of that out of there. There we go. So that should be 8. Let's count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now I'll take all of these because this is going to be the same all the way across. These are all going to be 8, right? You have 8 coming in, 8 going out. Now, the output is only going to output one thing, but it's going to have 2 inputs and 1 output. And again, that's what I'm illustrating here as well to make it easy for you to understand and how that is going to work. And so there we go. And these look like they need to be nudged a little bit to be a little bit more center. It doesn't have to be perfect, everybody. Remember, I'm doing this totally for free for all of you. Okay, so now we need to know the output of our plates. And this was so nice about writing all this stuff down, everybody, and you have a reference. You can always go back and you're like, oh, yeah, well, I already did plates, so I know that plates outputted 20. So when I go to this one, I already know that that's the same as the other one before. So in this case, this outputs at 5 per machine. So we're going to say 5 here. And again, just illustrate this out for you guys. You get them right at the end, everybody. You're hanging in there. I appreciate you. If this is not your cup of tea, don't worry. I'm going to actually go and do it here in a minute. And I'm just going to do this process because this is the process that if you learn how to do this one, you basically learn the rest of the game. All the other stuff, it just gets more layers, but this is the gist of it. This is the gist of the entire game. This is how you win the game. I'm giving you the key to the game, everybody. I'm giving you the magic numbers. I'm showing you how to do all of that advanced stuff all right now. It's pretty awesome, as a matter of fact. All right, so 5 times the number of machines that we have, which is 8. Hey, Suri, what's 5 times 8? Again, she ain't got nothing better to do, and I'm paying to have her sit right there, everybody. So the output number should be 40. Again, let's check the spreadsheet. Our number, 40. Roll up there. There you go. It's 40. All right. So we got all of our numbers correct. We got our numbers of machines, and we got all of our stuff in there, and we illustrated that all out. We want to make sure we change this to an 8 so we know that is actually 8 of those. And so 8 machines producing our reinforced iron plates. And then we're here at the end where we can take this part out and we can say, okay, now we know what's up. We're going to have 40 reinforced iron plates coming out every minute. And I don't type the whole thing out every time, everybody. You know, there's a certain threshold in which I stop typing out blah, 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 blah. I stop doing it. It's not unnecessary. Start to truncate those names, save yourself some time. If you know what it means, that's the important thing. All right, we'll just go ahead and widen this out because this is going to get a very big number here in a minute. Okay, now, how much does reinforced iron plate stack, right? if we want to know how much is going to stack in the thing here. Now, one way I can find, I'm just going to run up here to the top because I feel like it. One way I can find is I can look in my inventory, right? I can also look in the dimensional depot, right? And you can see there's none in there because I don't have any process going for reinforced iron plates right now. So we need to go over here and just take a little side trip. Whee! If you notice, I do a lot of sliding, by the way. That's shift and then C. And that's because it makes your character go faster. And when you jump, we're using your jetpack. It is a really old school and still works to this day awesomely. Reinforced iron plates right here. All right, they stack to 100. All right, so now we know. Now, it just so happens that earlier, in all of this stuff that we were doing, we already have all the math for 100, right? Right down here. Ba 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 ba. You know what? Why reinvent the wheel when we already have all the math down here that we can just go ahead and say, you know what? We're just going to move it right up here. And then we're just going to change this part. And again, you'll see this throughout the entire game. Things that are very similar to each other that you can just use over and over again. So I don't have to redo all that math and do all that stuff. We already know it's right from over there because it stacks to 100. Also, it gives us a reference of that it stacks to 100. Now we know how much we can get backlogged and then how much will backlog over time. And there we go, everybody. We illustrated the entire thing live here on stream. You're welcome. You're welcome. And again, we're going to put this right over here just to kind of give us a little bit of a header to this. And then we're going to say this right here. We'll make it bigger like this. And we're going to take this out like this. Reinforced iron plates. Hopefully I spelled that right. Let's check it. I'm getting old, everybody. My ability to spell is not good anymore. Let's check it. Reinforced. Hey, look, I spelled it right. Look at me go. Look at me go. I try to illustrate correctly when I'm doing it for you guys. Yeah, there's some typos in there. Remember, I did it for free. Keep that in mind. All right, reinforced iron plates. We'll also fix this thing here in the background. You can't see it because it's on a white background. But there we go. All right, we don't need any of this, do we? Oh, yeah, we want to put our reinforced iron plates into the dimensional depot. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and put this here. Oh, we forgot to illustrate our other input, too. Our screws here. So we'll need to move this up. We want to put our depot in there anyway. And then we'll take this, and we'll do this. And we'll say that this one's going to come out of here, which is our screws. And we'll just flip this around the other way, though I could change the arrowhead direction. And we'll just say that we're going to slide it right down there to illustrate that that is going right here. And we probably want to bring it down since there's that kind of header there. And we'll bring that over. Try to get that to match up a little nicer. Yeah. Bah. I don't like it when it doesn't snap properly. This is an Illustrator. This is Affinity Designer, by the way. Illustrator would snap those together. It's irritating because you can just grab the point in the corner and then do it like that. I wonder if I could do it with this. And now I'll just nudge it over and you'll never know. There we go. Well, you guys will know because you saw me do it, but nobody else will know. All right, and then we'll just tell it that's going from there out to there, and then, oh, we should put the output. This is outputting as like this, and then our output number is 480. Need the right thing. There we go. Our output number is 480. So we're outputting 480 right down to here, bam, and then we're outputting 240 right over here. Bam. All right, very nice. Inputting at 30, inputting at 60. 8 different assemblers. Those 8 assemblers are going to do 5 each. Those 5 each are going to be 40. 40 is going to go up here. It's going to stack to 100 per stack. It's going to stack into 48 stacks times 21 boxes. It's going to make 100,000, 100,800 reinforced iron plates can be backlogged and stored. And then we have our depot storage here. So we're going to go ahead and just tag that in right here at the top. That this is going to go into the depot storage at 15 per minute. And what is our maximum depot storage of our reinforced iron plates right now? So we just search for it, type it right. There we go. 200 is the maximum. So we know that it can store up to 200. And right now we only have 1 input going in. So again, for these, I only do 1. For plates and for plates and concrete, I do 5. Because you're going to need a lot more of that than you are of these reinforced iron plates, that's for sure. You're going to need a massive amount of those. All right, same thing with this. We'll line this up and then kind of nudge this kind of nicer there. Nudge it over just a little bit. Okay, and again, we can always come back and update this and say, hey, we're doing this faster now. And there we go. All right, so that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and remove any excess items down there. And then we're going to make this so this is full page all the way across. Not too close. You want to have a little bit of margin whenever you're doing this kind of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit of margin there. And then just to kind of make it pop, boom, I'll put the yellow behind it because it will make it really easier to visualize whenever you're looking at a chart. We just did that, everybody. We did that from scratch. We just did that. We made it happen. Made it happen, Captain. All right. And then we'll go ahead and put this back around here. And we'll say reinforced iron plates production. Right there. And again, I will make this available to all my patrons as well. Now, if you dig that, everybody, put a 1 in the chat. Now we're going to do it in-game as well. And I did promise that I would do another one of those for you, and I have done it even more improved than the way I did it before. And I'm a man that keeps my promises. If I say I'm going to do something, I will try my best to get it done. All right, let's go ahead and build this factory now. Let's go. Let's go do the real deal. Well, now you guys have an understanding of what I'm building over here, and it doesn't just look like little boxes that I'm building over here. You guys are like, oh, okay, I get it now, Kismet. You're building that, and then you're going to put your storage in there, and then you're going to put your screws. You're going to put all the things in there. That's right. That's what we're going to do right now. All right, second I find out where the heck that factory was, right here. All right, so while we've been busy doing all of that, by the way, it's over here just cranking these things out. It's got a lot of iron ignits. It's backlogged. Again, always keep that factory running while you're busy doing other things. So now we have all of our numbers. We have the number of machines that we need. We have all of that stuff figured out. Wasn't too hard. We could have just done it in a spreadsheet and we would have been done. But again, if you're more of a visual person, you can also do it the visual way, or you don't have to do it at all, by the way. You can just willy-nilly it and see how it goes. So we already took care of the first part, by the way. Taking the iron ignits here, we already did that part where it's outputting 480 iron ignits. Now what we're going to do is work on the plates and the rods. So the first one we're going to do is the plates. We need 12 of our constructors, right? So we're going to go ahead and get our constructors. We're going to think about our inputs and outputs too. So this is an input on this side, and the output of the storage is on the other side. So I want the input of my constructors to be on that side. So we're going to go ahead and take our constructors here. Again, looking for where the inputs and outputs are. Where are you? Let's see. I think this is the input. All right, so we want this facing away from me. The little white arrow. And then I hit H. And then I'm going to nudge this over until it lines up nicely, like so. And constructors in. Okay, now the question is, how many constructors are in this particular blueprint? By the way, I usually write it in there. So if you are using my blueprints, you can go in there and typically look at the blueprint itself. And it will actually tell you if you go edit, Did I not put it in there? Oh, it's right there. It's in the name. 10 constructors. D. Confirm. Cancel those changes. All right. So this is 10 constructors. How many constructors do we need? That's a good question. Let's go look at our illustration over here, or we can just look in here. We need 12. So it's like 2 extra we need, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put 10 more down. Why? Because I can. That's why. Why not? I mean, if you got the resources, throw it down there. Again, it'll help you for when you expand later. You're building in a little bit of expansion in as well, but if you're hurting for resources, a lot more difficult. Like in this case, we actually need the resource that we're making right at this moment, which I always find funny, everybody. And they got the game set up that way, that you have to make the thing before you make the thing, if you know what I mean, which I really like. I like that part of it, that you have to make a bunch of reinforced iron plates. Now, we already made some from before, so I'm just going to run over here and grab them. But we definitely could have been running these in the dimensional depot this whole time, too. But I'm just going to grab some from over here. That's why I keep a little bit extra. That's left over from the original factory, by the way. From the original factory that I had before I started using blueprinting and before I started modularly stacking all of these. I deconstructed all of that, and I'm using those resources to remake the resources that I had from before, but on another whole entire scale, on a higher scale as well. So let's get back up here, and we'll get our next group. And again, using my jetpack to get around. Can't wait to get to the next stage so I don't have to use this jetpack anymore. I typically abandon the jetpack in the next stage, which I'll show you. We'll get this done first. We got to get these reinforced iron plates back online. All right, there we go. So that's actually 20. So if we go into our spreadsheet, we can say, hey, we actually made 20 of these. But my calculation is so smart, it actually figures it out based on which one is the smaller number, right? Is the amount that I need the smaller number, or is the amount that I made the smaller number? So say I make only 10, it would actually calculate it by 10. But if it was 20, like in this case, and the actual amount that I need is 12, it'll actually calculate it by that. Because it can't be more than the max number of resources that I'm producing, right? The max input of that particular thing. So the max input of that particular thing there is only going to let you do so much. And you're like, Kismet, how can I see this spreadsheet? Well, guess what, everybody? I just so happens that I have made that spreadsheet available to all of you. So you can go ahead and click that link right there. You can go up there, check out the Overseer spreadsheet. This one right here is called Satisfactory Resource Extraction. And I'm eventually going to call it Factories. So I have one that's Factories here where I tinkered with it. But I'm going to make it all into one, which has both the resource extraction and the factories as well, just to make it more understandable and easier to follow. All right, so plates, there we go. We've got the plates going on. And again, we're going to need 12, but we made 20 instead, which is going to give us 240 out in there. Now, again, because I've already made the blueprints, I've already done this part, everybody. I've already done the part where just by 2 clicks, I did this part. I did all of this, right? All the splitters, all of the machines, all of the outputters, all the splitters, all the machines, all the outputters, all of the storages, right? This is what blueprints do. They do huge sections of the part of the process. That's why you make your blueprints, and you make them so they're universal, so you can use them again and again and again. And it just saves you so much time. Blueprinting, one of my favorite features added to the game for sure. All right, these are outputs on this side. Let's go ahead and get our inputs going over here. We might want to just grab ourselves a little place to land. There we go. Okay. So we've got our output here, and we've got our inputs here again. So again, this is a great thing to do in 1.1, everybody. Just simply go like this. Just line up the bottom one, and then the second one. See if I can do it today. Sometimes my clicking gets a little crazy. There we go. Easy. Now we got that up there. And you're like, well, Kismet, you skipped one. Watch this as we do vertical splitters, everybody. Really super cool. I love the vertical splitters. I think they did a brilliant job on those. Probably should put a foundation down first. Doesn't matter where I put it. As long as I can stand on it. There we go. Makes it easier to visualize what I'm doing here. Try to line these up nicely. There we go. And just take this out. Okay, so now it's going to distribute it both there and there into both factories at the same time. Now, once we got that squared away, what we're going to do is go down to this bottom factory down here. We're going to say, hey, we want to chain this power from down here, and we want to chain it up to this factory. Again, all of these factories are chained in a row so that if I turn off the main power, it'll turn all of it off. Why would you want to do that? Well, it makes it easier to manage. You don't have to go to each individual machine to turn it off. That would take a very long time. Or you don't have to have parts of it off and parts of it on. Normally, you just want to flip the whole thing off if you run out of power. And then once you have your power fixed, then you want to turn the whole thing back on again. Those are priority power switches, and we'll get to those. But for right now, we just want it cranking out what it's supposed to be doing over here, cranking out what we want it to do. Now, right now, this is cranking out rods, everybody. Do we want it to crank out rods, or do we want it to crank out plates? Well, actually, we want to crank out some plates. So we're going to have a bit of a problem. We're going to have to solve that problem later. But we're just going to copy this one, and then we're going to go to the next one. And I like to open it up and then paste it, so I know that it actually did take hold. Sometimes it doesn't take hold. You come back, you realize you've been making a whole bunch of the wrong thing. Also, another good way of doing this is to make it where it's blank. You don't actually tell it what to be. Just so happens that this particular resource is also one that it can make. And I'll show you how to fix this if you did make a bunch of the wrong thing. We can come back, we can fix that. Okay, so we got that on that one. And then we can just go up to this one. I love this big sliding door. It makes my job so much easier. And that one's going to be plate. And then, of course, we can do this kind of switching back and forth thing. I don't know. I kind of do both of them just to, you know, add a little variety to what you're doing. Right there. Right there. And right here. And right there. All right. Now, normally what I would do is I'd look and see that the plates are coming out, but we can see that it has made a bunch of rods accidentally, right? Because it was all set to rods, because I had set those particular ones to rods originally. But what we want to do is go ahead, add in some more storage. So we'll go over here, and we'll try to find a storage level. We'll grab that one. And I like to kind of color the foundations by whatever that level is. Orange for resources and blue for... oh, that is way too high. What am I doing there? Way too high on that one. And blue for storage. Orange for factory. There we go. Too high on that one. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and put down, you guessed it, some more storage. We need to see where the outputs are on this. I believe it's on this side. It is. So we want the input of the storage to be on this side. So, blueprint, storage. Oh, what are we missing? Steel pipes. We certainly shouldn't be a problem with those. Those should be running in the dimensional depot. But the problem is steel pipes. If I go look at steel pipes, it can only hold 400 right now. But here's a great little trick. If I just pull that out of there, what it's going to do is start to run that back. You can see it already going in there. In the dimensional depot right over there. Because it's right up at the top here. It's feeding those, or top of this one. It's feeding those in the dimensional depot. So when the depot is full, it won't put any more in. But if I pull it out, it'll say, oh, wait, I got to run more into the dimensional depot, and it'll automatically do it. And so I don't have to run over there and get the resources. I could just pull them out of the depot and let it fill some more in until I have enough to do what I need to do. So in here in just a moment, it's at 411. Now, of course, we need to up the speed at which it goes in and whatnot. Also, by the way, I made some notes on the side of the spreadsheet here for those who always ask these same questions. Like how to do my special snapping of the foundations around your extractors. If you want to do it perfect like I do it, everybody else does it crappy. I'm sorry, it's the truth. Kismet always tells you the truth. My way is the best. It took me a long time to develop that and figure that out, but it is perfect. It perfectly aligns to your miner. And then also you do 4 snaps out for the miner, 5 snaps for the oil extractor, and pressurizer is 8 snaps out with your beam. So you just go put your beam out, you put your foundation down, and it will perfectly align everything every time. And you can also snap blueprints and all that stuff. Also, I list the belt speeds in here. Also, the various nodes, impure nodes, what their base node speed is, 30, 60, 120. How many summer sloops in the game, how many Mercer spheres, and there you go. How much Ignis versus raw ore? Oh, that was a question for myself earlier. But there you go. And then if you want to know what raw S means, that means raw storages. How many storages am I using for those raw resources and whatnot? And actually, this one is actually 21. This one is 21 storages. There we go. Because it's a MK4. And it's also a Mark II blueprint. Alrighty. So there you go. And again, I'm always updating this and modifying it. Trying to make it more understandable and easier to use. Because again, you can just take it, highlight it, copy it, paste it, put it in your own spreadsheet, and do it. You can't modify mine, but you can go in and make your own, or use my modified one. Again, I've already done all the math stuff. I did some advanced math in here too, but I got if statements in there going off. Oh, I don't know if you can see it there. I got if statements. If this is this, and if this is that, and I can explain to you what all those if statements are, but do you really care? Probably not. Again, let me zoom in. Some of you know what it is. Again, a little bit of algebra there, everybody. Didn't think you were ever going to use it. It's using it right now because when you do a Mark 1, what it will do is it'll double that amount. It'll do 240, right? But when you do a Mark 3, it doubles the double, right? So it's actually 4 times the amount, the original amount, because it's going to double again. So it would normally go to 480 unless you're fully overclocking it, which is what I have it marked as. You can see the times 2.5, which means it's fully overclocked because I fully overclock every single node that I extract. It is the best value for your overclocking for sure. And your best value for summer sloops is at the end of the whole process, everybody. At the end process, say the last thing you're using is your manufacturer. That's the best time because not only are you getting all the resources from before, you're doubling all of those. The entire chain of resources is getting doubled, but also you're doubling 4 resources coming in at the same time, and you're doubling that, or basically you're using half those amount of resources, which means you're using half, so you're going to actually end up doubling your output, right? You're going to output more that way. And basically it just saves you insane amount of resources, everybody. Absolutely does. So again, boosters at the beginning, summer sloops at the end. It's really going to help you a lot. Again, tell you all my gamer secrets up in here. All right. So we got that process going. We have got our plates going. That's what we're working on. Plates. So 360 of those iron ignits should be going into our plates. Now, we've got a bit of a problem when we get to that. And we're going to get our storages here. How are we doing? What are we waiting on? Now we're waiting on steel beams, huh? Waiting on a few steel beams. All right, let's not wait around. Let's go grab some. Again, I always keep a backlog just in case it uses up all the steel beams or it's still in the middle of processing it. Again, that we had used before, and then we ran it through the sorter, so it automatically sorted it into the box for me. So I can just run right over here, and there are tremendous. In fact, it's overflowing with them in here. I bet you there's some in the overflow boxes back there too. Usually you want to use from the overflow first and then use from the box. But I'm not going to run over there. I'm just going to use these. Up, up, and away. Now, right now, I'm using the full amount of iron ignits. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't have the screws yet. And we'll make a load balancer for the screws versus the plates. But right now, just make as many plates as you can. Just let them run. Let them rock and roll. Speaking of plates, let's go ahead and now put in our thing here. Okay, so I already forgot because I was so busy doing that other stuff. And this is the input side. Yep. Okay, so we want to take this side and we want to run this into another layer of storage. So, input. Oh, did we get the retweets? Oh, okay. Well, we'll get that going on here in just a second. Let me get this in here before I get on to the next thing. Let me double check. All right, refresh. Let's see. No, it doesn't show me. Oh, you did. You got it. Nice job, everybody. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps for you guys being awesome. You want to earn some more kids caps towards some more giveaways. In fact, we're going to get back to our giveaways tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be here for some Fallout 4 Rise of the Tycoon Empire. You definitely want to be around for that. But while you're waiting for us to play this one, you can go ahead and click that button right there. Click that link over there. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. We get 5 more retweets. We're going to give you 10,000 more caps for giveaways as well. Pretty awesome. And they're your caps. Use them when you need them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and input right over here. Now, these are the same kind of thing, but reverse. So they're coming out of here and running into here. So we want to kind of take this and maybe run it a little bit like this. And then run this all the way up where we got this lined up into the storage. All right, now it's going to run that into the storage. Notice that it's running rods and plates in there. And that's called flushing the system right there. We got to kind of flush out all of those rods first. And you got to be careful because if those get into your production line, they will stop your production line, especially if it's supposed to take... oh, that is not what I was trying to do. I meant to hit E. There we go. Put a merger in there. And it still didn't put it in there. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Get in there. There we go. So what it's going to do is it's going to merge all that in there for a little bit. And what we're going to do is go to the very last box, right? So you can just put a box down and basically feed that out of there. So all of your rods get fed out of there, and you just end up with just plates. So what I would do is once it's done feeding it all through for a little bit while we're building everything else, I would just come back later, pull all the rods out. Because when this goes to the next stage, when it goes to the assemblers, and those rods are still in there, it'll try to, hey, wait, this is not the input I needed. These are not the droids you're looking for. That is very much going to cause it to get messed up. Mixing stuff on lines is not good unless you're using smart splitters or programmable splitters, which is a much later thing we'll get into. Right now, we are building some super awesome towers is what we're doing. We're getting things done over here. So we got our plates done. And now what we want to do is we want to build another level of production up here. And this is going to be for our rods. Now, just convenient that we already have our rods. Now, this is the tricky part, everybody. This storage is not going to go up to the next level. This storage is our plates. And those plates are going to skip a few levels and end up in the assemblers at the top. So what we want to do is we want to think about when the rods are coming out, or the not the rods, when the rods are being produced, we want to think about these right here, the iron ingots. We want to take those iron ingots and we want to run them all the way up here to our screw production so we can use a portion of those iron ingots up here. So we know that they're coming out on this side, so we know we want our input to be on this side. That's what we're trying to decide right there. So we'll take our constructors, we'll look at where our arrow is, pointing away from us, pointing toward us. Is this an input? It is. Okay, arrow pointing toward us is the input. And then like so. Ooh, cursor all over the place there. Okay, now we got to remember that these are 10 each, right? So every time we put these down, this is 10 constructors, right? Holy mackerel, time flying by. Man, this game is fun. Oh, this is so fun, everybody. Again, I go nuts in this game, everybody. I go way beyond anybody else. Everybody else just doing their little building. Kismet over here illustrating and making spreadsheets for you guys and then giving them all out to you. What's up, Tab? Just stopping by to say hi. Well, thanks for saying hi in the chat, Tab. I appreciate it. Got all my alerts working again, by the way. I appreciate everybody coming in showing that love as well. I appreciate everybody showing that sub love over there on YouTube as well. Don't think I didn't see you there, Lewis. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Also, Renee over on YouTube as well. Thank you for the subscription. Rooster and DeLorne. I do stream to 6 different platforms at the same time. I am a true multi-platform streamer. I'm a Twitch partner and a YouTube partner, as well as I stream to both of those platforms, as well as to Twitter, to Kick, to what's the other ones? Facebook and Trovo. All of those ones, because I don't care where you watch a stream, whatever's most convenient for you, everybody. Now remember, I'm streaming to 6 platforms in 1080 HD all simultaneously. It is not an easy thing to do. It is not an easy or cheap thing to do. It is very difficult. So do me a favor and hit that follow button, or if you're on YouTube, you hit the subscribe button, which is basically the same as the follow button, everybody. Make sure to hit that right now so you can help support the stream for free. You don't have to spend any money at all. I appreciate if you just come in, lurk, have a good time. That's what it's all about. Just hit those follow buttons, hit that subscribe button. Again, it does help the stream massively. And it's free. So there you go. Best of both worlds. All right, now you can see by default, this is already going to make rods, so I don't have to go in and program this one for rods, which is awesome. But we do need to remember how many machines that we need, right? So over here on rods, we need 8 machines. Again, this is why we did this whole spreadsheet in the first place. It tells us all the secrets. It tells us how many machines we need for each step of the process and whatnot. And again, we did illustrate it all out over here as well. So we can go look at our rods and we can say, okay, we need 8 machines across there. Again, that's what the 8 represents there in the front. We need 8 machines that does it. So again, if you're a visual person, you can see it there, a creative person like me, or if you're a logistical person, then you can do it via the spreadsheet over here as well. Or if you're like me and you do both, even better. See, there's that 8, right? So it took that number, divided it, and then told us 8. Now, how many were we going to build? Well, let's see. We got each time we put one of those down, it's going to make 10, right? So we're actually going to build 10, but we're only going to use 8. And the reason why we're going to do that is just makes it easier because we already have the blueprint and we just put it down, boom, plug in what we need, and GG's, we all good, right? We all good. Okay, so we got that done. Now let's go ahead and do the thing here. All right, now we want to go ahead and run some stuff in there. Now also what we can do, just kind of a little bit ahead of time, we can go ahead and work a bit on our power. Take our power here and run it down to the lower production level. Remember, the blue levels are the storage and the orange levels are production. And there we go. We chain that power up there. Again, that's why we built that into the blueprint, so we can just very easily tie it over here. We can see now it is yellow. By the way, this is why I leave the gap in between, is so I can just look at all the little things. And sure, we can RP that we went in there with a, a grinder or a metal saw or metal grinder or metal, what is that thing called? Sawzall. We cut it out, or you can use a drill and with one of those little round metal drill bit things where you just take all the holes out of stuff. We'll just say that we did that. We'll RP that in, right? RP it in, everybody. They ain't got all day to make little tiny holes and stuff like that. Hey, they're in there trying to add big features, everybody, not little tiny features. So, as you can see, those are all yellow, and that means that they have power, but they just don't have the resource yet that they need. Now, time for a load balancer, everybody. We're going to go down here, and we are going to go past the plates all the way down here to where we have our things coming out of here. So what we want to do is just go ahead and build out a little bit of something over here. And I'm going to go ahead and use this splitter right here, basically, or merger, to combine both of these. And I'm going to take this out of the top here. Now, the reason why I'm taking that out of the top there is because I'm going to basically make it where if there is some excess, I can run it up here. And if there's not any excess, then I can run it on to the next stage. Or I can say, you know what, I don't actually even need it to go. I wanted to use every bit of the resource in this case. Now, the only time I would make it go both into the storage and into the next area is when it's more of a finished resource, like rods or plates or screws. But if it's a iron ingot, you want to use every bit of those iron ingots that you possibly can. So it's smarter if I just go ahead, make it a little bit more aligned. This thing's sometimes hard to visualize. Right there, close enough. All right. So that's going into the storage. So the actual place in which I want to do the balancer is not on this side. The actual side that we want to do it on is on the other side of the output of the storage, because that's what this is. This is storing all of those iron ingots, and there is a lot of them being stored. So we'll go to this side. Look at them all. We want to burn those up, right? We want to use those up. So out it comes here. It's splitting, going into both of these, but it's not balancing, right? We want it to balance so we can run it all the way up here to the top as well. Oop, we got a problem on the top, though. It needs to flip around the other way. Let's just take that blueprint out as we fall. Whee! Uh-oh, no jetpack. Oh, my God, I almost died. Luckily, that if you fall from any distance with your health all the way up, you do not die. But if I were to fall again, I would definitely die. I ran out of fuel there. I was jetpacking a little too hard there. There we go. All right, so now that we've got our spot where we actually are splitting it, we want to go up here and we want to turn this one around the other way. Again, always double check what you're doing so that, again, if you catch those mistakes, they're easy to fix because, again, you can just take out entire blueprints and put them back in again. Okay, so this input was this way over here. There we go. Like a this, like a this, like a that. There we go. Again, because we want the rods to come in from this side and the iron ingots to come in from this side and end up over there. Okay, so now we need that load balancer again, and we'll put it up here. Kind of like what I was trying to do on that other one. Let's go and turn this into default mode. And we'll just go this way a little bit. Just so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so this is coming up and it's splitting it that way and it's splitting it this way. But what we really want to do is to take this output, split it properly into these two, right? But we can take this whole bottom part out for now. I actually want to do it right down here. Because this is going to be right where the output is. Now this is actually going to be really easy. And I actually have a calculator that does this for you. Also in my settlement overseer, named after, of course, Fallout. But what it does is it helps you build your factories, right? So if we go in here and look, and if we just go and scroll over here to Satisfactory calculator here, it automatically calculates stuff for you. So let's go down here. I like this one right here called split number. I'll put use this one. The big arrow on the side. The use, or the, went away. All right, use this one. There you go. Use this one. Okay, so what you do is you have a starting number that you want to use, right? So in this case, we have a starting number would be the output of our iron ingots, right? So the output of our iron ingots, if we go look on this other one over here, the output of our iron ingots, another one over. Yeah. Our iron ingots are outputting 480, okay? So we'll say, okay, we'll go to our calculator here and look for 480, which is right here. We cut 480 in half, it's going to be 160, right? But what we want to do is we want to equal 120, right? So to take 480 and cut it in half, it's going to get you 160. But if I go up here and if I cut it in half here too, it's going to be 240, 240. I was going to say, we're going to cut it in thirds. So you can also cut it in thirds just by changing this number at the top, and that gets you 160. There we go. That's what I meant to say. Again, not all there anymore, everybody. You understand what I'm saying. So we cut that in half, and then if we cut it in half again, it's going to give us our magic number, which is 120. We want to have that 120 number. So we want to cut it in half and cut it in half again, right? So split it and split it again. So we're going to do that in game right now. I'll show you how to do it. So we'll go ahead and take this out. And I don't know why I built it down so low. Right there. All right, try this again. Try this. There we go. And again, these are load balancers I'm going to show you. This is really awesome. You do a lot of load balancers, again, with power. But you can also do it like this with factories. So the first thing we want to do is just do the work right out of the gate here, right? We'll take this out, and we'll go ahead and just put a splitter right here. We'll have it come straight out of this thing here, like this. And it's already going into split mode. So 240 coming out. I think it's 240. No, 480. 480 coming out. Then it's going to split it into 240 and 240. Now, you want to give yourself lots of room here, everybody, because this gets big very quickly, which is why a lot of people do not use load balancers because of the space requirements, right? So this is going to go that way, and we're going to take this one, and we're going to make it go this way, just so it's easy to illustrate it, right? So this is 1/2, and this is 1/2. So It's already coming out 240, it's coming out 480, 240, and 240. By the way, we can put signs up here and write all this down so you can remember it later. I put it in a spreadsheet so I don't have to. So 240, 240. So now we want to split it again, right? We want to take this out of here from 240 here and then make it 120 and 120 again. So all we have to do is literally just do this. Just have this run out. Have that run out. So that's 120 and 120. Over here, same thing. 120. And over here, 120. So there we go. So now we, okay, or if it doesn't put the belt in, there we go. So now we've split it. That was it. That's all we had to do. Have it come out, 240, 240, 120, 120. Now we have 4 120s, right? And we need 3 of them to combine together and then have the one separate, right? Because we need the 120 for the rods. We need the other ones, the other 3 times 120, which is 240, 360. So we need 360 going for the plates, 120 going for the rods. Just did that in my head, by the way. All right, so we want to combine this together. So what's directly above here? Directly above here is our plate. So we want to try to get the 360 to go in here and end up going up into here, right? Right up into here like this. So that'll end up there. So let's combine a whole bunch of these together in a merger. So we're going to go ahead and put our merger here, and we're going to try to line it up here because that's going to make our job way easier. So we're going to put a merger here, and I only use the splitter. If you notice, I only put the splitter in my bar, and then I just hit E to switch between the different types. It makes my job way easier as well. All right, merger there. So we're going to take this out. We're going to merge this one. There's 120 there. We're going to take this out, and we're going to take this, and we're going to merge that back in there. There's 120 there. And then we're going to take this one over here, and we're going to merge another 120 there, and that is now 360 right there. All right, so this side is now 360, and this side that's left over is our 120. Again, not too difficult. Again, when you get the general gist of load balancers, it's easy. And then we're going to run that way up there because that's going to end up way up there for our rods. And this one's super easy, everybody. All you have to do is take it, turn it back around, and then we can just aim it across here. We can try to eyeball it, we'll say there. And then just run this 360 right back into what we already had. And it's just going to run right back up into there. Back into this split here that we did between the 2 factories. But again, those are going to use up all 360 of that. And now it's well balanced. But we're still not using it in our factories yet. We're still not using it up here because there's nothing really going on up here to make our rods work, right? So again, we've got our storage here. And then this is outputting. It shouldn't be outputting rods. It should be outputting plates. By the way, there's also a little bit of plates or a little bit of rods on the belts, so you want to pull that down. Something like, see if we can get this to go the default mode. Pull those rods out of there and just pick them up by hitting E, right? It'll come off of those belts. We can also do this. Run this down, turn it this way. You definitely want to get those rods off of there. You don't want to accidentally run those. And there we go. So again, we basically just bled the lines. We got all of the rods out of there that we accidentally made because it started right up right away. We didn't change all of them first before we gave them power. Again, great thing to learn though. You're going to learn that one the hard way for sure. Again, get them all off the belts, all off the storage. Now we're all good on those plates. We know those plates are going to run out of there very nicely. All right, so these we need to get to go right here. Is that like perfectly lined up automatically on accident? I think it actually is. Oh my goodness, look at that. That was complete luck, everybody. Let's get up here on top. We can make that nicer. Let's use our awesome new function they have in-game, the straight function. There we go. Yeah, that's dead on. There we go. All right, so now we got that running in here, and guess what? What we need to do is get this going and get this power connected over here. Kind of thought I already did the power connection, but maybe not yet. Maybe I had to take it out and put it back in again, as I think that's why we lost power. Let's go down here to this one. And connect that, and it'll start making them rods now. Because it's already preset for rods. And there it goes, making them rods. All right, so we got all that balanced out. By the way, you can see I have a tremendous amount of iron ingots on me. I'm just going to hold down Control, drag them into my image, or into the trash. It'll delete all of the same type of item. Really, really awesome. All right, there we go. Now we have finally got our plates and our rods going. And of course, our iron ingots. We already have all of that going. Now we're in the next stage. Now remember, I'm building vertically on purpose, everybody, because you have a lot of vertical space. I've actually built way up there where the space elevator is way up there at the top before. I've built way higher than this many, many times. In fact, most of my playthroughs I build up very high so I can just run my trains perfectly straight and I just bring the resources up from wherever they are. And then my trains never have to go down or around or up or down and all that stuff. It never slows down my trains. My trains run at 100% speed every single time. But it is also fun to make it run through the terrain and do all of that stuff. So we're doing that in this particular playthrough. All right, we need some more storage. Let's go. Let's go ahead and store these rods over here. Again, I do like to have a backlog in case I fill up and it will backlog all the way back down the chain. Okay, so these rods are going to be coming out on this side. Yep, right there. And then we can go ahead and throw those into the storage. We need to make sure that our storage has an input on this side. Oh, we need some more pipes. Okay, we got to take some pipes out of there. Steel pipes. Stick them right out of there. Put them in our inventory. Let it fill those back up again. It's got a lot of pipes over there. I could actually just jump over there and grab some. What else do we need here on this? Just pipes. That's it. And we can just give it a minute. It would actually fill up. We'll give it a minute. Or we can just be lazy and just say, you know what, we ain't got time for that. We ain't got time for that stuff. Just run over here and grab a stack. Like that. There we go. I mean, we're right here. Might as well. Might as well. And again, we'll make that so it goes faster later on, so we don't have to wait for it as much. All right, input on this side. We got that. So arrow has to be pointing away from us. And we'll take this out so we can go ahead and feed this up like this. All right, and there it goes. Rods going into our storages. Now it's backlogging all those rods. And we have one more part of the process to go. Right here. Right here. Okay, and again, we only needed 8. We made 10 of those rods. 21 boxes deep it's going to store those. And now we're on the next part, which is the screws, right? Before we get to the actual final part, which is the actual reinforced iron plate. So we got to do some screws. So we need 12 for screws. So we're going to need 2 rounds of constructors. Again, this is the output side over here. So we need to make sure that our input is on that side. Okay. So again, see, I just use the same blueprints over and over, but this makes it so much easier and so much nicer. And a really fantastic. So the arrow has to be that way. For that input to be on that side. And there we go. And because we need 12 and this is only 10, we're going to need to do another one here. And you can see I just use the wall to align each thing. It just makes it so much easier to just do it that way. Just keep running that wall up, and then I make this 5 wide because my blueprint is 5 wide. Just makes it easier. All right, I hope you guys don't mind. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I think you guys have gotten the gist of this. By the way, I normally play at 100 times the speed, everybody. I play games so fast you wouldn't have any clue what the heck I was doing. But I slow down when I'm on stream, and I've learned to do that over the years as a streamer for your benefit. So I'm not just zipping, clicking stuff super, super fast. And you guys are going, what the heck? Oof, we're getting close to this one over here. Getting close. take those out. All right, let's get over here and land here somewhere. There we go. And we're gonna jump over this way. Make this easier. Okay, so we got our rods going in there. Our rods are coming out of here, so we can just run our rods around. That's what we want to do. We want to run this around so that we can use our vertical splitter. So just run it this way just a little bit, and then lift her to the second one, like that. And then we'll put one here just so we can stand up here and make it a little easier to line it up. And then we can look and see where it's at, and then split her there or there. Good question. Let's say here. Nope, too low. Need to be a little bit higher. Let's do it from this side. Easier to see. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so that's going to go ahead and start feeding the rods up here into this. And again, it's not going to do anything because, one, it doesn't have any power, but it's also the wrong thing. So this time, before we add power, we are going to do screws. Not that it would do anything anyway, because the only thing you can make out of rods right now, or the only thing I need to make, is screws. Later on, there's a whole bunch of alternate recipes you could use. The alternate recipes are on tiers as well, so some recipes will not open up until you get to the later game. Not like you can just unlock all the alternate recipes right at the very beginning. Keep that in mind. I typically don't use alternate recipes at all. And the reason why I don't do that is so everything that I'm doing, you could do as well. Whether you're playing on PC or a console or whatever, every single thing that I'm doing, you can follow along, do the same exact thing, and you'll have excellent results just like me. And there we go. We've got all of our screws in there. Very nice. Let's go ahead. We already did the top level? We did that level. We do this level. Man, I'm fast. Look at that. I got that all done. I sure did. I was so fast, even I didn't notice I was doing it. Okay, very nice. Let's go ahead and chain our power, because again, we have this set up in a way to make it easy to chain from one to the next. Chain this down. To right there, and then this. Again, this is all one chain all the way through the whole entire production, so that I can turn the whole thing off at one time. Now, I can put power switches in between if I want to control the in-between things. I never do. I feel it's a waste of time. I feel like it's a huge waste of time. All right, so I don't need the rods, everybody. The rods, 100% use up those rods to make screws. Now, what I wanted to do is let it run a little bit, so when I'm looking on here, I can see that all the screws are coming out of here. It's a great way to double check this. You can see these screws are done. Those screws are coming out of there. How about this one over here? Uh-oh. Just realized that some of these constructors are actually double constructors. I totally forgot that that is actually a thing. Yes, these are all doubles. We need to go this way. And then this actually needs to go like this. I totally forgot about that. Wow, I gotta fix that on all of those. I forgot I did these in the opposite way. Meaning that that they go the other way. So meaning that you got two inputs on each side, so that it's inputting on two sides and then merging in the center, and it has one output. That's what it needs, and we can fix that up for it right now. It's a little high. The option of too low or too high. Probably go a little extra high there. There we go. And this one into there. There we go. All right, that's definitely going to make a big difference. Now, down here, same thing. We did it on one, we need to do it on all the others. Again, you can see we have the double. This one's easy because this one's already splitting. here. God, that's really touchy when you're using the jetpack and trying to do it at the same time. All right, we got those in. And we'll take this out. We'll take that out. Great use of our vertical splitters, by the way. Great use of these. That goes in there. Goes over there. Don't need this anymore. Same thing here. Got that. Okay, those are both good. Anything down here? What are we doing here? These are smelters. These have a single input. Yeah, see, these are single input. That's driving both sides from a single input, and these are double inputs because we wanted to make more room for the constructors themselves. So we got to double feed all of this. And right here. And this is way easier just to put that down. And then just put a splitter. Normal splitter. Goes here. And into there. And over there. Oh, actually, make that nicer. Let's make this straight. There we go. I don't see any going in here. That's making me... Hold on, what's going on here? Splitter. Can't see him on the belt. Those are going down. Something weird about that splitter. I don't like it. It's not working, so it's out. Do it again. Spot. There it goes. All right. Don't settle, everybody. Make sure that thing is... Make sure that's running in there. Otherwise, you come back and you realize that whole side of your production's not been working the whole time. All right. Same thing up here. We've got these fixed. We got these fixed. Don't need this. All right. Very nice. Now we got it going in full production now. Very good. Very good. And again, we had load balanced half, 3/4 of it going to plates, 1/3 of it or 1/4 of it going to rods. Now those rods are going in and they are being converted into screws. Yeah, look at this. See, this is what you want to see. You want to see all the screws coming out of each and every machine. You know, each and every machine is working. That's very, very useful. And the one down below, same thing. We'll go look at it. Again, if you don't see it coming out on both sides, you know you got trouble. And that's how I realized that I had forgotten to connect that other side. Great way to double check. Make sure that everything is working well. Okay, so now we have our output. And we want to go ahead and put in some more storage. Right up down. Like this and like that. Like this and like this and like that, yell. Okay, and then the output is over here because it's red, yes. And we want the input to be on this side on the storages. What are we missing again? Pipes. Pipes. Where's them pipes? Not over here. We're getting way up here now. Look at this. We just jumped from rooftop to rooftop. Those are beams. Those are pipes. Give me the pipes. All right. Also, we just track this down, find out where the storage is, and not have to do that anymore. Because this is why we backlog. Just say, yeah, Kismet, go grab a bunch of them. I'm on it. I'm on it. This is why we're doing this in the first place, to have those big backlogs that we can use. All right, and so this is the input side. Now, again, I have this extra layer of storing stuff that not everybody does. And that's okay if it's not your thing, everybody. Like, Kismet, I don't want to do the storage in between each resource. Hey, you do you. You do what you want to do. Me, I do what I like to do. Just definitely save myself lots of time later by doing this now. And we're going to do merger there. Just love the fact you can merge that as well. Just so incredibly useful. And we're going to take this. Oh, that's not aligned. This, there we go. Into the thing. There we go. All right, tons of screws being backlogged into the storage. Look at it go. Nice, nice, nice. Now our production's ramped up to full. We got both sides of all those constructors running. We got our screws going. We're done with the hardest part, everybody, which is getting everything converted into something else that we need for the final stage, which is, of course, our reinforced iron plates. And what we're going to do is get these reinforced iron plates running, and then we're going to run them in the dimensional depot. Now, another thing that we could do is we could run some of those rods and some of the screws and some of that stuff in there, but that one over there is already doing that. So I don't need that to, I don't need to double up on that. I already have it going in the dimensional depot. Don't need to worry about it. All right, now we are finally to our assemblers. Now we go look at our thing here. How many assemblers do we need? We need 8 assemblers. Again, we figured that out ahead of time. And so how many assemblers are here? 5. So we're going to need 2 sets of this. And again, which way is the output? Output's over here. Good, good. Which means we need our input on this side. Where do we put our input? I think we put our input on the sides of these. Yes, on the side of this somewhere. Honestly, can't remember. There it is. Okay, we'll put it on this one here. Depending on which way you're facing the camera is how your arrow keys work, by the way. So if I look this way, my arrow keys are going to work different than if I look straight at it. I find looking straight at it is the best way. All right, so now we got double inputs there. Now, again, we need another one of these. Up here, so we need to think about that ahead of time before we go ahead and do our inputs. We are getting it done, everybody. Now, mine's massively scaled up from what you would do at the beginning of the game. At the beginning of the game, you would do a much smaller scale, but I'm maxing the, what I call maxing the node, where you're just running that node as fast as you possibly can, and you're making as many machines to go along with it. And the reason why I have that luxury is because I have a lot of power. Because I spent the time doing turbo fuel first before I got all crazy with all of these factories. All right. And once again, we will use our trick that we like to do over here. And we got our screws going there. Huh. Do we have outputting on this side? Screws, plates, rods, no? No, our plates are on the other side too. Okay, wait a minute, we got this flipped. Both our screws and plates actually output on the other side. Uh-oh. Fix it, property damage. Running out of fuel. Can't wait to ditch this jetpack. Normally, I've already gotten to the end of the game, everybody. I'm already at the end by this stage. But again, we're taking a little slower this time, just enjoying the journey. And then we're gonna have some storage up here at the top, of course. Run that across while we're up here. There we go. Okay, so we need to turn these around the other way. Okay. So we'll get our assemblers again. Now these assemblers are actually for compacted coal. So the arrow is pointing to that way, pointing that way. You can see over there, and then you can see the inputs there. So I want it to be flopped. So I want the arrow to point the other way, that way. So it'll flop the inputs to the other side. All right, because we had them on this side last time. We know that we want to flip them around the other way. There we go. And we'll put these back in to help us align this one. It's really figuring out which way you want that arrow to go. Is the big hurdle on all of these blueprints. Okay, we'll cut this back again so we can see that there. Okay, so the screws go in there. And then on this side, we want to go ahead, bring out this, so we can work with these screws. Okay. So on the screws, let's go look at our plates down here first. And we definitely want to look at our plates here, because that's going to be potentially in the way. Yeah. Okay. How do we want to do our plates? We can bring our plates out and just run them vertically. That would work kind of well. We take this out like this, and watch this little trick. We're going to use our floor hole here to make this a bit easier. Now, we're not going to run it into that. We're going to go down here, and we're going to line this in the middle so that it makes it easy for us to bring down this. I like to bring it down to the bottom one. That's just me. You can also do it by the top one. Either one will work. This is going in the wrong direction. Gotta hit that R key, so it's going in the right direction. So when you pull this out, it'll go right into there. All right, so now our plates are coming directly out of the storage and ending up right here. Now I can go ahead and take this. I can run that way up there, or what I can do is just say, hold on a second, I'm just going to dip way up here like this. I'm going to try, oh boy. Jetpack of problems. All right, and we're trying to get up to this level up here. And so what we can do is we can bring that up. But what we also want to do is we want to split it too. So we really want it to end up at the very top. Right? So we can go ahead and do this. And we know based on where we place the other one, again, it's also in logistics, conveyor, lift hole. We know we set it somewhere about right there. So we can click that one down at the bottom. I can click it from here. Click at the one at the bottom. And then we can line it up into this one. Now, this goes an infinite distance, by the way, if you want. I try not to do infinite distance anymore because what you do is sometimes have problems with redraw on the belt, and you can't see if your belt is running. So you have to put like a splitter on there or something so you can see if your belts are running. So what I do is I pull it up and I find where its maximum distance is right here. And then I'll put one right there instead. It's going to save you a lot of frustration. You're like, hey, I can't see my belts. Why is my belts not showing me the stuff? Now you know. Now you know why. Plus, it's also going to help me when I go to do the split those later here in a second anyway. All right, we'll just go down here and make this easy. Grab this one here. And then I like to turn it. You can actually turn the belt so you can see the stuff running up. Because normally you're going to be coming in from some other direction like this. And you can say, okay, yeah, my plates are on there. My plates are running. That's good stuff. All right, it actually didn't go in the thing. Awesome. Try it again. Sometimes it's feisty. Go in the thing. Nope. Okay, it's going to be like that today, is it? Okay, well then I'm going to grab you from there instead and take you back down. Because you're being feisty. Doesn't work that way, do it the other way, everybody. There we go. Okay, so now we got that there, and then we can just run this straight up like that, and align this up here a bit. It'll be a little tricky, but I think we can get it. just going to dip that over to the side like that. And then we'll put a splitter in there. We're going to dip that over there like that. Running? Yes. Okay, so now it's putting those plates in there. Good, good. That's what we want to see. Now, we shouldn't have any power running because we haven't plugged in the power yet, because these are all set to compacted coal. We definitely want to fix that. Reinforced iron plates, copy those settings. Now, I always find that the best way to do this is usually from wherever you have your splitters and stuff. I get my booty around the corner here. Wherever you have your splitters or mergers, it's easy just to go to the front and go like this and hop from one to the other. And then make sure, I always open it up, because that's how you screw it up, is you paste it and it didn't paste or whatever. I don't bother to do it the other way anymore, because I don't want to sit and do it 3 times. Oh, that one has a connection in the back, I forgot. And then we'll do the same thing up here. Open all of these up. Wherever you got lots of room to stand, usually a very easy way of doing it. Again, that's 10 of those. And we needed how many? Go look at our illustration over here. Our illustration says we needed 8. We made 10. Very nice. Okay, we can take this and we can connect this one down. We made this little connection on the side to make it easier. And then we can connect this down. Wherever we can find a connection. Now these ones at the top should start feeding in these plates into the actual machines. That's what we want to see. We want to see those plates going in there. Right there. It sure is. All right. Very nice. Now, all we need is one more component, everybody. We just need the screws. Now, it just so happens that the screws are right underneath there. How convenient that they just happen to be there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and offset them a little bit, though. I'm going to kind of get them out of the way so they're not really close to these ones. And it'll make it a lot easier. We're just going to do that same technique you guys saw me do earlier, where I go ahead and run that out like that. And then I just go ahead and run this up. This one here at the top. Try to get it. We'll try to get it right. And that will go into there. And then easy mode splitter here. Right into there. And that sucker is running full capacity. Running them out. Ooh, we got a green one. Now, by the way, I can also check it from up here. We can see those screws are running in there. That is perfectly balanced with the amount of plates and screws that it has. Again, 1/4 is our rods into screws, and then 3/4 is plates, right? And so now it's going to start making a crazy ton of reinforced iron plates, but that don't do us no good yet. We need to go ahead and store those reinforced iron plates. So we need to look at where the output is, which I think is on the left side over here. Yes, and again, it's only going to have, it's 2 inputs but 1 output. So again, we'll merge those together, and then we will go ahead and put them into the storages. And this one's going to be a little tricky because we're going to have the input on the arrow side. There we go, like that. And right like that. Then we can kind of, whoa, that is really not right. All right, we had an extra thing there. No, no, no. Not right. I had an extra thing off the side there, and it threw me off. We'll correct it. Hit H, nudge that over. You can nudge as far as you want now, everybody, in 1.1, and it is a godsend. It is so awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and just put this right there. And then we'll just do the same thing we did before. That is not turned the right way. I thought I put the input on this side, but apparently I did not. Apparently the input is on the opposite side. Get that backwards? Oh yeah, I did. I did have it backwards. Okay, so it's this way. All right. So the arrow needs to be going that way. Again, that's the output side is on this side where the arrow is. Don't worry, we'll get it right. Just keep at it. That's the great thing about blueprints. Just take it out, put it back in, take it out, put it back in, until you get it the way it should be. Yeah, see, we should see the green, red output, green input. All right, so we're going to go this way this time, and then we're going to use our thing here. We're going to try to line it up, because sometimes it's hard to tell if it's lined up or not. We can stop using this jetpack. I mean, it's great at this point in the game, everybody, but I usually just bypass it. You'll see why. You'll see why I bypass it later. Because the one later is just so much nicer. This is an output. Oh, that is not a merger. That is the splitter. We need a merger. There we go. Okay, now we've got our reinforced iron plates coming out of there. Reinforced iron plates coming out of there, going into our 21 storages. By the way, that's going to end up 100,000 of these reinforced iron plates over time. 100,800, by the way. It'll backlog across all of these boxes, and that means we will have more than enough. Now, normally I play on a server, and on a server you can let it run 24/7. So if you get yourself a G-Portal server, which I have, you can just set it up and let it run. Now, this particular playthrough is a local playthrough where I don't really let it run all that much. Sometimes at the end of the stream, I'll let it run for 20, 30 minutes or so, or if I'm on break or something like that, I'll let it run. But I'm not just letting it run and run and run where it has, you know, tens of thousands of resources backlogged, because it's a whole different way of playing the game. It really does force you to get more resources and get more nodes and more stuff going and scale up your stuff much earlier than it does if you have the, you know, the crutch of the server where you can say, oh, I'll just come back to it in a week, and you come back in a week and you got 50 boxes worth of resources. Because it doesn't matter how fast it's running, because that's usually what you're worried about. You're worried about how fast it's running because you're waiting on resources. You're trying to get those resources going. But if you have the ultimate power, the power of time, which is basically what a server has, so the server can be producing resources while you're not even in the game. It'll just keep running and running and running as long as you have your power nicely balanced. You have all your machines up and running. You got everything running. You can just make a crazy ton of storage boxes, come back in a week, and bam, you got tens of thousands of resources, which I've done many times here on stream. That's the ultimate power, everybody. But again, it's also fun to do a local playthrough as well. So you can see that starting to fill up. It's going to fill up pretty slowly because, again, it's only producing about 40 per minute. But this is the thing that we really want. We want to go ahead and make sure that this is all on in line so that we can go ahead and take this and run this sucker right into that dimensional depot. Oh, can't do it that way. Let's do it this way. It'll let us get that in there. Now. Let's do a little of this then. So awkward to do with the jetpack. Let's do a little bit of our tricky moving it over a little bit. That should line it right up, or at least line it up good enough so we can get it into the dimensional depot. And now, the last kind of piece of the puzzle is now running into the dimensional depot, and will do so forever. As long as my power's on, it will just keep making me reinforced iron plates until the end of time. We can also take our current reinforced iron plates and bring them over here if we want to. But this is just going to fill up the 200 that I don't have in there. And believe me, after a while, 200 is more than enough, everybody. That's a lot of that. And then again, we'll scale it up as well. We'll scale it up even more. Now, you saw all the stuff I did today, everybody. We did several vertical buildings. We did a whole bunch of illustrating. We did a whole bunch of spreadsheet stuff as well. All sorts of fun stuff. And let's go check our power usage. We're going to dip over here by the base. We're going to see, did it jump up to 10,000 power? Did it jump up to 20,000 power? Or is it running super efficiently? Let's go see. Right here. All right. So yeah, I'm using about 5,000 power. I've got 21,000. Again, what I'm doing, everybody, is being massively efficient in every single step of the process. And so I can actually finish the entire game with the amount of power I have now. It's just using the power of time. I can go ahead and run all these resources, let them all backlog all the way up to aluminum, though. You're going to need aluminum at least. So I'll need around 10,000 power or so, maybe even as high as 20 if I really want to go crazy. And then I backlog 10 boxes of everything from aluminum down, and then that's it. I win the game. As simple as that. But in this one, we're replacing all of the processes as we go along as well. Now we can go and check another one off the list, right? We've got our concrete going, we got our plates, we got our rods, we got our screws, we got our reinforced iron plates. Not sure that we have our modular frames going yet. Can't remember. We have our wire going, our cable going, our thing here, copper sheets. We don't have that going, though we can make that run. We have it set up over there. We just put the wood and the leaves in there to take care of it, right? Quick wire, we got that going. We've got our steel beams going. We got our steel pipes going. We've got our rotors going. We've got our stators going, I think, and our motors, if I remember correctly. We also have our encased industrial beams going. We have our plastic going. We have our rubber going. Don't have computers or heavy modular frames yet or anything else. But all of this that you see, that all of those resources I just talked about, that is that 5,000 power. It's just all of those resources are in that 5,000 power because we're doing them very efficiently. They fill up and then they stop running. They stop running altogether. Now, if I was running everything at the same time, which I rarely ever do, to just keep it running, I can also just run everything into the awesome sink if I want to, but that just requires more power, and do I really need those tickets right now? Probably not. But if you're in a hurry for tickets, you can totally do that. But for me, I like to run very, very efficiently. So instead of doing that, I fill up with a whole bunch of plates. Now I've got more than enough plates. I don't need any more plates. Bam, that factory turns off. It turns off from the end all the way back to the extraction itself. And that whole entire process automatically turns off. I don't have to go over there and flip no switches or do nothing. Automatic is way better. And you can see, if I had everything running, it would be running 11,000, right? But I don't have everything running because I don't need everything running. I just need a certain amount of resources so I can then build the next thing. And then a certain amount of resources so I can build the next thing. And you get the idea. Like, great example, now that we have all of that going, we do need some stuff in our space elevator. Now, our space elevator, we need to build out. I'm going to build it out over here for right now. We're going to go ahead and turn on our blueprint mode, so that snappies to the blueprints. Is that going to do good? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, wait, that's a road there. We're going to actually do this right here. There we go. And these are our, like, building blueprints here. All right. You can see I'm using a 5x5 foundation blueprint. This one is elevated. Okay, when it does weird stuff like that, just sucks up my time. All right. To go back and take it back. Ah, did it again. Wrong one. 9. There we go. Pressing the button on the side of my mouse, which is number 9. All right, let's really give it some room. This is one of the first blueprints you want to make, everybody. Just nothing but foundations. It makes it go so much faster. It really does. Okay, so we'll go ahead and rebuild, because we already built it before, but we're going to rebuild it again. Right over here. What are we missing? Wire. Okay, well, no problem. Just happens to be right by where I keep all that wire for now, though it will go in the dimensional depot again, too. I can just grab a bit over here. Also, you can just go in and just press this, and you can see which ones you're missing on the right there. By the way, all of that stuff that I use, it'll instantly go back into the dimensional depot because it's all set up to run in there. Builder, space elevator. And we'll put our space elevator back because we do want to start moving to the next stage, because I think we've got everything that we need for right now in this stage. It's cool every time, by the way. I've seen this hundreds of times. I love it every single time. Such a great animation. Wouldn't it be cool if you could do this in real life? They say there's no thing on Earth that you could make that would be strong enough to handle the shear of that, because you know you're in space and whatnot, and you have all that tension between the two things. Currently, we don't have the technology to make that, but it would be cool if we did, right? That would be amazing. All right, what are we working on? We're working on some modular engines and adaptive control units. Let's go ahead and say modular engines. Modular. Fingers. Modular engine. All right, add to to-do list. Okay. Oh, and we need our smart platings too. Let's start with those actually. Smart platings. Right over here. Now, what we need is the very thing that we just made, reinforced iron plates and some rotors to make smart plating. So what we have over here is a bunch of offline production where I'm producing things that don't actually have a full production, right? It's like I have a bunch of extra of that stuff, and then I'm just kind of running it through there. So smart plating actually uses a constructor here. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to find it. Isn't it in here? Oh, no, it's a assembler. Assembler is what we use. Assembler. Got a manufacturer over there. Oh, we took the assembler out. That's why we... That's what we did. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is do some offline production for this as well. Or actually, we could do online. Let's go over here. Let's clear this. Modular... smart plating. Okay. You know what? Let's go do some online production. I don't think I've ever bothered to make it online at this stage. All right, we're doing something different this time. We're going to do it right now. We're going to get up here, and we are going to put this in the process. Whoa. Really got to get past this stage. Need some more fuel too. I got plenty. I got plenty. The turbo fuel actually really is much nicer than the regular fuel. You can really get a good boost. It sends you up pretty high. Different types of fuel will send you up higher and sustain you longer. In there, of course, the higher level fuel, usually the better it is. There are some fuels that are like, this one's better at this, and this one's better at that kind of thing. We'll get into that when we really get our fuels going later on. Okay, so yeah, we just made this plating up here, which is going to be very useful. We also need rotors. Now, it just so happens that rotors are being produced right across the way over there. So we could just add smart plating to the top of this. Let's do it. A little too high on that one. Now, if we're going to add smart plating, we'll want to run this that way. And run this way. There we go. We'll want to take out the dimensional depot. That's going to be in the way. All right, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so that's coming out from the output over there on the side. And we'll want to go to assemblers. And this is the output. We'll run it that way. So that'll make our input there. Oh, no, this is the double input. I forgot. Yes, this is the double input. So we'll want the arrow toward us. So the double input is on the right. Let's go look. Yes. That is correct. Okay, let's line it up. Now, it doesn't really matter how many we're going to make at this point, because we'll just use whatever we've got, right? So we'll bounce this out just a little bit, and then we can go ahead and run these. Yeah, let's run them this way a little bit. Make this a bit easier. Okay, run those into there. Now, we need to tell this what to be. There it is. Tell this what it needs to be, and we need to go around. There we go. This is going to be our plating. Copy. Put this all in line. It's going to be pretty fun. Look at us go, trying new stuff. Again, I usually just do it offline because you don't really make that much of this. You make a bit in the beginning and then a bit in this stage, and then it becomes useless later. But well, we'll put it in the old line here. Okay, and then we want to take this and we want to run this down. Do this down here. And the back corner. There we go. Okay, so that should start running some of that in there. Yes, there we go with the reinforced plates. Now, cool thing is I have a bunch of reinforced plates on me as well. So if I want to kind of what I call supercharge this, I can put it in each machine. Or if you just want to supercharge it to make it go super fast on the belt, you just find the last box here and you just put it all in that box and let it just come out of there at 480 and it'll start filling all those up. Now I need some rotors on the other side, and it just so happens I have a lot of rotors, and I can see my rotors are actually backlogged because I can see they're in the dimensional depot, but also they're backlogging into this here, which means that there's probably a couple there and a couple more there and a whole bunch over this way. Maybe not there. Bunch there. So that means we've got 3 boxes and a row already done that we can just use up on those smart platings, but we also have them also stored. So again, we could split them and then it will just make them for those and then keep a bunch backlogged so that we can use. But we have a ton right now. We could just go ahead and use a bunch of them up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the other output right down here. And I'm going to try to see if I can connect these 2 buildings together. We're going to run this output here. This way we'll still have our dimensional depot. And we'll run that up as high as we can. And we'll jetpack over here. Okay, we're trying to get over here. Ourselves a solid and line that up. Then we can be real tricky. Go right here and then use the straight function, and it will automatically make a nice 90 degree. And there's them rotors. It's going to be making some smart plating. First time I've ever bothered to do that, everybody. Again, normally I just build that offline, but now it's going to be part of the process. And it's going to make an absolute ton of those, by the way. It's only going to do 2 per minute, but it'll make a ton of them, and eventually it'll fill up the storage up here as well. Because now we'll need to take that and then make that into motors as well. So more storage. Well, let's take this one out here at the end. That's still sitting on there. It is. Okay, good. Just so we can grab this one here. Yeah, look how I'm just using the same blueprints over and over and over. You get your blueprints set up, you are styling. Okay, so the output's probably going to be on this side. Survey says. Nope. So input there. Where are you at, output? Well, we're running out of sides, so I would guess this side. There we go. 27th guess is the correct one. All right. That's so we can stand there. Okay, smart plating going to come out, and it's going to go in on this side. Oh, we're going to go ahead and get our storage. And we're going to put the input on the back, which means the arrow is going to be toward us. Again, you can just keep stacking, build more and more into that particular stack. And do it on forever until you hit the height limit. There is an actual height limit, by the way. You will eventually reach that height limit. But right now, we're making some smart plating, which normally I don't bother being this elaborate with it. You know, I can just land on the top there. There we go. Normally, I don't bother to be this elaborate with smart plating or make this much smart plating. But, hey, we got it done. Okay, smart plating done. And now we need our motor. No, engine. Modular engine. Modular engine. Okay, now we need motors. We need rubber, and we need smart plating. Now, our motors, I believe, are being done somewhere around here. Honestly, I can't remember. I think I was making motors. Maybe I hadn't got to it yet. No, I'm making rotors. Making rotors. Reinforced iron plates. I'm making this one over here. Guess I could put a big sign there that reminds me of what I'm making. That's all copper over there. That's copper stuff. So yeah, no stators running right now. No stators and no motors. Alright, something else we need to work on. But hey, at least we get our smart plating going. Again, this is what we're working toward. We're working toward getting this all working online here, and just it'll work forever. Again, and most of this time, everybody, I skip all this stuff. We already have the rubber. We already have the smart plating. It is making stators and then making motors. Actually, we should probably do stators first. Let's go in. Stators. Let's see what makes stators. Ah, we could do that. We've got steel pipes and wire. We got steel pipes going in this one. Right over here. And we got wire running over there. So we can just siphon a bit of that off of both of those. End up over here. Probably just make this taller and leave these dimensional depots in there. Speaking of dimensional depots, we need to also go back over here before I forget. Get too sidetracked. Right over here. Yeah, right here. We're going to put our dimensional depot back. And get it to turn the way I want it to turn. What the heck? What are you doing? I want you to rotate. It's trying to, oh, it's trying to sit on top of the other things. All right. There we go. Just want to go right here. There we go. Okay, now we want to split some of these. So they're going right up here. It's not easy to do while you're flying, by the way, everybody. That's tricky. All right, so we want them to keep going in the dimensional depot, though. So it's going to use some of them to do those smart platings, but we definitely want them to keep backlogging in that dimensional depot so that we don't have to come back later and go, ah, God, we don't have any more of those plates. We used them all up. All right, definitely want to keep those backlogging. And there's a smart plating there. Very nice. Okay, so we got some work to do when we come back. We got to do stators, which we have steel pipes and we have wire. We can definitely use those. We got plenty of both of those that we can divert. Should I put the stators there, or should I run them back over to there? Because then I can run the stators and the motors from over there. And I could do stators and then run the things over. And then I could do motors and then run both of them up. Then motors will be the top thing. Feels like a plan. It's interesting that I didn't do those already, though. It's kind of weird. I thought I'd done motors. Let's go look in here. Motor. We should look around before I go and do those. Go look over here. Do I have the dimensional depot still over the top of motors? Oh, it looks like I do. See it from here. If I still have the dimensional depot over the top, then that means I didn't take it out and move it somewhere else. I just have it feeding from over here. Definitely looks like I do. Yes. Now, normally I don't feed stators. And I have a bunch of stators, by the way, or a little bit of them. And motors, I'm all out. But that tells me that I didn't take that dimensional depot out because you would take that dimensional depot out of there and you would move it to the other side as well. Yeah. So we'll take that out so we can use that dimensional depot for that later on. Speaking of dimensional depot, put it in the dimensional depot just so it doesn't get lost. And the same thing with our stuff there, and that we can throw away. Okay. So good. I think it's time for a break, and we'll come back. We'll do it all some more. That's for sure. Okay. So we'll let that run for a little bit. That'll make a bunch of stuff. We got to get our stators and motors. Now, by the way, if you didn't know, in the game, they actually have a to-do list over here. So we're going to push these ones down, and we're going to say set up stator production, set up motor production, set up modular engine production. All right, we got some things to do. We're going to get them done. That's what we're going to do. Hey, Murky, what's up? We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream for you all while we're letting that run. We're going to take a little bit of a break since it's been like 5 hours. Man, time goes by fast, everybody, when you're really getting into it and you're just having a great time. Very, very fun as well. And thanks, Mr. Ananyu, for the raid as well. I appreciate that. All right, going to take a break, everybody, and I shall be back in just a bit, but I'm going to let you guys have some fun over here in Words on Stream. Now, if you are at twitch.tv/Kismet, you can't play along. Sadly, it doesn't work on any of the other platforms because, I don't know, they suck. Remember, I don't make it, everybody. I just to let you guys have some fun while I'm walking around. Love that music. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to start this up. Away we go. And I'll be back in just a bit. I'm one of the only person on any platform that has an actual Fallout Stealth Boy. Here we go. Well, we'll try again next time, everybody. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate you. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory here. We're going to press some buttons, flip some switches over there. There we go. All right, we got some work to do, everybody. We got to do some stators and we got to do some motors, and we know exactly how to get her done. So here we go. Thank you very much, Harlequin. Or Harlequin. Hair Luna. You know what I mean. Like, man, Harlequin from, what's that? Suicide Squad. Harley Quinn. That's who that is. What's her face? What's her face? Didn't make it. Didn't make it. All right, heading up. Oh, turn the game sound back on. Climbing up. Okie dokie. Let's do this. Stators are steel pipes and wire. So we have the steel pipes coming up here. And we could just run those over to the wire. Where's our wire at? Way down there. So this is our output of the wire. I could run that output over to here. We could just make this double height. Yeah, make that double height. All right, let's extend this up a bit. Grab a wall from over there. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Instead of doing it 1 up, we'll do it 2 more like that. Give us some room for these over here. And we'll bring this up. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we're going to go ahead and do some stator production. So we got to figure out what side the pipes are coming out. Pipes are coming out this side. So we can tap into that and run that up here. We're going to do some assemblers. And we're going to put the inputs on that side. Totally not what I wanted to do. Try that again. Also not the one I wanted to do. All right, we gotta get on the ball here. There we go. Trying to hit H, but I hit some other button instead. Okay. Okay, inputs are over there. So we're going to do a vertical splitter. Bring this up. Easy, easy. And that's not good. I don't like it. Not doing it. I'm going to do it this way. Wow. Okay, it's like totally out of control. There we go. Take that out. Run that on down over here. We'll make it straight. And there we go. We've got resource number 1 already ready to go. See how easy that is, everybody? Again, when you already have all those things rocking and rolling. We want to go in here and tell it what we want this to be, though. We're going to switch it from compacted coal to stators. There we go. And then we're going to copy it. Go to this one and paste them all in really, really fast. And just opening up the window so I can see it physically change. And then we want to run some power so it starts putting them stators in there. This side. Okay. Pipes in there, not stators. Making stators. All right, should start putting the pipes in the machines. Yes, okay. Looking good there. Then we need to get the wire over here. And again, you see that we have these towers, but we're also cross-connecting these towers now for these higher-end resources. Now we can create whole different ones if we want. But the point is to have them all working together toward our end goal here as well. All right, we're gonna find our, and that has probably got a crazy ton of that in there. Oh yeah, a good amount anyway. Yeah, 3.5 boxes deep. Okay, so do I want to get it when it's going in, or do I want to get it when it's going out? That's a good question. It's in there. Probably going out so I can use some of this wire up. Again, I probably don't need this much wire. This is coming out, and it is going up over there. We got to get this way up there. We can get this from the top. Yeah, right here. Get this right from here, and then we got to go around this one or through this one to get it to that other side. So again, using those sweet vertical splitters, we'll just go ahead and run it right over this way. We slide right under there, and we're just running it underneath here. Use this as a logistics level. If I did this correctly. Nope, this is the wrong one. It's over there. Wrong one, because it's not, because it should be right around that corner, but it's not. It is very much not. All right, let's change the direction of this. Nice. All right. And then we can just go like a saw. Run that from over there into there. All right, here comes that wire. Very nice. And then we should see ourselves some stators here. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of extra resources. No reason to save them for a rainy day. All right, stators are underway. Now, on top of these stators, we are going to make storage right here. And so in that side, probably out one of these other sides. This side. Again, I like to have storages for everything. Again, if it starts to backlog, it's going to backlog all of it, which is awesome. Okie dokie. Nudge that over. We are getting this rocking now. Take this one out so we can run this one up. And then, look how right when I clicked it at the end, it moved up just a little bit. Sometimes I feel like this game's trying to troll you. All right, all the stators are going to get backlogged in there. And then we need the rotors from over there and the stators from over here to make some motors. Now again, I'm not really, if you notice, I'm not writing down all of the math because at this point, you're just, you know, making what you can, right? Whatever happens, happens at this point. And so now we're going to make the motors, and our input is, it's the outputs, our input's going to be on the far side. I can just put it on this side over here, so I can run that one from there around here, and then the other one over there. These are getting real close. Yeah, it's gonna be right there. All right, let's go in and tell it what this is going to be first. In the door. Okay, now this is motors. Yeah, getting these all back online. Now, we had these already before. Oops, got to copy that. We had this all set up before, but it was really kind of offline production, where this is all inline. Meaning it'll just run and run and run. And if I were to let it run for like a week, everybody, like on a server, all of this would backlog. You'd have tens of thousands of all of this stuff. Just a matter of time before it did a lot of that. Okay, we gotta find the connection over this way. Make that in. Okay, now we need to do our inputs here, which is over here. It is motors. Yeah, motors and add. There we go. Rotors and stators. Okay, so stators are being produced down here. And they're coming out. Put this back now. They're coming out right there. So we can take our stators, run them around the side here. Something like that. Bring this down. And then connect that side. Down just a little bit, but stator's now going in there. Very nice. All right, making sure they're going into the machines. That's 100% yes. All right. Okay, now we just need the thing from over there. I'm just going to start it off by just bringing it around the corner here. And those rotors elsewhere. How are we using these rotors? Mark plating. Good to know. Again, this is more like we don't care how much is running here, there, and everywhere. Now we're just using the excess that we had made before to make other stuff. Like in this case, we're making a bunch of motors. Look at it go. Okay. Now we got our motors, so we can clear those. And now we're going to do modular engines. Oops, if we can click the right thing. Modular engine. And now we need all these things that we just did. And since we're making motors right here, we could go ahead and just store the motors here. And always making that 5 wide, make that easy. This is going to be the output side. Nope. Not that side. Output side in the back. Or on that side. This makes it easier to put it in the box. You know what side is the output. Encase industrial beams. We'll arrow that way. Run over and get some, I guess, but we'll just wait for it. I'm waiting for it to fill up in the dimensional depot so I don't have to go track it down. Probably go pick up some faster. Actually, they're right here. That's when it starts getting tricky. You forget which factory is doing what. That's why I usually want to label all of this. It's right here. Right here. Okay. We were bringing... over here. Oh, we're making storages. That's what we were doing, storages. Again, just set up your blueprints and keep them going. Just use them over and over again. Again, this is, I feel like, one of the greatest ways to play the game is just to have your blueprints that are like universal, right? They're modular. You can just keep using them over and over again on a whole bunch of different processes. I think it's pretty cool. Not going to go where I want you to go, are you? I get it to go right there. There we go. And then bringing our motors up. Motors up there. The output. That's right. Thought I looked at it, I thought it was the right way, but apparently not. Try it again. Oh, this one's the wrong way? That's an output. Output. Input. Something weird there. Alright, motor's going in there. Now, we need a big boy here. And then we're going to need to run it down to the thing there. Or I wonder how many modular engines go into the thing here. Modular. Oh, it doesn't show because there's none in there. Like you could put 500 of them in the dimensional depot and then just take them out of the dimensional depot and put them in the awesome thing. But we're going to have to run this back down to get it over there to the awesome sink. But we can run it down and we'll run it under over there. Alright, still going. Getting a lot done today, holy moly. Getting it going. Now, I don't have a blueprint for this, so we're just gonna make it happen. Okay, so this is the output of the motors. And rubber's way the heck over there too. I'll have to run that over here. And smart plating's right here. So we can just use a 5x5 thing here. Because I don't need it to be, you know, a big, huge thing. I'm just going to use one manufacturer and tie in all the resources. Okay. Never. Put over here somewhere. There. And we'll see. No, not that. And just have this one. Run them motors right in there. Easy, easy. Alright, this one needs power too, so we'll just run that down a couple levels. Find ourselves an open spot here. There we go. Once you start the power up on the manufacturer, it'll start putting resources in there. And that's what you want. You want to tell it what you want it to be, modular engine. They'll start putting the backlog and the motors in there. In fact, I'll put the motors I got on me. I also could pull a bunch of stuff too. I believe this is the smart plating. Let's go see. Where's the end of this? Here. Yes. That's convenient. Now I have a curve. Because curves are cool. All right, running that in there now. Again, this is all online. Again, very rarely do I ever do that online. I do it all offline. I make a bunch of those resources, put in a bunch of boxes. I make 500 of those, and then I don't touch them again. But we are doing all the processes this time. Woo. We're doing all of the things. Now we got to get this rubber from way over here, and then we got to run it back toward the awesome sink. So we might as well do two things. Whoa, train, look out. Might as well do both at the same time. Love the trains in this game. Go get that quartz. All right, here's some right here. Coming out of there. Let's do this. We'll just do a splitter. Instead of making a big convoluted thing, we'll just do it like this. Really? Really? Alright, I'm going to have to line it up. I'm going to take this out. Because that's not going to line up well. That way. I'm going to go down. This is going in there. That's going in there. Alright, I'm going to divert some of this plastic downward. And we're going to run this underneath. Build myself a sub area here. And while I'm doing this, I might as well build it under the space elevator as well. Okie dokie. We might as well use a 3-wall. My walls here. Might as well use a 3-wall to get this going. Alright, so we're going to go to the right on this one. Where's this space elevator? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out. 7 out from here. I'm counting it 6 out because that's its max distance. Just about fell off the end there. I'm just going to run across here. Be there. Run across here and find the spot that lines up with that for later. There we go. Very nice. So we're going to go this way. We'll do that. And then we're going to run it that way. All these out. Alrighty. This is just a lot of logistic line runs, so you can see I'm running it underneath the foundations because this way you don't have to look at it. Very easy to also run the line back on this same line. That's why I'm doing it with 3. So I'm setting it up to go both directions so I can run it back. And then, this feels like blueprints here. Oh yeah. Snap them blueprints in there. by that much. All right. Guess I could be putting the belts in the other way too, but we'll do that later. The way back one. 6. More encased industrial beams. Let's get them. Where are they here? I got a lot of them. Not doing me any good in that box, I can tell you that. Yeah, that's why I usually skip over these. Or I usually skip to the aluminum. But again, we're doing it old school here. We're doing our level 4s here, but we are trying to work to the next stage here. I could have been there forever ago, but having some fun working this tier 4 stuff for once. Okay, so now we got this, and that needs to go to that one in the back. So let's go use the bottom of that one over there. Something like this. Run it underneath and up the side. Can we reach? No. Nope. Well, where can we reach to over here? Not about here, huh? Alright. Well, let's just do a bunch of this. Take out the excess later. So cool how far away you can build in this game. Very, very cool. Alright, how are we looking? We got the plastic there. We do. Or, I mean, the rubber. Then we can run this under. Keeping them logistics level, logistics line away from the thing. I believe it is this one. Wow, look how tall that one is getting. Oh yeah, you can see the gap. Okay, now we got to get it from here. It's over there. We're going to be lucky enough to get it. Let's see. Oh yeah. Right there. Straight up it is. Way more to go. I think this one's getting to be the tallest one. What we gotta do is get this to this thing here at the top. Oh, so close. So close. Uh-oh. Gonna touch that. Go touching that now. Go touching my belts. Nope, we good. Alright, put this up just a bit. We can take this over here. Run that up, run it this way. Run it like this, put a nice straight. Oh, too long. Well, let's put a curve in there then. These curves are cool. I like it. Alright, neato. Now, modular engine's about to start up. Now we need to take our modular engines and run them in the reverse direction. We should probably at least put one box here in case we do want to backlog these for whatever reason. We can go ahead and just put one box. I don't really need to backlog a ton of these. And kind of feel like we'll take advantage right here. Push that out, another one. Just in case, just to make it easy. Center there. And then call it there, and then this to here. Let's do a curve. I feel like doing a bunch of curves on this one. Okay, see this right here, the modular engines? This is the time to use your summer sloops. Right, so we're going to see if we got any in here. We've got 2 right now. We need to go track down some more. But this is the perfect time to use those summer sloops because it's going to double those up, which means it's going to go way faster. And all of these resources here that was using resources and the resources before that and the resources before that and so on and so forth, it's basically doubling up all of those and has a cascading effect where it just is hundreds and thousands of resources that you're saving because you're doing it at the end as opposed to doing it at the beginning. At the end, it's really calculating everything from that point all the way back to the raw ore itself. So that's pretty awesome. We got to find 2 more of those. We'll find them on the way back. Now, we got to get them to go into the... not what I want to do. Into the space elevator. We're going to bring this down, and we're going to do the old school, what we call the switchback. Where you just switch it back and forth as it's going down. Like this. Until we get down here to where we're at the same level. And then we can just reverse the direction. That is acting like it's going that way, though. Why is it acting like it's going in? It should be coming out. Something's not right. Something got screwed up along the way. That in there. Just did that by mistake. Okay. What's going on here? This is definitely an output. There. Oh, I bet it was the one underneath here. This one. That one got screwed up. Yep. There we go. Yeah, when you do those floor holes, sometimes those floor holes will trip you up. It's going to be too far now. Too far. Run it forward a little bit first. It's on. Inside, so I gotta go on the outside of this one. I gotta end up over here. Don't like that. That down a little bit and then bring it up. There we go. And then back up this way. Right there. gonna get the floor hole. All right. Oh, that's a tricky way to do that. This is going the wrong way. Yeah, tricky. All right. So now this one's going this way and the other one's going the other way. We should be able to bring this down. Run this way. Then we already have the line. We already have the thing there. It's just going to save us some time. I want to make sure that we do see something coming down the belt, though. See any modular engines yet? There might be an issue with that. If we don't see one at some point, it might be also because I'm taking the belts in and out. Do I have any on me? No. We'll have to go back and check it, but we'll run all the lines first. We can troubleshoot it later on. Find these summer sloops while we're over here as well. Okay, and then this one goes straight up. And yes, I did engineer that so it would end up right there so I could run it straight into there. Very cool. All right, we got to go backtrack it and see if we see any modular engines. Well, no, because over there in the upper right corner, it'll show us that we're starting to finish phase 3. Feel like there's some sort of stopping it from running it this way. Oh, forgot to get the summer sloops. Yeah, we'll get it in a minute. We'll go back for it. And we're doing a little bit of what's known as spaghetti, where you run things in between. But, you know, at this stage, you're not really where you have a lot of options anyway. Looks like it's doing some. Got them there. Oh, this one's not connected. That's where it's broken again. Wow, really? Okay, going out. And then connecting to that one. Something wrong with that. Okay. Yeah, something. This floor hole. It's broken. Something's not working, everybody. Take it out, do it again. It thinks it's going the other direction. Something. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I know it ain't working. It's the number one thing. And I have the modular frames, which I'll put in there so I can see if they actually go through the next stage now. You want to see them coming down the thing. Yeah, there they go. And then they're not transitioning there. Okay. In there. Gotta move these all the way down. And then down there. Should see it coming down there. Okay, very nice. Now we're getting somewhere. And that should go into there. Should see them come out on this side. There they go. All right. By the way, if you didn't know, you can ride the belts, and you're like, I bumped my head. Just hold down C and crouch. You can actually ride the belts. Pretty fun. Right here, you're going to have a problem, though. That's a little close. You get here, slide. There you go. So I can actually run faster than the materials. They're leaving them in the dust. Again, we'll know when it gets when it shows up there in that corner. And I got to get over here anyway for the summer sloop. I'm a big fan of watching it go into the space elevator. There's 14 of them right there. All right, it's going to do that for us. We got those running. Now, we need to get summer sloops right here. Give me them summer sloops, bro. So we can make that double up and go faster. That's some serious vertical towers going on over here. Now, again, we'll replace all of these boxes with more fancy stuff later, everybody. But at this stage, again, we're only in Tier 6. We're working with Level 4 belts. You know, I don't have to get super fancy at this point, though you can. Totally can. I've seen people do it. I don't. I feel like it's a huge waste of your time, your most precious resource. But you do you. A lot of people don't even bother to earn their way to the end. They just play creative mode and just build bases. Hey, whatever floats your boat, bro. You do you. Me, I never play creative modes. I like to earn it. I like to earn that that super looting and that super building at the end. It's my favorite thing. All right, let's get this going. Now, the trick is get this in here before it finishes, and then it's going to go to 2 per minute instead of just 1. And it's also going to use less resources. Now, because I have a massive amount of resources backlogged, the other smart thing I should do, though it is going to take a lot of power, is to get my power shards over here. And instead of running multiple of these and doing all of that crap, forget that. I'm just going to do this. Do it quick before it finishes. You want to do it before it finishes and watch. It'll go from 5 over there, or from 1.5 or whatever it is. Now it's doing 5 per minute. And it's just going to burn up all of these extra resources that I've just been backlogging all this time anyway. I only need 500 of them, and I probably have around 300 smart platings. I have plenty of motors and other things like that that I can bring over here and just drop off. But it's just a matter of time now, because this is all inline, right? This is all connected to the actual raw resources, and it's actually collecting those resources, and inevitably it will finish and end up with 500 of those in there. So that's GG's, everybody. GG's for sure. All right. And we're at 17 right now. And before we know it, we'll glance up there and it'll say 500. Whee! Look at us go. Taking a shortcut. Up and over. Just tapping. Tap. 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 Can't stand up here, which is a bummer. I don't think I've ever tried. All right. Modular engines, adaptive control unit. Adapt control unit. All right. What do we got? Okay. These are some things that we don't got. We don't got circuit boards. We don't got automated wiring. We don't got that stuff set up, though we probably have some of that sitting around. How many do we need? 100? We could totally do those offline. I'll say we go for it. Let's go over here and retool this part of the factory over here where I have one of these. There we go. I'm doing crystal oscillators, and it does already have the summer sloops in there, so awesome. Adaptive control units, it's already got overclocking, so automated wiring, probably the trickiest of those. What does this actually need? Okay, we should go over here and clear this. We should get our adaptive control unit again. We should put it over here so we don't have to hunt it down. All right, what's in this box here? Nothing. Okay, this is going to be number 1, if we can get the right angle here. Cover this up under there. All right, we got a bunch of computers sitting around, and they ain't doing us no good. That's usually what I do. I'll make a bunch of something and then I just throw it in there and I do offline production. Oh, we got 24 left. Okay, well, maybe we don't have a bunch. We might have to make some more computers as well. But 24 is better than 0. All right. Right there. Run those in. Now, these... wow, look at all those we got. In fact, I'm just going to throw them away. Throw them away. Don't need them anymore. Take this out. Take the wire out. Wire, throwing it away. Just so I don't have to fool with it. This one. All right. What's the other thing? Computers, 7 modular frame. Circuit boards, automated wiring. Okay. Let's go over here and check our heavy modular frames, because we did make some of those. Not sure how many we got left. Oh, we got a bunch. We got some computers here in the front, too. Let's grab those. I always leave one so I remember what that thing is. There might be a bunch more in here, too. You never know. But this one's going to be computers here. This will be heavy modular frames in there. And they're just sitting around doing nothing right now. Circuit board, automated wiring. Let's check our backlog. Let's check our backlog of stuff over here. See if we got any adaptive control units. Kind of think I had some. Oh, there's some circuit boards. Those we can use. More circuit boards. Sweet. I know there's some of those adaptive control units around somewhere. I know we made some extras. Who knows what I did with them, though? That's the real question. Sometimes I just don't see it. It's like you go loot blind. Loot's right there in front of you, but you can't see it. It does happen. Okay, it's not over there, so I might have put it over here in this kind of like junk pile that I usually throw stuff in. Oh, there's motors in there. Shouldn't be in there. Are these not backlogging in there? There we go. So, we don't have any adaptive control units. Man, I could have sworn those were around somewhere. Had a little bit extra. Maybe I just threw them away. Totally possible. So I'll just make them later. Alright, well, we'll use what we got. We got some circuit boards. Let's do it. Circuit boards in. Okay, what do we need for adaptive control units? Nope, not adaptive control units. It is automated wiring. Stators and wire. Okay. Seriously doubt I have a lot of extra stators. Assembler. Throw a stator right there. Assembler right there. Tap in our wire. What size speed is this for? Okay. Tap that in. Automated wiring. Stators. Snag me some stators from over there where it's making motors too. Need a little bit of power. Again, this is offline production. I'm just using what I've already got. Oops, not wire. Cable. Alright. A little bit of automated wiring there. Now, how much does it need per thing? Because if it needs like 100, I can just make 100 and put 100 in there. 12 per minute. 12.5 per minute. And it's 5 per minute. So, hey Siri, what's 100 divided by 5? 20. So 20 times 12. Hey Siri, what's 20 times 12.5? Need 250 of them. 250 of those suckers. Alright. We are definitely going to need more stators. And we can just make some more stators over here. Yeah, and you see how online everything else is, and then this is just full on offline. Make this a merger. We'll do this. This is when you start making a little spaghetti in your base. And we're going to run that over there. I'm going to tell this to be stators. And then we're going to take this wire up here. Let's do this. Wire we got sitting around, we're going to run that in there. We're going to tap this in power. We'll start running that wire in there, and then we need steel pipes. It's also on that side. We have a whole lot of those backlogged somewhere, and I think I got a good amount of them here in the box. Yeah, good enough. This is input. This is output. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a big old elaborate production, everybody. Just enough to get the job done. And you can see I have a lot of steel pipes and a lot of wire just sitting around anyway. In fact, I got a bunch on me I can just throw in there like this. And then over here, steel pipes. And I can always get more. But man, that's a lot of stators I could be making. Then also, luckily, I have the more summer sloops on me there and more of these to speed that up again. Again, since I have so much power, it's actually way better time-wise to actually make it where it is doubling up and doubling up again. It really does help a lot to not have to build out gigantic things, right? Gigantic lines of resources. What we want to do is we want to get that those stators doubled up there. Probably want to do our automated wiring double up too. Let's see if we got any more of these laying around. I don't know how many summer sloops I actually... We got 4 in there. In here. We got 1 in here. Well, one's better than none. 1 is better than 0. Over there, over here. Nice if you could just do like a search for where your summer sloops are. Well, one's better than none. Actually, I would take 1 out of here. Let's take these out of here and actually make this one the one that's doubling up and going much faster. Like that. I don't know what that stacks to. But we can take this, spaghetti this sucker up. If you hold down control, it'll no longer snap to the box. So you can override the snap to the inputs and outputs of the boxes. If you're wondering how I'm doing that, that's how I'm doing it. And then this one over here, just run those right into there. All right, very nice. Use up those excess resources. Run them in here. And then this one will be doubling up again, so we'll be making 5 control units. We can take this off. We don't need to run that into there. Take those out. We can take this out. Bunch of rods in there. We can just do something like this, just to get it out of our way. Don't have to step over it every time. And then a bit of this action. All right, now we got both processes going, and again, one is completely in line, the one with the 500 and the one with the 100. I actually feel like the one with the 100 is the easier of the two, even though it seems like it's the higher end resource. It's the easier of the two because often you'll have a bunch of these extra. Now, the biggest problem right now is actually going to be the computers. Those computers are going to be tough. So we might want to run over here and do some more offline production. Probably take our blueprinter out of here for now. We're going to put it back later if we really wanted to. We're going to run another one of these over here. And we're going to get those computers going. Circuit boards, cables, and plastic. How convenient. We just happen to have plastic right there. And cables we're using also over here. And again, this is what they call spaghetti, everybody. You're just making a mess out of your base. Now, this is always temporary. You know I'm going to delete it later. Get up and over. Like so. Get up and over. We sure can. And then down right into that one. All right, here comes that cable that we need. All right, we need some power as well. Right to this. No power poles, really? Well, here's a little trick. We'll get our power pole. We'll aim it at the middle of this line here. We'll split it up. Now it goes from here to there to there. See? So you can easily split a line by using the power pole. And now we've got 2 out of 3. Now the other one is circuit boards. I gotta remember what that is. That is copper sheets and plastic. Definitely do that. We're gonna do it in reverse fashion here. We're gonna go assembler. And we're gonna go this way. We should do it over here. This way, so I can feed this back into here. Yikes, okay. Back into there like that to get that last circuit board in there. Now we're gonna need our resources, so totally not what I wanted to do, but whatever. I need to get those resources over there. Again, we are making... Already forgotten. What is it? Circuit boards. Copper sheets and plastic. This one also. Always trying to troll me. Okay, copper sheets and plastic it is. We already got plastic running here, so real easy. We'll run a splitter. And we'll run that into there. Then copper sheets way over here. Just gonna run this over to here. Over there. Spaghetti. See, I go from 0 to maximum spaghetti in like 5.3 seconds. I love to trigger my chat, everybody. Look how organized all my stuff is over there. And then this is just willy-nilly throw it in there and see what happens. Always funny. All right, we're definitely going to use this. We're definitely going to use these. Overclock the heck out of that. We're also going to overclock the heck out of this one. So I don't have enough summer sloops for it, but we're going to just make that go faster. Again, we got that stuff coming in at 480, and it only needs to be 37 and 75. We got plenty of all those resources, so we could really get that going as well. And again, the ultimate goal is for all of this to end up over here. We're at 24 already. We're almost a quarter there. Yep, computers were the #1 thing. Let's throw those computers in there. Do I have any computers in the thing? Yes, I got 100 of them in there. Nice. Okay. Take those computers. Yeah, I don't need them sitting in the Dimensional Depot. That don't help me. Trying to get phase 3 done. All right. That should last a little while. Got all those going. Heavy modular frames would be the only one that could mess us up, but we've got plenty of those. Plenty of those. Not too bad, spaghetti. Just a little bit. To get that going. Again, I could set up all of those different processes and I could run them all in there. The one we don't, the few that we don't have right now is circuit boards, computers, and heavy modular frames. We haven't gotten back to those yet. But what I really want to do is get to the next stage, everybody. Again, I normally would have already been past the next stage and almost to the end of the game, if not already finished with the game as well. What's an anagram? An anagram is a combination of words or letters that is reversed. So if you have like M-E-A-T, you can move it around until it says the word team, right? So you take the letters are switched around. So you take the letters and you put them into words. That's what anagrams are. It's cable, not wire. Yeah, I figured that out. I appreciate your Satisfactory streams. I learned a lot from them. Thank you, Rebel Hatter. I appreciate you. Again, there's multiple ways to play the game. We have a lot of fun over here, as you can see. Sometimes I do get a little focused when I'm trying to remember what the heck I'm doing. That's the hard part. All right, there goes a couple more of them. Go, baby. Get those adaptive wires in there. Again, the big place you want to double up is right here. See, this is 5 per minute, and it's doubling up all of these resources, which means we're at 34. It's going to actually probably catch up to the modular engines over here at some point. And again, just to overclock the heck out of these manufacturers. Again, they use a lot of power, though, 738 power. And I've overclocked all of the manufacturers, but you can see that I'm not really using that much power. I have 21,000 power. I'm using maybe 7,000, 7,500 on the high end. Barely using that power. So don't do me no good unless it gets used, so let's use it up. And we're going to have a problem with circuit boards over here, too, I have a feeling, in the long run. But we're going to just do as many as we possibly can, see where we hit the wall. And then wherever we hit the wall, we'll go ahead and maybe send some more circuit boards over here as well. Now, this would be something that I would set up on the server and make sure that everything's getting at least a little bit. And if it's all getting a little bit, then I can just let it run while I'm not on the server and then come back in a week. And believe me, there'd be thousands of them in there because it has the power of time. Right? When you're in a hurry, that's when it's like, all right, come on, hurry up, do the thing, do the thing. But if you've got plenty of time, you just let it run on the server when you're not even there. You're off, working or doing whatever you need to do, right? And bam, you're good. Yeah, these circuit boards are pumping out of there. Nice. How are we doing here? Yeah, just trying to keep up. Another thing to do here as well is to go look and see if you have any circuit boards in here. I do. And just take those circuit boards out, put them right in there. Just like that. I can also put them in this over here in the output, and it will just auto feed those in there as it uses up those circuit boards. Again, circuit boards don't help me in there. Oh, you know what I did? I probably put those adaptive units in the dimensional depot. That's what I did with them. Adapt. I forgot what the name of them are now. Oh, there's a bunch of smart plating in there too. Let's get that out of there. A bunch of stators. Use them up. You can always make more. The automated wiring, not adaptive. I'm looking for automated wiring. All right, just making a bunch of computers, but the computers aren't going anywhere. Let's get these computers in this spaghetti mess over here. It's your game, everybody. You play it however you want. Some people are like, don't do spaghetti. Blah, blah. I'd say, hey, your game, you do what you feel is right. What's right now is get these suckers over here. That's what's right now. Put that right there, and I'm going to elevate it. How do I want to get that over there? Good question. Good question. Probably right across there. Don't worry, we'll take all this out. All you ADHD peeps. There we go. Now our computer's gonna go right down in there automatically. There they go. Nice. All right, feed those computers in there. Adaptive control units, that's what it was, which is where? Right there, this one. This one. So again, I can just use the trick of throwing them in there and it'll run it down the line. What else do we have? Stators, which is back here. Again, go to here, just throw the stators in, throw the stators here, and then it will automatically feed it along all the lines that you already set up. So it'll end up over here. In the assembler right now. Cable, really? Of all the things? I'm out of cable over here? Wow. That seems highly unlikely. And then again, also I can go in, pull some out of the dimensional depot here. That's also being produced elsewhere, and it will run that back in the dimensional depot. Usually I have 10 bazillion tons of cable, everybody. I don't even understand how that got that low, but I probably used it for something, some upgrade or whatever. But now it's cranking. Got a lot of stators. Kicking butt on cables is doubling up on the automated wiring, meaning we're getting more of those each time instead of just getting the less. And it's also doing it at 12.5, so we're going to get a good amount of those. What else we got? Heavy modular frames, probably in the thing. What's this one that's missing here? Circuit boards. Do we have any circuit boards? Because I normally, I put the stuff in there when I'm not using it. Yeah, there we go. We already took all those out. What else can we use in here? Oh yeah, the smart platings. Go back over this way. See if it's needs these smart platings. Miss my exit. Long way up here. Long way. Alrighty. Where are we making these smart platings? Was it this one? Stator's there. Making motors. Alright. And then... oh, not this one. Making the modular and smart plating here. I can see it coming down. Smart plating's here, which means it's this one. Smart platings? Yes. And again, just throw it in there. Boom, it'll run out of there and end up in its destination. Or I could have just put it in the one that was right next to it. Right over there. But it seems like it's got plenty of that. What's it waiting on right now? Really? Rubber? How can that possibly be? I had a whole box of it. I don't think it's coming out of the box. I think it's coming out of the production. That's the problem. But yeah, it's coming out of the production, not out of the box. I've got an absolute ton of that over here. Well, let's just go fix this little problem. What is that belt for? Alright. We're going to make some modifications. We're going to take that. We're going to run that down. See what we got down here. Logistic level stuff. Just gonna run it down the thing. Now again, if you have a massive backlog of stuff and it's just sitting in your box, doing you zero good. Zero good in that box right now. And I can just do this. Feed that back in. Oh, not splitter. Put it over here. Merger. Now it's going to take everything out of that box and run that right over there. Again, ain't doing me no good in that box. So what really does me good is way on the other thing. Now I could have ran it just straight across too. I could have turned this way and ran it straight across, connected over there. I kind of felt like running it that way. It'll tie into the rest of that. And then we're going to get more of our modular engines. Otherwise, our modular engines are going to stop or just go really slow because that is slowing it down. Like I could just make a ladder out here, too. Right here. How far away you can build in this game, everybody? I mean, how cool is that? Look how far away I am. I can build way the hell over there. Build all those ladders just like that. So cool. Oh, look at that. We're at 80 already over there, everybody. Notice the spaghetti is going faster than the actual online production. I told you that goes really fast. Again, because I have all those backlogged resources and don't really need them right this second. And I can make more. Not like I'm not making all those resources right now, other than computers and heavy modular frames. I got plenty of all that other stuff. Yeah, this is so much faster just to use a ladder. Get up here. And trying to wait for my jetpack to come back up. Alright, let's go check this out again. Yes, we got plenty now. Look at this. Now it's just a matter of it running fast enough. Yep, nothing slowing it down now. She's in full work mode. Alright, and if you calculated, everybody, if it's 5 per minute, it's going to be, and you need 500, that's 100 minutes, roughly. Which is about, you know, hour and a half or so. And before you know it, that'll be done. And again, you just go watch a movie for an hour and a half, come back, boom. You done, bro. You in phase 3. Okay, now don't slack over here because something may be stopping it over here. Because again, I don't see that number going up from 80. If I don't see it going up from 80, I need to get over here and see what's slowing it down. Kind of feel like it's this wire that's slowing that down. There's 150 right there, circuit boards. Knew it was coming. All right, back over here. See how these circuit boards are doing. Got plenty, it's just not going fast enough. You know what? Let's double her up. Doubling it up, super easy to double it up. Again, we're going to do the same thing, overclock it. Oh, it actually already is overclocked because I copied it from that one. Oh, I didn't know it copied the overclocking too. That's awesome. And of course, now you got these vertical splitters. Where you can just do something like this. Like that, and then run that in there. Very cool. And then this way, and then this up here, just to keep it out of my face, and then run it like that. And then we run it to some power, where we can just... And we better save, because I feel like if I upgrade that thing, it's going to break. Crushing it yet again. There we go. Sometimes when you upgrade these, it crashes your game, so go ahead and just take the safe route. And there we go. Alright, so now we got a second one doing circuit boards. We got to see if this plastic is coming out of that. Whoa, what the... What the heck is going on there? That did a little loop-de-loop there. Totally not what I wanted it to do. Alright, we got plastic going in there now. Yeah, luckily it fed all the way in there and didn't get backlogged on the belt. So now we're using that plastic too. Alright, now we're doubling up. Now we're going to take this one. More serious spaghetti. We're going to run it right over the top of the hub. This is called soft clipping, by the way. Whenever you see it yellow like that, that's just you clipping it into the zone of other things. Which probably most of the time you shouldn't be doing, but it's your game, you do what you want. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'll show you some of the cool stuff that I do. But hey, you play it however you want. You paid your money. You go on the ride. You go on the ride, and have some fun. All right, there we go. Back up in business. This is going to be done in just a few minutes, everybody. 5 of these. We need 20 of them, so that's about 5 minutes. Now that we got the circuit boards in there. Yeah, about 5 minutes and we'll have that done. For sure, for sure. Anything else in here I can just feed into something? I got a little heavy modular frame, but I don't think it's going to run out. Yeah, see, what you want to see is more of this automated wiring showing up before it runs out. And that's this one over here. See how quickly we did that? That's why most people do spaghetti, because you can just run it, run it, run it. Oh, there's our cable. We ran out of cable. Alright, for now, I'm going to go ahead and grab some more out of my inventory, because I know that's run in there, just to keep that running. But we got a ton of that laying around. We're going to go get a crazy ton of it. Right over here. Thought I was going for the hypertube, didn't you? You know, sliding is way faster. Sliding for the win. Oh, didn't make it. Close. More fuel. We'll get this going, everybody. We're going to get this next thing unlocked. That's our big goal today. Where was I going? Cable. Where I was going. Cable. I get cable and wire mixed up all the time, everybody. I don't know what it is. One of those brain problems. If you're like me, everybody, and you can sleep for 20 hours, but it still always feels like 30 minutes, then you know what I'm talking about. You know what's up with what's up. All right. See, I knew I had a ton of a backlog here. Look at this. Boom. Taking that. It's mine. I'm taking it, and I'm getting out of here. Now, again, I could run it over here and do all of that, but this is almost done. It's at 90 right now. All I got to do is get over here and put this wire in here, and then this will finish up. Because adaptive control units is what's holding it back right now. There we go. Now it's going to make plenty. Oh, yeah. It's got a lot of stators, too. Stators getting backlogged over here? They sure are. Getting backlogged. You know what you can do, everybody? You can go in here and you can make yourself a smart splitter. So you can do this. You can say, okay, on the left is going to be overflow. In the center is going to be your stators. But if you have any overflow, you can go ahead and run it. Now, of course, this is going to create a circular thing here, but at least it'll keep the stators running as well. Let's see, where's my stators here? It'll keep the stators running into the box, so if the other one runs out, you'll still end up with a bunch of extra stators running. So you'll see that those stators go down the side, and then this no longer stops, right? This now starts back up again and makes a bunch more stators. But it goes into the box, it comes out of the box, and it loops back into the production line. So it's like two of the same thing going to the same place. But again, if it backlogs, it'll backlog into here, and so you'll end up with a big backlog of stators while you're waiting for this to process. Which you might as well do, because then you have extra stuff for what you need. 94 out of 100. Oh, yeah. We got this. We got this, sucko. Oh, we're missing something. Automated wiring. Automated wiring is what we're waiting on. Again, I have it massively overclocked. I have it doubled as well. Everybody's using 738 megawatts. Worth every ounce of power, everybody. Worth every single ounce of power for sure. You want to really give that a big bada boom. You want to give it the big bada boom and keep that sucker running forever, if you can. But again, eventually those raw resources that I have in those boxes will get used up. But we do have others being produced, and again, we can go in and take the resource that we have. We can make computers, heavy modular frames, circuit boards, automated wiring. We can make all of that along the way if we wanted to. It's all about that time, everybody. It's a matter of time until it happens. Oh, it's already done. Flip that off. Don't need it. Don't need it. Now here's what you need to do. Grab this. See if we got any summer sloops in there. That process is done. There's no reason to keep that running. Over here, do I have any in there? No. Summer sloops here. Yes, I got 2. So I'm going to grab those summer sloops. I'm going to pull those out. Almost put them in. And then over here on this, any summer sloops? Yes, I'm going to take that out. How about over here? How about this one? None of those. Okay, double check that I've gotten them all. All good. None over there, none over here. No, okay. Now, all the other stuff I can let run so it ends up with a bunch of extra circuit boards or whatever. And then I'll tear all that down and I'll have a bunch of extra resources. But the one we're trying to do right now is our modular engine. So the smart thing to do is to take every one of these summer sloops and to use them in the process of this production. So we're going to go over here, and we are going to run up here. And we're going to find everything that we can boost that is super useful where, say, it needs a certain type of resource. We can go and we can boost that resource as well. So let's get up here and see what we can boost. Could have put a hypertube here, too. I just thought of that. Hypertube would be good on this one. Or if we had vertical trains, I could use the elevator. Yeah, I could have put the elevator in. I'm a little tempted to do that. In fact, let's go do it. Put an elevator in. I'm not a big fan of these elevators, everybody, but we'll put it in just for fun. All right, where is this elevator? Transport. Never been a big fan of the switchback stairs either. All right, how high up can we make an elevator? We need more silica. Well, let's go as far as we can go until we run out of silica. Look at that, everybody, right before the top, too. Right before the top. See, this is life right here, everybody. This is life. See that? Right before you get to the top, all I need is like, I don't know, 6 more silica. And I could put that all the way up. All right, now we got to go make the silica. Let's go do it. It's not like we don't have an absolute ton of quartz sitting over here. Let's get in it to win it. Where's that one colored a different color? Why is that one orange? It should be purple. There we go. All right, tons of silica over here. I mean silica. Tons of quartz over here. Let's get over here and put down a little temporary thing over here that we can use. All right, now I gotta remember how to make silica because it's been a little bit. Where are you, silica? Right there. Raw quartz. Okay, just as I thought. Okay, now I could make it, but I'm not going to because I have an absolute massive amount of quartz sitting over here. And all we need to do is take it from over there and run it right there. And then we need some power for this. We can probably tap into the road here. Yeah, right over here. Very nice. Get that in. Those foundations are super crappy. Way to not snap their foundations. I don't know what you're snapping to, bro, but you're doing a terrible job of snapping. I'll take care of it. Much better. Okay, running this in, making silica. Here we go. Then we're going to overclock it. We're going to do this before it gets to the end. And now it's going to make 187 per minute. That's how you get her done. In fact, I might as well just throw a thing over here. All right, now I got 200. All right, we'll go over here. Let that make some silica. We'll go back for those things, though. We definitely are going to leave those there. Whoa, almost got run over by a train. All right, look at all this. See, thou shall get distracted by BS every single time. Yeah, getting distracted by this elevator. Might as well put it the right way, too. All right, here we go. Do the whole elevator thing here. Hypertube be faster. I'm all about faster, everybody. See, ladder is much faster than stairs because you're just going straight up as opposed to switching back and forth and back and forth. That's why a ladder is always more effective, a more effective tool. I'm all about being efficient. That's how I became your official Fix-It corporate trainer. That's how I got the big job. My job is to keep you getting from lasered from space. I hope it doesn't happen. And it won't happen. Do what I trying to show you here. There it comes. I probably should have made it taller so I can make it go the other way. And not take the top floor off. Can I change it? Oh, I can. Cool. I had no idea, everybody. I had no idea. I did this once before. All right, let's find some power in here. Those are our power connectors. All right. Get out of here. Problem with having it so compact that your stuff's in the way. All right. First, let's see if the elevator works. Did I press it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it lights up. Is it coming? Is it coming by canoe across Australia? Geez, look how slow the elevator is. Yeah, crank this thing up.
Thank you for participating in the Fix-It Elevation program. I am Elevata, which is like Ada, but less advanced. We are not currently taking any feedback.
Huh. I never heard that before. Cool. Cool, though. I can look at my base. I do like a good glass elevator, not gonna lie. All right, so all I gotta do is jump up here, press this button, enjoy the view. This is a tall tower, right? Right, chat? Now, if you missed it earlier, everybody, we're even illustrating out the factory. I was hand illustrating it for you all in a program called Affinity Designer, very much like Illustrator. All right, wasted a lot of time doing that. I could have been over here working on this stuff instead. All right, does this really need anything more? What does it need? I know what it needs. It needs 2 of them. That's what it needs. Actually, we just do this. Turn that off blueprint mode. Ah, not lined up. I think it's because it's being split. That way. Okay, we need power. Where's this one getting power from the one down below? Little trick again, everybody. Use that power pole, aim at the thing, then put the pole there, and then I can then top that into that. I don't have to run down there and run that other one down there. All right, modular engine. Now we need some rubber. So we're gonna vertical split this one. We're gonna put that one next in line. Like this. Run that curvy line over there. And then split it there. All about how much time you want to spend making it look pretty. Right now, making this go super fast. And then we're going to overclock that and put more multipliers in there. Very nice. All right, there goes the smart plating. It is underway. So now we got 2 of them overclocked. And of course, the easy thing to do is just to take this and run this right into the same box so that they both output to the same place and end up at the thing at the end. So again, now we're doing 10 per minute. We got a lot of backlog resources, that's for sure. We got lots of rubber and motor and smart plating we can burn up. In fact, I got some on me too we can throw in there if we had to. Yeah, what is it really waiting for? I think it's really backlogged on everything. Let's see this smart plating over here. How much smart plating do we have sitting in the box? Imagine we have a bunch by now. Look at that! I think that's the most smart plating I've ever made. Look at that, everybody! That's a ton. All right, we're not hurting on that. We're not hurting on that rubber because we do add a whole backlog of box of that rubber, so we can really speed this up. And again, this needs 250 of them, and this is doing 5 per minute. Hey, Siri, what's 250 divided by 5? It's about an hour, 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and we'll have phase 3 done. Sounds awesome. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to let it rock and roll. Get up here on the highest point, I think. Is this the highest point now? It sure is. Look at this beautiful waterfalls right here, everybody. I seen one person, they built a dam right there, like a big hydroelectric dam across there. That was really cool. But I love the curved lines there, the curved belts that they have now, just for fun. Very cool. I don't think I've ever done 2 of those. You know what? Let's make it go even faster. You're like, Kismet, you crazy, bro. I got lots of power, everybody. When you got lots of power, you're all about it. I say, what about 2 more? Let's really just push our power to the limit. You little need modular frames. All right, then we're just going to split this one again. And then we're going to do this. We're going to run that there. Then we're going to split this one. Bring it up just a little bit. Run it around to there. We got that one, we got that one, and then we need the motors, which we already have, a splitter right here, and make some serious spaghetti on the top here. And we're going to put that right on the top of this one because we can, that's why. And then we'll do the outside one just to make this easier. And we're going to run that in there. We're going to do 2. Oh, we got to go back and get those other ones. Take this. Run that to there. And nope, not a splitter. Yeah, and you can just build super fast if you do it this way. Spaghetti City is fast. All right. Now we need some more modular frames. What's the other thing we needed? I think just modular frames. All right, let's go. Here's a smart thing to do on our way down. We'll just take the fast way down, which is just the drop way. And then when we get down here, we use our jetpack to not die. Then we'll call the elevator while we're not there. This way, by the time we get back, because that thing's going to take forever to come back down. By the time we get back, boom, we take the elevator. And I can tell you it's 1,000 times faster to choose the hypertube, everybody. But the elevators are cool looking. I mean, if you're all about cool looking, GG's. Look at this mess. We don't even need any of this mess anymore. Right here. All right. We should take a bunch of these out of here. And while we're at it, we should take some of these and put them right in here. A couple stacks. Stacks of those in there. Okay. Oh, we're getting the booster thing. What did I do with it? Forgot. What did I do with it? Put it somewhere. I put it somewhere in something that I did with those 2. Maybe this is what happens when... Oh, on this side. For our quartz. While that's doing that, have a hypertube or a dimensional depot. Have that running in the dimensional depot while we're at it. All right, using some more of our doublers here. We're really trying to get our phase 3 done, and we are pulling out all the steps. Let's see how our power's looking. Oh, I can't run a power pole there. Deal with it later. All right, here we go. All the way to the top. Oh, we're going up the elevator. If you guys missed it earlier, here it is right here. Everybody illustrated this by hand for you guys. You can see that these are reinforced iron plates. This is what we built just a bit ago. We went in and we were talking about how to get started. You do your extraction, you store your raw resources, so if your thing goes off, you can get your manifolds going pretty quickly. A bunch of manifolds there, splitting it out, going in, smelting it down, merging it back, putting it back in the storage, going in, taking the resources also up here and making some plates. Then taking some of the resources and making a bunch of rods, and then taking those rods and turning them into screws, and then taking the screws and taking the plates, and then splitting them over here, 30 and 60, both plates and screws. And then we run our plate and screws in here. We make our reinforced iron plates, and they, of course, go into these 21 storages, which will basically store 100,800. There we go. Brain didn't want to help there. And then it's automatically also going in the dimensional depot. Did that all by hand earlier, everybody, if you missed it. I sure did, just for you guys. How we doing? Did we get there? All right, we're there. Let's get over here and fully overclock this third one. Where is it? Did I not take it out of there? Apparently not. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Ah, I tried to get out. Gotta love that elevator music. Cool way to get a neat look at your base, too. Apparently, I didn't pick up that summer sloop. I sure didn't. Give me that back. Alright, back the other way again. Make sure I don't have any in the dimensional depot. Nope. We can go get more as well, but it's going to be way easier when we get into the next phase. You'll see, everybody, when you get to phase 3, it's on like, or past phase 3, it's on like Donkey Kong after that. It's really my favorite part of the game is that tier 7, because you just unlock a crazy ton of things that make it easier to explore, make it faster to build. You got your really fast belts, which match up to your maximum output speed of a lot of your nodes. So you can just like make the maximum speed, and you know it's never going to run faster than that anyway. And then you know that that factory is done, which is really nice. All right, another one over here on this one. It's not going to be maxed out, but it's better than none. There we go. And then you know what? Let's really get crazy. Let's do another one. So this is what's so cool about these splitters, that you can just kind of run them like this. Then I can run this way and run this one. Run it out of this other side. Run it out of this other side, and then run that down. Like that. And then what else are we missing? Smart plating here. Now we're getting super crazy on this power. Let's see how we're doing. All right, we're starting to make a dent on that power now. We're up to 8,000. We have 21,000, but we're all the way up to 8,000 now. Kismet, dang, you're super efficient. Yep. Very, very efficient at my job, that's for sure. Let's see. What do we need? We need some depot thingies. What are they called? Out of my head. What are those darn things called? Power shards. Shards. Oh, we're out. Really? We used 36 of them suckers up? I can believe it. We're missing one there. Oh, I know what I could do. I can go snag one off the extractor. Or I can just go make one. Make one right here. You end up with so many of these, everybody. And you don't really need to fret that you're going to run out of these things. Plus, you can also make synthetic ones as well. So we can go in. We can make ourselves a power shard here. You can also double them up by using your summer sloops, which I do all the time. That's how I made all the ones I have. I have hundreds of them. And again, I overclock just about everything because it's totally worth it because of the time it takes. All right, there we go. Now 2.5 is going to run out. And these ones are all doubled up, so they're running out 5. So that's 515, 16, 17.5 per minute. And we need 120 more. So that's like 10, 15 minutes. Again, you can see how the massive scaling can happen very, very quickly if you have backlogged your resources and run it. That's probably the most manufacturers have ever run on that phase 3 ever. I don't bother to do this much work typically in the early game. But wait until we click over to phase 3, phase 4, everybody. Wait till we finish phase 3. Forget about it. Then it's really on. We can max all of our outputs of a lot of our coarse nodes and normal nodes. The only one we can't really max would be the pure nodes, right? So the other ones are just gonna absolutely go crazy fast. Instead of going at 270, we can make our concrete be 600. So, you know, that's 3 times, less than 3 times, but almost 3 times the amount of concrete that we can make just from that. And then I would redo all the belts once we get our aluminum going. And that'll be probably one of the first things I do, unlock those tiers and try to get that aluminum going as quick as possible. All right, but we'll take a break first since it's been like 7.5 hours. We have a good time here, everybody. We have a good time, but we're going to let that run. By the time we come back, everybody, most likely that'll be pretty close. I'm going to let you guys play little words on stream while I go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. How we doing on this? Oh, let me help you guys out. Let's see if we can earn you guys some kids caps. Let's rise up, chat. Let's work together. If I can find the right screen here. Where is it? Right here. Let's do it. Let's do it. Over here. Let's see. Look at you guys. You're already getting the big words. Class. Oh, you already got class. Cass. Lass. You already got, I'm getting all the ones you guys already got. What? I see something there. I just can't get it to go in my brain. Silica? I can't remember how to spell silica. Silica. That is S-I-L-I-C-A. Don't have those letters. Don't have enough letters. What? Sail. That's a. Or you already got. I keep seeing. You guys are just too fast for me. C-A-I-L. What? There's got to be a C word in there somewhere. What? Plaque. Class with an S. Cass. What? C-I-A-L. Sail. C-A-I-L. Good question. I think this is an L word right here. Yeah, see, lax. There it is. I would have never guessed that one. L-A-S-S. You already got that one. L-A-I-L. S-A-I. You already got that one. S-L-A-I. I don't know. What are those words, everybody? Some of these, I don't think there's any words there. Sometimes I have no idea what those words are, and I wish you could find out what they are. Kind of like when you're watching, Family Feud, where you get to see the answers at the end. They don't have it where you can see the answers at the end. But you guys did a good job. Nice job working together. Love to see it, everybody. One of my favorite things is when you guys are working together in the chat. So I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of love. Give me a bunch of kiss cats for working together. Put a 1 in the chat as well. Let me know everything is working well. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory over here as well. Ba-bam! And there we go, everybody. We completed phase 3. Let's get over here to the space elevator. Let's get it going on. We're finally moving on up to the big time. Let's go. Oh, right there. All right, time to pull the lever. Here we go. That's such a cool animation. I've got something to say.
Project Assembly Pioneer Progress Presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
I don't think any of that's true. I think I'm the only one left. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, Faye Brand, what's up? Oh, thanks for all the ones in the chat. Everybody, give me another 1,000 kiss cats for having my back. I appreciate it. Don't forget to go retweet, everybody. Right over there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. We get 10 retweets. We're going to give you some more kiss caps on top of that. 10,000 more. How we doing right now? We're at 7. We need 3 more peeps. Go over there and show some love. Oh, wait, there it goes. We missed it. Oh, but we got to watch it build it, though.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above-average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
I got both of those going on, efficiency and competence. It's cool how the thing comes back down, too. I hope I live long enough to see us build one of... Did disconnect? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me, everybody. I lost internet. Well, that sucks. It's always something. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody, because of course my life has to be as difficult as possible. Just dropped my connection. Let me know if it's working now. Hopefully it didn't stop all my other platforms, because that sucks. Let's see. Let's see if, well, Twitch is still working. Did it drop YouTube? Nope, YouTube's still going. All right. I think they're still working. Too bad. I'm just going to keep going. Good on YouTube. Oh, thank you, Rotisserie G. Thank you, Faye Brain. Appreciate it yet again. Look, you guys earned more Kids Caps. Again, and my connection just suddenly dropped out of nowhere. Just as I was about to get all excited about doing the box ride refinement. And of course, the first one I'm going to do, everybody, is the hover pack as soon as I possibly can. But I got to get my box ride refinement going, so we're going to start with that one first. We're going to need some of this stuff that we've been burning up on all these other things over here. But luckily we've stopped it, but we've let it run a little extra. And the reason why we let it run a little extra is so I can make some extra computers here. So I'll have a bunch of those, and then I'll have a bunch of these, and then all the motors that we were making, we can use a bunch of those, and so on and so forth. That's why we want to let some of that stuff just overrun. And then over here, we're out of motors. How we doing on rubber over here? Did we burn up all that? No, we got some of that 246. We'll get a bunch of that. And then we'll just have to track down some motors. We should be good to go. All right, let's throw all that in there. Throw what motors we have. Let's look in the Dimensional Depot. Oh, we got some in there. We're just going to go ahead and throw those in there. And then we got to go track some down. And we're going to unlock that next phase. And try to get some deal going on here. Oh yeah, I forgot we made an elevator. What side is it? I think it's this side. We're making the motors. So awkward when you get in this kind of like really slow limbo with your jetpack. Oh god, it's all the way at the top. I bet you I can get to the top before it uses my jetpack to go a little faster too, and then grab on while you're waiting, and then jump off, use your jetpack, grab on the ladder, jump off, jetpack, back on the ladder. All right, there we go. Motors over here. Rotors, maybe over here. Would have been really smart to label all this, but we'll do that later on. Point. Motors, I think I was doing them here so I could run them up into here. Yes, I was. All right, let's grab a bunch. You can also kind of follow it back. where the storage is, grab all of those. Too bad we're taking them all. And again, this is a much faster way down than an elevator. It's free fall. Then catch the hyper tube. Does this kind of weird red outline of the train sometimes. I don't know what that's all about. Okay, right back to the hub. In we go. First one done. Let's go, Ada. Tell us all about it.
Milestone reached. Bauxite is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Thanks for that vote of confidence there, Ada. All right, we gotta go get some bauxite. We're gonna go get it. The closest one is this way. Way over there. Now we look on the map here. We can see there's some bauxite over this way. Way up over there where we haven't even been yet. But we also have a train station here, so we can run it here off of this train station. We also have a train station going out way over here, which is kind of cutting across and then going down across here somewhere. Or, oh, it's going up here to the coal and the quartz and silver. Oh yeah, this is the one that goes through the tunnel. I forgot I made that one. So there is a tunnel out there that we could use. I guess we could use that one and just tap into the box right from there. Because this is the furthest one that goes this way, and then this is the furthest one here. So they kind of feel like they're in the same spot, the same distance from that box right. That's a good question. Should I just run that over? Kind of feels like this side would be faster. I could just dip over there, grab it, and then bring it back on that train. So let's go get her done. And we can just go ahead and add the box right to this train. And then the train can go and pick up both of them. Or I can make a separate train that just goes and gets the box right and brings it back as well. Oh, you know what? I could have it where it goes off the inn and then goes into a station on that side. Goes into a station on that side, drops off the box right, and then I can do my aluminum right over there. So many options. So many options. Option number one, though, is going to be me putting a train down. I'm going to get in it. Let's go! Choo-choo! This is the fun part about building your trains down at the thing, because you're going through, like, all this kind of stuff. Comes my other train. Let's try to remember which one the horn is. The left mouse button. They're going through the cave. This one's really tricky running it on the ground level. But we got it done. Ghost righted the train. Gotta wait for it to stop so I get rid of it. Alright, extracting sulfur over here and also bringing up that quartz from down there. Way down over there. Now what we can do is just kind of extend this track and run it over this way. Oh, we got to get our fun time out. Hold on, where's our little fun time? Oh yeah. Explosive rebar time. We made a bunch of this explosive rebar, everybody. It was really fun. Highly recommend. Speaking of, get out of here, crazy nature. Just blow up stuff. Oh, I got boat trees on that one. Okay, again, we're going to ping the box right. this way. All right, so if I have it come straight through the train here, and we go straight, like this. Probably going to need to go up, too. So what we'll do is we'll take this out, and then we'll make a free ramp up. So we'll get our foundations. We'll use a minimum ramp. And not sure that's going to make it. Whoa! Look out! Construction coming in with a big old raid love. Appreciate the love. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Here, speaking of our train, here comes our train right now. Yeah, we're going to have to definitely go up at a steeper angle. This is going to go right along here, so we're going to get it going on. Hope you had a great stream, man. Thanks for bringing your awesome peeps into my stream. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right, half a century. I've played thousands and thousands of games, and we're playing one of my favorite of all time, and that's saying something. Right here, playing some Satisfactory. We are building up our trains. We're trying to get our box right going on next. Now, I have played Satisfactory since the first day it came out. I've played through, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 times. Have loved every single playthrough. Finished it many times, both in early access and also in release. And right now, we're trying to build ourselves all the way up here with some nice ramps to get us there and then back again. We're going to get that going on right over here. And I like the nice 3 wide ramps, so you can have a one going there and then back again. So we're going to get this going on. It feels like getting it going. So feel free to come on in, hit that follow button, relax, take it easy. We're going to have some fun getting this going on. My goal right now, get this box right and try to get this aluminum up and running, because we just unlocked phase 4 here, and we're working toward our box right. Yeah, we might have to dip over just a little bit to avoid that mountain. That's okay, we can make it happen. I feel like we got to dip over right about here, so here's a better idea. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take this out right here. We're going to go ahead and flatten this out just a little bit. Right over here, and we're going to dip this over like that. And we'll do another row here just to make it a little easier to transition. And we're going to definitely need to go, say, here. See if we get up and over that obstruction there. And again, we're using 2-meter ramps, so this is pretty steep on the way there, but going to be nice and fast on the way back, that's for sure. Oh, we might just miss that obstruction. Let's see if we can get another row. Going to be pretty tricky, but we'll see. Now, what I'll do if I don't like the ramp is I will reverse engineer. So basically, I'll go to the end, figure out where I want to start, and then work my way backwards as well. Now, here's the great thing about having one of these, everybody. You just roll up here and say, hey, trees, get out of my foundations. I don't like it. I don't like you in my foundations. And you just throw a whole bunch of explosive rebar down here. This is my new favorite toy, by the way, everybody. I didn't bother to do any of these in previous playthroughs because I thought, you know, I'll wait till right time, and the right time is now. Now, we got to also watch out because I can see that there is some radiated stuff up there. We got to get up high. We got to go up and over this radiated stuff here. So we're going to just see how this works out. Man, that's going to be real close. Really, really close. We're hitting that right there, so that's going to obstruct our thing here. We get away with one this way? Oh, yeah, we sure can. All right, so again, I can work my way backwards and see that this actually is the better option. Right here. Much better option. And so we'll go with that. I was right the first time. Sometimes I just guess. Now again, if you do this and you accidentally get some that you do want to keep, just press Control and release. Right here, control, release, control, and then release, control, release. There we go. And then aim away from it. Otherwise, you'll accidentally take it out anyway. I've done that a few times. And how was your playthrough today, Construction? What were you working on, brother? Were you working on something super cool? I'm doing my mega build here. We're just getting started. Ooh, I think we're going to clear it. I think we might just clear it here. Let's go. See how we do. This one on the right's a little iffy to go that way, so luckily we moved over just a little bit. And I think we got this. And going up and over the radiation. Oh, wow. Look at this. Target-rich environment. Yeah, all stand together. Makes it easier. Never stops being fun. Death from above, sucker! Jetpack for the win! Wow, he anticipated me coming around the corner there. That was pretty good. You dead yet, guy? Alright, all dead except for that one guy who went way over there. Let's see if we get the long shot. Ooh, that was close, though. I was pretty close. Kobe! Oh, I was way too far. Oh, that was a hit! Another hit. Go far forward. A little bit down. Oh, I'm getting him. Yeah, he'll jump over here in a minute. The second I jump down, he'll be all up in my business. Come on, punk. Anybody else want some of this? Come on. What you got? You ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing. All right, time to make ourselves an extractor. Get this box ride going. We need to get a train up here, and we need to get it lined up. Let's go ahead and back this off just a little bit. And we're going to just use our train line that we already have, and we're going to build out, back it off a little bit more. Again, I've been building a lot lower to the ground than I normally do. I normally just build way up in the sky and then just run my trains because they never have to go up or down. They're all flat, and I just bring the resources to them. Way more efficient. Way better way of doing it. But this playthrough, I am trying to be a good boy. Trying to be a good boy and playing it down here at the lower levels for all of you to enjoy. All right, there we go. Bringing the station straight in. That actually looks pretty good. Our station is going to need to be way wider than this, though. We're going to have to back it out just a bit. Something in the way there. Whatever it is, get it out of the way. I got things to do here. Yep, something's still in the way. Oh, this. All right, let's try again. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, we got to widen this out a little bit so we can get our train station right in here. Like we might have to do a little bit of that too. Okay, so we're going to bring the train up on the left side, so it's going to come in through here. I feel like we got to go up a little bit more. I feel like that's a little too close. Let's go ahead and get all of this back out of here. And way too close. Don't have enough room for the train station. Just don't take out the one that's under you, everybody. That's the trick part. Alright, up one more. Like so. Reload. These things get rowdy. Alright, a little bit higher. We can get up over this stuff here. We can make this train station. Alright, that looks a bit better. Like we need our chainsaw. Now I keep the chainsaw in the dimensional depot because it's just easier. See what this gives us. Oh, and we also need our fuel. Biofuel ought to do it. What's this giving us? Wooden leaves, huh? Get all this stuff out the way. Can't stand stuff going through my foundation. Drives me crazy. Anybody else like that in chat? Can't stand stuff coming through your foundations? I get triggered, man. I get triggered. Like, no. Get that stuff out of my foundations. Alright, this looks like a good spot. So we're going to go ahead and just take this part out here. And it just so happens that I have a bunch of foundations that are blueprinted. Oh, I got to back it up here. Get that out of here. Got to back it up just a bit. And then I got to put some 1 meter foundations in there so we can align our blueprint just a little bit easier. There we go. And then we're going to try to center it on this like so. There we go. And then all we need is our train station here. We need to think about our turnaround too. We only need, this is a pure boxite node. Oh, that is a pure. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're getting it going on. Let me back this up just a little bit, and we'll grab one of these, and we'll widen this out. Now, the red represents trains. It's me utilizing the trains. Get that, yeah. As well, I feel like if we do one more, we're going to end up in the ground. Yeah. Okay, and again, we're going to be coming up on this side, ending up way over here. And so we'll push this train station back as far as we can in this direction, because we're going to want to turn around and go back the other direction. This doesn't feel like enough room. Maybe. Then we're going to need some freight platforms this way, but it's telling me it's uneven, is it? Oh, because it doesn't have the thing there. Nah, we can override it. We can override it and be just fine. And then again, you just hit H to override that, where it says it's hanging off the end of the foundation. That's fine. It'll be fine. You can just fill in some foundations if you want. I mean, I like to fill in these extra foundations so I can walk around the outside as well, so I don't fall off. Now on this side, meh, don't really need to put those in there. That'll be fine. All right, so we worked it out. Now what I like to do is, when on pure nodes, I like to have one train station for each and every 300 of any resource that I'm going to use, right? So in this case, we don't have enough time to build it out this time, but we'll come back and we'll build it out next time. But we're just going to go right to work here. Now again, because this is already powered on the other end, in theory, we should be able to connect that. Now the problem is we didn't run the track, so we don't really have the electricity run up here. But the second we do, and I like to go about halfway down like this, this doesn't come off of the thing too much. Just a little bit there. And then we're going to run this track back down. Again, using that center line of the triple foundation. I like to align it to the grid here. Now this is going to be tricky, and I think what I'm going to do is just stop it right there, and I'm going to take all of this out. And I'm going to go ahead and adjust it so that it actually ends up just following this whole line here. Now this is the great thing about having a dimensional depot right now, everybody. I don't have to keep running back, because I played this game before the dimensional depot, and you had to keep running back and running back and running back over and over again to get resources, especially when you're doing big stuff like I'm doing right now. Now I'm gonna go ahead and take a lot of this out here. Try to get as much of this as I can on my way down. Then you do that and you jump back over here, and then you aim toward this and you can take all that out. So it's not in your way, and you also get those resources back. Nice and quick and easy. Again, working our way to the box ride. Now this is the first time I ever bothered to go this way with the box ride. I try to do new stuff every time. Again, I've played through the game 50 times, everybody, so it's not my first playthrough. And I try to do different routes and run my trains different ways. All that kind of fun. And we'll take all those out. And backtracking our way, just like I was saying earlier, that we'll work our way backwards. And just this way, our elevation is staying very consistent. Again, this is really going to massively slow down the train with this kind of grade. But we do what we got to do. We want to get it up there to get that box right. And then bring it back to our base. We already have an existing station down here, which means that all we have to do is just extend it a little bit. And we will have easy access for another train, or the same train. We can use the same train, but I'll just probably use a different train. And just use the same tracks. Just got to be careful when the train's coming back that it doesn't run into the other train. So we'll put some signals in and whatnot to help us out. Speaking of train, there's my train right there. All right, now we're getting somewhere. We'll just go ahead and bring one of these forward, just so we can see where that's going to hit that. Nice, and we don't need these. Wrong one. This way. I use the middle mouse button a lot so I can just pick stuff up. Currently I'm picking up the tracks. And then this track is going to end up going right here. See how that looks. Don't like it at all. I'm a little picky. I don't like it to float like that, and I'll show you how to fix that. Go ahead and bring it down naturally. And then we'll have it just kind of go about half block once we get here. So we'll go halfway to this block, and then halfway into this block if we can get it to go. I want to back it up just a little bit to here. And then like halfway into this block. That's going to give you a much more natural curve there. And your thing's not going to be all wonky out of the well. I hate a wonky track, everybody. So now you got a nice smooth transition up that track. And then it's going to come back the other way and going to end up over on this side as well. So we'll want to go ahead and just fill the rest of this in. Just work this back in the other direction while we're at it. So then we'll have both of our tracks ready to go. Again, same thing. You want to get this started in the right position. Let's say here. And up to about there. And then Snap that right in there, so when it comes back, it can just go in the normal way. We'll put all of our switch tracks and all that stuff in later. But now, the rest of this is just easy mode. Just running it up the thing. Our goal is just to get this aluminum going so we can let it run, and then we'll scale it up later as well. And this is a pure node, so we're going to have plenty to go around, that's for sure. Alright, now we got a problem, though, as to how we're going to run this back. We have this upper part here, and we'll have to get around this part here, so kind of feeling like a ramp here. That's going to be in the way, though. I hear something. All right, let's use our turnaround. I do have a blueprint that helps me do turnarounds. If I can find the spiral. No, pipe factories. Where the heck is it? Blueprints, foundations. Oh, foundation. 5 wide turnaround. So we're going to go ahead and put this in here. We're going to hit H. And we're going to see which way it's turned. It's turned the wrong way. It's hard to tell which way it's going. But I think we got this. And we're going to need to kind of pull this one in closer than we usually do. Because there's so much stuff out there. Let's see, we're going to need to try something like that. Take this out and just connect. No, it's too short. I thought that might happen. All right. Try it again. Try it again. Still too short. All right, we're going to push it way out. Let's keep trying. Again, the great thing about 1.1 is that you can nudge stuff all over the place. Let's try that. Stupid blueprint mode. It was in blueprint mode and I took it out. I meant to go out of blueprint mode. Yeah, I'm using the lights as reference. Over here, these lights right here, like you can see those are like 2 lights there on the actual tracks themselves. Get a blueprint mode this time. There it is. Okay, we're definitely going to have to rework this a little bit. Let's get these foundations in. Like that. Yee, okay. Not a big fan of that. Just put it at an angle for now and we can deal with it later. Alright. We'll bring this power up here and we'll connect it there, which should start this up. Yeah, okay, nice. Then we can also, again, we're just doing the quick and dirty for right now, and then we will run all the fancy stuff later. So we're gonna go default. Didn't quite make it. Get up nice and high here. And we'll go there. And make that difficult to do on this side. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna change our mind here. We're gonna take this out, and we're gonna flip those. Gonna flip these around the other way. Hit H. H again. All right, good enough. Then we're gonna go ahead and flip this around. Fun little curve here. Way up high so the train doesn't end up hitting that. Then we'll try to do this with that. Split it into this one. That'll go into that one. All right, now we're good. Go ahead and run this onto there. That's going to start backlogging those resources. Now we have to get this past here, which really sucks. All right. Too wide. Trying to control that curve. Yeah, not doing it good that way. Let's do it the opposite way. Let's put this up here at the top. About halfway in. We're going to nudge it a little close there. We're going to bring this down first. Not bad. Can we get it to go here? Yes. Okay. Nice. Okay. We got that to go up. And now we got to go this way. We got to get it to snap down there. Yeesh. Not like that. Let's move this back over. Gonna tell you it's my favorite, but that's actually not bad. All right, we'll roll with it. Roll with what we got. All right, box ride coming in, and we are loading box ride over here and loading there. Why is this one not got any box ride in it? I don't like it. What's going on here? It's not actually going into the thing. Always double check it. Make sure it's actually going in. I don't get it. I don't know what's up with that, but I don't like it. We're going to fix it. Gonna do it old school here. There it goes. Get in there. Nope, it is not going in there. Not leave this station until you figure out why that's not going in there. Alright, all this is out. There it goes. All right. Now let's make sure both of them are getting some. Yeah, okay. Now we're talking. All right, don't walk away until that works, everybody. Because you'll always say, hey, no problem, Construction. Thanks for hanging out, man. Still working on your Cyberpunk City. Oh, cool. That sounds fun. You take it easy, man. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got it going now. Again, you very rarely do you ever come back to say, I'm going to come back and fix it later. You very rarely ever do. All right, so we got to give this a name. We're going to call it Box Pickup. Or Box Right. Right there. And then we're going to make a train. And we're going to put this train back just a little bit so that the train can still pull into the station. It's going to have 2 cars right there. Then we're going to get in the train and we're going to call this the Box Train. Or Box Ride. I don't need to name it all the way, the whole thing. Right here. Now, one of the things we're going to need to do is to make sure that this train does not crash into the other train down below, right? So we need to make sure we have our switching and all of that, our block signals and stuff, so things don't go horribly, horribly wrong. And what you're really doing is you're segmenting the train line. So you're trying to segment them so it knows the difference between what the train's at right now. You can see it's in the station. And then this part up here, and then the part down here. So we're going to go down here and put some block signals in. Now, normally you want to put a block signal in the very beginning and the very end. I'm just going to start with the end because I'm already over here. Now, this particular train, if it has any trains on the back, which it currently does, you can see it has 2 of them. You definitely want to leave some extra room for those trains to stick out the back. So I'm going to go ahead and say right about here, let's watch out when you're coming through, that you don't crash into the back of that train. So that'll give it plenty of time to go in there, and if the other train's waiting to go past that train, it can go past and end up on the other side. Also, if you have this out, you can see the different colors of the roads as well. And you see there's one here, and it blocks the rest of this. Then on the way back here, we want to make sure that we have one where it will stop if this one is blocked as well. And you can see this one's all a different color. And then also we can put one right there. And then we can also say, hey, has the train gone past a certain point? Let's say way up here. Oh, it's already got one right there. So once that train goes past that point, the other train will pull up and sit right here. Oh, actually, it's in the opposite direction. We need to go this way. There we go. Again, you see this one now has a different color. So each of those segments are different. Now, the thing you do is you start running your train, you see if everything crashes into each other. That's how you know. One of the cool things you can do from any train station is you go into the timetable, and you can tell the box ride chain what its timetable is here. So we got box pickup, save changes, right over there. And we can say turn on self-driving. And we can see right now it's telling us, hey, our signals aren't working. So we got problems. This is all one segment. That should be splitting that into its own segment. Whoa! Seems to be working now. This one seems to be broken. Oh, now it's good. All right, those all seem to be good now. Okay, figured it out. All right, that train's going to take off. It's going to go all the way that way and then come back this way eventually and pick this stuff up. Let's see if it crashes into any trains on the way. Speaking of train, I'll make me a train. There we go. Uh-oh! That was my bad. My bad. You can blame me for that one. My bad, my bad. Oh, I accidentally took out the back of that train. All right, you're good, you're good. That train's coming back. Gotta go tell this train to start back up again. Turn on self-driving. My bad. I tried to stop it in time, but it didn't work. Okay, we have one cutting up this part of the track. And these seem like they're not working. There we go. Train is hauling. A fast train. It is waiting, so that's good. Oh boy. Can't take the train out. It's gonna roll backwards. Oh well, let it roll. I gotta go up here and prevent this from crashing into this one over here. Clock signals can be really awkward. All right, there we go. So it'll sense whether there's anything still on the track, which it is right here. Now I gotta go hunt down that train. One of the drawbacks of stopping on an angle. Okay. Now, can these two trains coexist on this? Notice this is a single line here. So the other train's got to be able to get past that single line and get over here. Am I out of fuel? Why is it using this fuel? Get that fuel out of my inventory. There we go. My turbo fuel. It's got to be able to get out of the station and get out the way so that this one can go. Let's see what this one's up to. Yeah, it doesn't look like it should be able to get out of there. Oh, it's saying something about signaling problem. Okay. Well, let's see. That signal is green. This signal is green. There's not much room for it to get back through here. This is going to be an issue. That's going to be a big issue. Maybe take this one out. Signals are making the next stop unreachable. This one. That should have moved up to here. Like this. That should have moved up to there. And then we put a block signal here. So that's off of there, and then this one should move up. Stop right there. They were using the exact length of the train to help us fix that signaling problem. Then turn on self-driving. And this one's having a problem signaling back this way. So this should be able to see if there's anything here. Why can't it move up to here? Maybe even further. Go up any further. I get it up as far as I can so I can get that going. something down the line here. Let's go look. Oh yeah, clear now. Okay. That one up there. Here it comes. Okay, that one's up and running. Now let's go figure out what the signal problem is up here. Again, the whole point of block signals is to protect your trains from crashing into each other. This one's probably a transition back this way. It's having a problem. This one's saying that on there, that you can't go there. And then coming back. Oh, it's already there. I see. It didn't make it back to here. Why did it stop there, though? It should have stopped right there, not back there. We'll get it figured out. Signals make next stop unreachable. So it can't reach the one at the top. So we'll figure out what's up. So this goes here. This is fine. Oh, this is on the wrong side. Okay, so... Green there. trains are stuck now. They're all stuck. Want some advanced switching here. One of these. My coal train coming there. I need that coal. Ah, pressed the wrong button. That's just this one. Right here. I bet you it's that one. All right. Ah, that's the one it was. All right, cool. Then my other train should start moving. No, it's still stuck. In fact, it doesn't even need one going this way. Still no. Nope. Okay, well this one, problem with this one solved. Not with that one. Train problems. Could be one going up and one going down. Got me. I really need to create a station on the other side so it has another station it can go to get itself out of the way. I should go do that. Otherwise, the train's going to be in the way. Be blocking all of my block all my through traffic. It's completely stopped. The train stopped at the top there. That other train is stopping it. Train logistic problems. Again, when you're doing these kind of splits and double splits like that, that's when things get real tricky. I really need another station on the other end so it can pull through to that other station. Even if it can't make it back to that station. Because it only really has the one station that it's going to. And so I got to get up here and do my thing. I guess I could back this off too. The other train can come forward. Yeah, let's say it's about this long. The other train will start to come forward now, and at least get to there while I'm clearing this other train out of the way. Remember that this actually is my coal, and that coal is running the fuel generators right now. So if that goes off, boom, power goes off. So we got to be careful when we're fooling around with this. I could have actually ran a separate train by now and been done with this already, but we're trying to be tricky. All right. Get you out of the way. Blocking the whole deal here. Okay. Which way I'm going here? Go ahead and run this one off the side of the tracks. Say something like this. No. far enough forward so that one can do its job. Oops. Derailed. All right, we got to put another station over here. Say right here. This way. Not gonna do that. It's gonna take this train out. All right. Box drop off. All right. Yeah, got overlapped. Okay. This is going to be unload. Unload. Now, see, this one's going to come off the other track, so it should be able to get there eventually. Let's see if we can get it going now. We'll take this. We'll put this in. And we'll see if we can get this to go. Name this box train again. It's going to go pick up, it's going to go drop off. Save changes, turn on. Signals are making the next stop unreachable. First thing we want to do is put one here too, so that we don't crash into that other train. Get this off the track so it can do its thing here. Above us. No, no train ahead. this seems fine because the other train can get here. Seems to be when we get to the top here. Ah. Hitting the wrong button. Gotta have patience. There it goes. Gotta change the direction. Ah! Hitting the wrong button over and over again. Alright, that's it. That's it. You've irritated me enough. You're out of there, train. Ugh. My other train come up. What the heck's going on with those signals? Alright. Try this again. I don't remember what the darn key is that switches the thing. Trying to annoy me now. Oh, I hit some key that got rid of the interface. A and D. There we go. It's green going up there, and then it blocks. Take out all the signals up here. There's only one train that comes up here. You don't really even need the block signals on the top part, but you need it down there so it doesn't crash into it. I'm gonna take this one out. And this one. Any more? No. Alright, let's do this one at a time. We're going to take this off. Save changes. Turn on self-driving. Problem is here. Oops. Front, not in the back. Ugh. Train or drone? Train. Drone has a whole bunch of other stuff you have to do. Now, normally this works fine. I don't know what is going on. I could save the game and reload, and then it would work fine sometimes. But I'm just trying to get it to go to any of these stations. Let's see if we can just do drop off. Okay, drop off it's doing. It's this station that it doesn't like. Might be a connection or something. We'll see what happens when it goes down here when the other train's coming this way. So that train's actually going down. We want it to auto drive for a while and see if it crashes into anything. Basically, that's what you're testing. Full train's running good. It's definitely that station. Now, if you're having a problem with the station, I'd rip the whole thing up. I'd tear the whole thing up, redo it, see if that fixes it. Something wrong with the train line, something wrong with the transition between one station and another. One of those tracks is not registering something. Always something. This one also, it shouldn't have to slow down there. So once it goes past this part, it should know that it can go around here. Brain confusion. Talking. Cancel docking. Box pickup. Yeah, there we go. Signaling problem. Okay, well, we know this train station works. I feel like I'm just going to go take that other station out and redo it. Because it was working earlier. Just got to figure out why it's not working. Got to keep our other trains going. Again, that's our power right there. Again, I could have just ran a separate train. This would have been done. Could have just ran a push-pull train. I could have had my aluminum running right now. For sure, for sure. I personally prefer the trains over the drones. Drones are very involved. Drones are great if you have to go far distances. For close distances, within, say, you know, quarter of a map or something like that. Oh, crap. I didn't switch the train. My bad. My bad. Didn't switch the track. My bad. Yeah, when you do that though, now you gotta go fix your train. Tell it to auto run again. Otherwise it'll just sit there and do nothing. Turn on self-driving. Yeah, the thing is, instead of hitting A and D, I always hit E and I get out of the train instead of switching the track, which is what I want to do. Okay, how can I get this to go with the thing? What if I tell it to go to, instead of box pickup, I tell it to go to sulfur and quartz pickup? Can you go there? And turn on self-driving. Okay, so it can get to quartz pickup. All right, so we know those two stations it can get there. So we know that these signals are okay. There's spiders in there. Little spideys. Might load too. Oh yeah, it is. Hitting all the wrong buttons today. Tried to cancel the docking, but whatever. How can this not get up there? Let's take all the signaling out. What about now? Can you get there now, bro? No, 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 stop. Crap, that other train's gonna come in. Ugh. I'm just gonna turn it on. Let it run that way. See if it ends up running up here. Now it's going to go all the way back around again. It's going to go to the next station, which is the one over there. and then end up coming all the way back around. Yes, I've tried multiple signals and whatnot at the bottom of the hill. It can make it all the way to here. It's this transition up to here that it doesn't like. Really, I think I only need one on the way back. I don't think I need... Because, look, these are all the same train signal here. So what I really need is one on the way back. But you can see it doesn't cut the train signal. You can see that that one is clearly not working. Also, sometimes when the tracks are really close like this, that it starts acting funky. Also, you can log out, log back in again. Sometimes that helps. Oh, man. This is a bummer. Let's try to do one right here. Cutting this. See, it's not cutting that up. Something definitely wrong with this here. We'll wait for it to come back. Irritating. It's when it's coming back that it might crash into these other trains. And I don't like that. I don't like it a lot. Let's go ahead and just change the way that this track is going. Ah, God, it's going in the ground. Stupid ground crap. Widen that out a little bit. Gonna widen these out a little bit so they're not so close. Try that a little bit. All right, box train, get back over here. Rename it box train again. Well, the trains are running. It's just gonna have a collision. That's its biggest problem. We can try to cut it at the station up here. Again, it should cut one there, and then one going this way. Okay, that's how that should work. Okay, green there, green here. So both these signals are fine. They should be working fine, but now look, it lost the signal. It can't find its way. I take both of those out. Now I can find it. Weird. Weird. What about one here? Yeah, it's not cutting up the track. Getting really annoying. Should be cutting the track. See, when I click that, that should change color to become a different part of the track. What the hell did it just go? Freaking train. I don't know what's wrong with this train. It's sucking up a lot of my time. I should have just made a separate train. So I've wasted like an hour on it now, and I could have made a separate train. This should work though, because again, it should break the train into a separate train track. You know what? I'm just gonna save. Screw this. Train is broken. Train. All right. Here's what you do. Main menu. Fight me. Wasting an hour of my time screwing around with things that should work. See, there's what should work, everybody, and there's what does work. I just exit completely out of the game. There's what should work, and then what does work. If it should work, because it should work, it's pretty obvious. You're blocking one side, and you're blocking the other side, and you're making it into a separate segment, which it should work. But if it's not working, then you know that's a game issue. So we'll figure it out, though. I feel like I got to take that whole entire top part out and fix that. I was going to go for a walk about 30 minutes ago, but apparently now we got to fix this instead. Because if I stop now, I'm not going to be able to remember to solve it next week. So best we fix it now. We'll get it, even if I have to rebuild that whole thing or run it off on its own separate track. So I can run it off its own separate track as well. That's what I should do. That's exactly how you fix that. If it's acting funny, I can run it on its own track earlier. Around the station. Yeah. I can totally do that. So instead of splitting it here, I can split it out here. Let's try that. This is getting old real fast. The trees, get out of here. All right, get on out of here. Out of the way. I don't know what that power was connected to, but I guess we'll find out, won't we? I think it was connected to my tractor over here. Ah, look, see, all my signals are screwed up now. Bah, this game, I tell you. Oh, what a huge waste of my time. All right, I don't know why it should be blocked like that. Let me take out this side and see if it can find its way again. That's fine there. Be able to move up, guy. Problem. Oh, look, the timetable's screwed up. What the heck is going on? There it goes. Jeez, finally. Alright, that definitely was something wonky going on there. So basically what I'm going to do is divert the train around the station. So I don't have to deal with the station problem and the station switching. So now it should just end up here and then return here. Like this. So the only thing that it should worry about is when it comes back. Right? So when it comes back this way, and this should cut this whole entire line into its own line now. Right here, this whole separate side. This will be the red line. Totally on the wrong thing now. Shouldn't go through the middle one. Okay, stupid train. Okay, you got one mission, train. Go up this hill. Box pickup. Go. I think it lies. I don't think it's a signal problem at all. I think it's a track problem. I think it's a big fat liar. Taking every bit of this track and every bit of this train station out. This is the thing to do right here. Again, just take it all out. Something screwed up with this track. Gotta troubleshoot it. Back that down a little bit. Alright, that's it. Bite me, train station. Bite me, bro. You suck. You suck, train station. Alright, new train station. Try it again. If I can just go right into this curve. This. Take this curve out, just go right into it. Sure can. Alright. I noticed that the station in the back looked like it was on stilts too. So it might be from us taking this in and out of here a couple times. But we're going to move the station forward and see if we can snap it in there a little better. Call it something else this time. And then we're going to go to train. at his time, and we're going to say boxy pickup. Still no? Next stop is unreachable. Probably because I haven't connected the train yet. Oh god, I'm dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. Control, drag through the trash. It helps if I actually connect the train track too. Hold on, we gotta do the whole fix the arc thing. Add into there. It might be unreachable because the track is messed up and it's saying that it's unreachable. That's why it's unreachable. Yeah, signals are making the next stop unreachable. What signals? There's no signals. There's 0 signals here. Take that out. Alright, let's do common signals. Let's say here. So normally what you do is you do one in the station and you do one out of the station, alright? Then it gives you a whole different look just for the station itself. I'm just not sure why it is so messed up. On the track. It's down at the bottom of the track. I mean, it should be able to come up here and hit the top of the station here. Stupid. Stupid, stupid. Bada stupid. Done this like a million times, but today is one of those days. One of those rough days where it just doesn't want to do what you want it to do, and it was working earlier and now not working. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to take out both sides of the track. See what we can do. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to take out... Really? Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, that part's not working anymore either. We'll make it work. Keep doing troubleshooting. I'm going to take out all the track. I redid the station. Something definitely causing this to get screwed up. We just need to find the spot and we good. Oh, I got an idea. I'll try another idea here in a minute. Torch train can't make its way here either. Just gonna take that out so my sulfur torch train can run. I'm just gonna take this and run it in a circle. Figure out what the problem is here. Oh, well, I'm gonna need some power. I'm gonna need some power. Let's just do this. Sometimes you just got to be relentless, everybody. Now, what I did is I kind of checked the max distance there, so I could go ahead and just run the power manually up here. Because I'm having a problem with this track. It was working for a minute there, and then the second I started adding signals, it started getting weird. And it's not changing the color of the tracks, which it should do. When I add one on one side and one on another, I'm cutting this side of the track and that side, so that segment that I'm cutting should cut. It should, that side should be a whole different color, because I'm blocking both sides, and again, it should function like that, but it's not. Oh wait, this is too far. I gotta go back down there. And sometimes this is what you gotta do to troubleshoot. So what I'm gonna do is just try to get the station to function on its own. And I'm just going to bring the power up manually instead of using the tracks. If I use the tracks, it's going to have that track problem over and over again. But if I just run the power separate to the train station, then the train station itself will have its own individual power away from the rest of the tracks. If I just put one, say, right there, then I can run power line to the station. There we go. Now see, it should be able to drive up right now to the station, but it's stupid. It's dumb. It should be able, it knows right where the station is, to the end of that track. It should be able to run right there to the station. I don't know, everybody. It seems kind of broken to me. Seems broken. Again, I could just run it down that hill over there and just bypass this, or run it down the side like I usually do, but I wanted to extend it off of this one. But this one's been causing me nothing but mischief here. For sure. Alright, dumb train. At the top of the thing, and it's unreachable. What we're gonna do is bring this one down. This kind of stuff can get real frustrating really fast because you're just sinking like an hour and a half on one train station. And we'll make it go this way, and then we'll just make it... Nope, not that way. Trying to make it circle back, but gotta be pretty wide for it to circle back. Let's just do this. What the heck is this thing doing today? Really not working well today. Could be the train itself, too. Okay, Mr. Train. No one on the track. There's no signals. There's no nothing. There's just boxy pickup. That's it. Go there. Stupid. Stupid. I apparently found some sort of bug that's making this not work. Unreachable.
Hello.
Right there. Can't reach it right there.
What's up, bro?
Got me, everybody. That's stupid. Stupid stuff going on right now. Oh, wow. What a huge waste of my time. Could have just ran that down to where my oil was over there. Yeah, so this train sucks. Not quite sure why it won't run. I'm just going to take out the rest of the track. And literally all it has is the train station right in front of it. Train station's not turned the wrong way. Get it into the next one. Oh. In the station itself, and it can't get there. Can't get to the station while it's in the actual station. Now we have just the station. Station is unreachable. What is going on with this station right now? Sometimes you should just walk away, everybody. Just walk away if it's too irritating. this is being super irritating right now. It's gonna take away the rest of the track. No track. There we go, this way. Don't know what to tell you. I couldn't make an easier train if I tried to. I don't get it. This thing is broken. That's really irritating. All right, push-pull train. Oh, that one I can reach. It just can't seem to reach this train for some reason. That train station, it will not reach that train station. What the hell? All right, fine. We got a train station that works. We'll stay with it. I'll rework it. I'll rework it to make it bend to my will. I'll do what I gotta do. Alright, so... Stupid, but whatever. Must be something about that location or something. I don't know what the heck is going on, but... That blows, bro. That really sucks. It's like an hour and a half of my time wasted. Okay. You are gonna go that way. And you're gonna come up. This way. This whole place is jinxed or something. Maybe there's some sort of like shadow thing underneath here or something. I don't know what's causing it to get messed up, but whatever it is, I want it gone. I don't know if there's like some sort of block signal underneath there, hiding there. Something glitched out. I put a block signal in. It still thinks the block signal is there. I don't know what it is, but I know it sucks. I know that for sure. That was a huge, gigantic waste of my time. Alright. Taking all this out. Now I'm not even going to trust any of this. All of it out. All of it out of there. Okay. So, we got this train station working. God, this is way too much work for this just one little station. Alright, now we want to put the resources in there. So we want to bring this across here. There's some sort of spiders down in a cave messing with me. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I know it ain't working. That is a complete for sure. Okay. So we're going to take this. We're going to run it like we did before. Bet you it's a mob or something. Gosh, die already, mobs. They're not dying. Fine. I'm too high up. Another one over there. Keep hearing these mobs walking around down there. Sure you can get back up before you go down there, everybody. Okay. Do this. What are we doing? Doing a curve, that's what we're doing. Using a station, we know we can get to work. Alright. Again, doesn't matter how it should work, everybody. That should have worked like 15 times, but whatever. Whatevs. I should break this. God, I hope the signal doesn't mess it up now. Guess we'll find out here in a second. Come on, switch sides here. Okay. I'm gonna switch sides. No, you're just gonna do something really weird there. Whatever. Alright. Gotta get to come off of this one and end up on that one. Okay, this is coming up, and then it ends up in the station like this. Okay, jeez. It's been working around the shortcomings, whatever is causing that. I mean, this is not rocket science, everybody. It's not rocket science here. This shouldn't be this hard. It's pretty easy. Blocking on one side, blocking on the other kind of thing. Okay, let's see if we can get it to auto run to Sydney here. Okay. Not it. There, go to Sydney. Save changes. Go for it. God. Tear the whole thing up. Yeah, big old thing. No, I don't know. It might be the uranium, but I've made stuff right by uranium before. Just if I make the station over there, it doesn't like it. If I make the station over here, sure, fine, it's great, everything's good. I don't understand why, and I don't really care anymore. Because 7 hours and 40 minutes in, everybody, after you spend an hour screwing with that, you're pretty much over it. You're like, I'm good. I don't need to know why anymore. I've stopped caring. Now what I need is this resources to get over here. That's what I need. Let's run them over here, and we're going to split them right over here. Get back to actually getting some resources going. Man, I could have had my aluminum 100 times over, everybody. If I had just not came over here and tried to get this to work right there in that one little spot. So watch out when you're up here, everybody. I've done this so many times, too. I've used this box right over and over and over again. I don't know why this particular playthrough, it's funky chicken. Maybe I found some sort of weird spot where the train just doesn't work. I thought it might be the mobs, or, whoa, maybe jump. They're just coming at me. I thought it might be the mobs or something, but no. There we go. Okay, it's loading. Good. The animation's messed up. Alright, we'll call it Boxy Pickup. Call it a different name so it doesn't get messed up. Alright. Boxite train. Okay. Okay, now it's loaded up. Now, in theory, we go down here and we reconnect it, it should work. We'll see. Again, I could have ran it clear across the entire zone by now as a separate train. But something about that particular spot, it does not like the train station there. It doesn't recognize it as a train station. I don't know if it was up a little bit higher than the other ones or something like that. Maybe it was a grade thing. This is why I don't like putting stuff down toward the ground. I like to put everything way up top. I never have any trouble with it up there. And I've done a lot of complex trains too. All right, let's see if we can just get this to work now. We're going to take all this back out again. All this rando fixing we tried to do. And we'll see if we can get this to work. I just wanted to let this run so I could collect some bauxite for next time. But it was not cooperating. All right, now this should be able just to tie right in to our standard thing there. And then this, we should be able to tie straight out of here into here. There we go. And then we'll just eliminate this side one. Again, we tried to do the side one to see if it was maybe something to do with something back here. It was definitely that train station up there. Okay, so it's coming up. This is in the station. If it's any issues with it in the station, see, look, this should be a complete separate track. Oh, I forgot, I gotta fix this. Gotta fix this crap. It doesn't really do a great job of transitioning between the blocks here, so you got to kind of make your own transition. I would make these first, by the way. See how I'm making the transitions first, then connect the transitions so you have a good, it's not just like way off the top of the ground. All right. Again, this should totally work. I've done it a bazillion times. That should all work. Now, we should have a signal on this so it doesn't crash on the way back. So what we want to do is we want to cut the segment over here so it knows that when it's on the way back, that should be still not doing it. that should be a separate track. And then this way on the, oh, there we go. Okay, so this is all a separate track now. See that? But it's like all red or weird or something. I don't know what the hell. But the signals are working. It's saying, hey, you can't go up there because there's a train up there. And this one says green. And I think my other trains are still running, I hope. Otherwise, my power's about to go off. Oil train's running. Quartz train is running. And coal's over there doing the coal pickup. Okay. So, those trains are still running. And again, you should put one at the beginning of your station and at the end of your station. So if any train comes up behind it, it will be fine. But this is the only train that goes up here. So the only thing that matters is the transition down here. That's all that matters. Coming up this way doesn't matter at all, just so it doesn't crash into it. And I like to cut it into its own segment so that when it's on this segment, it doesn't have to worry about it. Looks like it's up there loading. But again, something about that train, the train station going that way, sitting on top of something, I don't know. Again, blocking it seems pretty weird to me. But we do what we gotta do. I really don't like this here. This is really not good. This is really ugly. Let's try to make this a little nicer. Always fixing the way stuff looks in this game. It's not so lifted up off the track. Oh, that's way too close to that other track. Way too close. Bring this up further. Too close. Ah, do it over and over until you get it right. I never give up, everybody. I'll sit here and do this for 5 hours until I get it right. Until I get it the way I want it to be. I don't think I have any other option but to make that ugly. Because it's on the edge. Alright, let's get rid of this train again. Cannot dismantle a docking vehicle. Well, turn off self-driving, cancel docking. Really? There we go. That box. Box here. Oh, it's way over there. Way over there. Okay, I don't like this transition. I'm not going to be able to handle it. It needs to be fixed. See if we can get away with moving it back just a bit. Just enough where I can make a transition there. Do it till it's done. You want to learn relentlessness, you're in the right stream. Oh, I'll get it to work. I won't like it, but I'm gonna get it to work. This is a bunch of BS I'm doing right here. I know that works. I've done it a bazillion times. It's just that spot that's not working. I probably could raise it way up and it would be just fine. But now it's like a determination thing. Like, I'm going to get that to work. I'm going to get that to work and I'm going to run that aluminum back. That's what I'm going to do. Let's see. We got to go a little bit wider because we moved this back further. We got to go like a dish. We moved it back, so we got to go a little bit wider on our turn here. Okay. Now, for the ultimate test. Is it running in there? Let's see if our train is going to bring our box right back to where we wanted to do it after 2 hours. 2 hours of screwing around with this train. All right, Mr. Train, there you are. Now go over here, get my box right. And I'm going to call you Boxy Train. Boxy Train. All right, now you are going to go to the box pickup. Then you're going to go to the drop-off. And you're going to do it right now. Go. Let's see if it crashes into anything. All right, we got the train to move. You see, I went down a checklist of things. Okay, is it the signals? Is it the thing? It had anything to do with the signals. It was the train station. The train station itself was causing it not to be able to find that train station for some reason. It's either something there obscuring it, something invisible that I can't see, some sort of glitch in that particular spot. I found the one spot in the entire map where you can't put a train station. I don't really care why it doesn't work. I just want it to work, right? That's the most important thing. So as we transition down here, though, it needs to be able to be aware that if another train is coming or another train's in the way, that it should stop. So let's see what happens. It's all green going through here. Oh, I forgot. I got knocked off. Whoa, 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 look out, look out, look out. Coming through, Fred. Coming up and over. Ooh, and it launched me. All right, so it's waiting for the coal train to go, which is good. That's what it should do. Now, we don't want the other train to come in and smash into this train, so it's red right now. And it should be red back here. It is. It's saying don't go this way. So if the other train comes, it should stop and wait for this train to go and then wait for this train to go. So yeah, I forgot about those low branches. It hit me and knocked me off of there. Okay, now this one's going to go. And when it gets to a certain point past the station, this one should move up and wait for that train to run all the way in. Now, what happens eventually, everybody, if you have the right block signals in the right place, is that they'll equalize, meaning that they'll get separated from each other so they're not always waiting on each other. That's what you're trying to do with your trains. Trying to spread them out. Oh, I did it again! What is going on with the trains today? Oh, and here comes my other train. Awesome. All right, I'm going to get in the train. My other train's going to go up there, pick up the sulfur, and be going by. So it was fine for right now. All we want this to do is to go up there, drop this box right off. We did that. We win. That's it. We won for the day. 2 extra hours getting this train station to work. But again, this is resilience, everybody. You hang in there and you just keep troubleshooting, and you're going down that checklist. I do it every day, everybody. There's always some checklist of the stream I gotta fix or some sort of technical something. People's phones aren't working. I'm like the Mr. Fix-It guy. The whole family comes to me to fix stuff. So we just want this to go over here and drop this stuff off. Now again, this is what it should do. It should stop and wait for the coal train to finish, and then go by. Now I made its own station so that if the coal train or the sulfur train is going by, it would stay in its station because this is lower priority right now. And that the sulfur train would have the priority because it would be on the main track where this will be off on its own station. And that's what I want. And so after it goes past this point here, it should say go. There we go. And then also, because I added another block signal on the other side over there, it's not going to think the rest of the track is taken. So it can just go and get over here. It automatically switched into the drop-off area. And now it's separate from the other trains. The other two trains can pass it. Now, this train is actually the faster of the trains because it only has 2 cars on it. Oh my gosh, that was 2 hours in the making right there, everybody. Do not put your train station in that specific spot. Now you know. Kismet went and figured it out for you. That sucks. All right, now another thing that we need to do is we need to go over here and we need to get some output going straight out the bat here. Because this way when the train's gone, it's going to go and run this stuff out. We want this to backlog as much as possible. So you see I ran double out. And then over here, same thing. Double out, double out. This way it can empty the resources as fast as it possibly can before the next train comes in, because it'll stop outputting, right? Especially when you're producing your aluminum. Now, that's it. It's not saying it has any issues, but it might crash into another train. See, so we'll know. It'll tell us if it crashes into another train. Now, again, they get in an equilibrium where they get separated from each other. And I feel like it's working now because I was able to cut both sides of the track and make that track separate. Because, again, it doesn't need to go into the station where the sulfur is. It just needs to go through that station, and it's got its own very own track to go way up to the top. Oh, and there, speaking of sulfur train, there goes the sulfur train. So they should now be in equilibrium where they won't be right up on top of each other, hopefully. And this basically be running without my intervention. And then again, I was going to try to do aluminum and try to do all that, but we are way over time now. That's a big long stream, everybody, 10.5 hours. Big boy stream. Really wanted to get that aluminum going too. We're already over, right? That's how you end up playing for another 12 hours. All right, some quick stuff here. We're going to build a very quick aluminum thing here. Now, the funny thing is I actually have the aluminum stuff. Again, if you're one of my patrons, everybody, I do post my blueprints and also sketches and things like that I do, and also illustrations that I make here on stream. As well as you can make yourself cool spiral. You can use my perfect spiral blueprint and all of that. I'm going to try to find the one here. I wish I had saved it earlier when I saw it. Let me find this aluminum one for you. And then I'll pull it up and we'll try to make it real quick. And we'll try to dodge out of here before we hit 12 hours. That's what we'll do. We'll go for it. All right. Where are you hiding? It's always the one I'm looking for is the one that's hard to find. Let's see if we can find it. Man, I post a lot of stuff up here. I posted a ton of stuff. Oh, there's a train. The train going by. What's this? This is steel. Aluminum was around here somewhere. Modular frames. I backed these up off of my computer, so I don't have them like right here. All right, there we go. All right, I'm gonna save it out so I'll have it again, so I don't have to keep looking that up. Let's see. Where is it? Satisfactory. Right there. Okay. Let's load it up. Bring up my background for a second. Let's see. We'll get this going. Right here. There we go. We got that. We got this. And just like magic, bam! There it is, everybody. All right. So again, I illustrated this live on stream, everybody. Again, we need our water extractors. Now we have 720 combined here, but we don't have that much here, everybody. The fastest we can go ahead and use this right now is going to be 480 is the max out. And then we're going to see here that we're going to split it twice. And we're going to have refinery here, refinery here. We're going to need bauxite. We're going to need water. We need 3 water each, right? So these are water extractors, by the way. These things here, that's my illustration of the water factory. I feel like it's always best to just illustrate it super simple, as long as it's understandable. Then we're going to need refineries. We're going to need all that stuff. So I'm going to try to do this pretty quick. So we want to go ahead and first start with our 6 6 water extractors. It just so happens that my base happens to be right over a little smidge of water down here. I know, right? How convenient. So we want to extract that out, and we want to go and do refineries, right? So we're going to just go ahead and just do it now and stick these refineries right here in the middle of the way, because we want to get some of this aluminum going so that when we are ready for it later on, we're going to be good. All right, that might be a little close. That's a little close there. Let's go the opposite way. Let's go like this. And we'll go there. We'll leave a little gap. And we'll go. Missing motors. Always missing something. Where is my thing? Over this way. Oh, those trains are back up and running. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was pretty weird. Pretty weird. I should probably report it, but I already wasted 2 hours figuring out it was a problem. Waste more of my time reporting it. No thanks. I'm good. Look at this. Ooh, backlogging a bunch of these. Alright. We need them motors. They're over here somewhere. This one was the one with the motors. Oh. Where do we run those motors to? Wherever we were making stuff over here. Oh, no, it's up above is where we're running those motors. Yeah. It's weird that motors aren't going into the dimensional depot. Yeah, 0 motors going into the dimensional depot. We must have used up all those motors creating the stuff. We need to go up here and turn this off because it's burning up all this resource unnecessarily. We don't need it to make all this stuff. All right, we'll take the elevator.
Fix it, elevator. Here to lift you up and to let you down.
Aw. Little musical interlude. What's up, Peter? We figured it out. It wasn't easy. Now you know why I build up really high. I usually build way up here, everybody. This is where I build. Because again, you can just go right across the whole world without ever having to worry about it. All right, let's go turn this stuff off over here. It looks like burning up all of my resources now. All right. Let's flip these off, and what it will do is it'll start to backlog all those resources back to their original things. I'm going to take these motors out of here, though, because it definitely is burning up all my motors. We'll leave our summer sloops there, because I have a feeling we're going to be back doing some more fun stuff later on. I bet you we got a whole box full of these over here now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Whole bunch of those suckers. Building a bunch of those for no good reason. About over here. Yeah, making a bunch of these, too. Here's another trick, by the way. If you don't want to make these smart plates anymore, you just go down to your production level. You find your power tie-in, wherever you're tying your power in, which is in the back corner of this one. Over here. You find your power tie-in, right, where it's tying into the rest of the stuff, and you just kill that tie-in. Like this. Boom. And then now, these don't have any power. So, if they don't have any power, they can't feed resources into them, so the resources are going to start to backlog in there. You can also put a power switch in there and just turn the power switch off, or priority switch, whatever you want to do. But I don't need any more smart platings. I'm good. I don't need any more motor tool parts right now. I'm good. Again, no reason to waste my resources on that. So this way I can just let it backlog a lot of those resources, rotors and motors and stators and so on and so forth. And again, if this was on the server, I could let it run all week, come back next week, and all those boxes would be full of stuff. Everybody, all the way back to the original raw resources as well. But we got what we came for. We came over here. We got some motors, so we're out of here. Okay, or we won't run and slide. All right, we'll just do this then. Look at this. Look at this. We get no errors on our trains. That's good. Yeah, our coal train going. Our sulfur train unloading. our bauxite train waiting very patiently behind the other 2 trains. And no crashes to report. So good. All right. One more refinery in here. There's always something. You always got to stop and deal with running out of resources. This is why we want to get all of our stuff running into the dimensional depot. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need to do is do alumina solution right here. So we need bauxite, we need some water. Well, bauxite easy to find. Right over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this bauxite and we're going to run it in. Now we got to watch out for our pipes. One of the things I do on pipes, everybody, I stopped doing them at ground level because you just have all sorts of issues with pipes at ground level. So what I do is I go ahead and stick it right here in the center. Then I'm going to go over here and stick it in the center on this side. And then way over here. And I go ahead and do the pipe first. Across here. That's going to make your life a whole lot better, everybody. A whole lot better. Then take your junctions here. Name them. I like to put them down at an angle. You can do them straight too. Whatever you feel like doing. Me, I just like to put them just like that. And just like this. Same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and run that down there and that down there. Now, again, we're going to need to have a certain amount of water in both sides. 360 water in both sides to do that aluminum solution. See, it's 180, and 180 times 2 is 360. If you were to take 360 and 360 and add them together, it's larger than 600. 600 is the maximum speed pipe in the entire game. So it needs to be 2 separate lines of water. It can't be the same line or it's not going to work. So what we're going to do is we're going to create 2 separate. Now, I hate floor holes for pipes and whatnot. They typically don't work all that well, and I don't even have any, thank goodness. I don't even have them unlocked, so good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just run this straight down with a nice wall, just to let me know where that one is. And then same thing over here. We'll go ahead and run another wall down. Like this. Now, the sucky thing is they took the ability to snap this to the wall out for some reason. I don't know why they did that. It totally blows. It used to be where you could just aim at the wall and it would just snap to it and then you could run it down. So the workaround for that now is you just put a junction on both sides. You're welcome. I'm saving you a massive amount of frustration. I also showed you that the thing could actually get messed up as well, as you saw. And then you can just run this down. Now, again, I just use my junctions to run that down. And then, again, we'll put some pumps and all that stuff in there later. And I try to keep them very synchronized in the same spots, same distances, all that stuff. All right. So we need some agua from down there. We'll say right there. And right there. And then some foundations in and we'll jump and we'll go for a split splash. We underwater, cooling off. All right, now I like mine to be just slightly under the water like this. Again, if you snap to the world grid, you'll find that you can get it just under the water. This one's just a little bit above. But you can get it just under the water where you can still stand on it, but it really works well with your extractors. So we're going to run our extractors under here. Back, we just do one side. We don't need to do both sides. Like this. Now we need 3 extractors each, so we're going to go ahead and get our water extractors. And I'm going to show you a nice, easy way of lining up your water extractors. I'm going to say I want it to line up right here. So we're going to go ahead and use our junction here, right? So again, this junction very useful for water and for pipes. So you go like this, you hold down control, and it is now snapped to that junction. And you can also just, kind of tuck it in if you want. I like it to go somewhat close where I can get to it, but not so close that it's going to be obscuring my walkway. So just enough where I can just kind of dip over. Oh, I can try it. Where I can dip over and get up on the side here. And then run back if I need to. Whatever makes it work. And I try to make it straight too, so they're all straight. Then 1, 2, and then 3. And then the cool thing is that these will snap across the way for each other. So you'll see that snap there, and then I can bring it in or move it out, whatever I want to do. Do something like that. And then we want our power run here as well. But again, same thing with our pipes here. We want to go ahead and run this pipe to that pipe. And then if we're really tricky, we could go ahead and connect the middle pipe. But that's way too close. You don't want to do that. You want to go ahead and just bring this out just a little bit like this. Maybe get it at the same level. There we go. And then you can go ahead and use the straight function. There we go. And that straight function in 1.1 will bring it out enough to where you have a good gap. And you can go ahead and pump all of those in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and just try to get this started up straight away so you can see me use a pump like this. And then we're going to go ahead and put this right in the center. Probably actually better at the bottom because we're going to do our pumps here. And then way up at the top. We'll try to jet back our way up there. I'm almost out of fuel again. Fuel. Now again, our power's been running really solid, even though we interrupted it a bit there when we were messing with our trains. But we did have a good backlog of resources, so we are good. I'm going to tie it into my main road power because all the power from over here runs down the middle of this road. And now we can hear those water things spinning up down here. Now, I'm also going to do the same thing on the other side here, but I'm going to use a little trick here where I can go ahead and upgrade the power pole. Like this, and like this, and like this, y'all. Oh, or like I misclicked way the heck over there. Nope. See you up there. Alright, into there. Alright, now we got too many. Let's go do a level 3. Oh, I don't have any high-speed connectors. What a bummer. But we got it all connected. We got all the power running here. And that's all we really need. We don't need to chain this power anymore. And if I wanted to, I could go ahead and chain that out of there. Now, these actually have, if you look at the actual extractors, they do have what's known as a head lift, or they can push it upwards by 10 meters. Just from the extractor itself, so it can actually extract it. But I never trust it because sometimes it doesn't work. We do want to organize this though, because we're going to want to run 2 pipes down here. So we're going to change our mind here. We're going to take all this back out, and I'll show you a nice, easy way to run this down the center here, where all these are going to work much better, like this. So we're going to go ahead and put this at the end. We're going to put this one at this end. And actually going to go up 2 on that one. I should put 2 here. And then we're going to run this one at the bottom. Oh, a little too far. Back that up just a bit. Run that at the bottom. Run this one at the top. And there we go. All right. So these 2 can be run across, right? So we could merge them together if we want. But I really want to do is do one side going on the low side and one side on the high side. Or you could do 2 and 1 and 2 and 1, whatever you feel like doing. For me, I'm going to do right side goes here. And we want to put this on auto so that it will do this kind of small pipe here. Like this. And then up here at the top side, we're going to do it again before we add anything else in. So this one on the top will snap as well. Again, remember, you do have that head lift already built in. So we're going to run that there. Going to run this here. And so on. And that basically allows that to stack vertically. Now the rest of this stuff over here is completely useless. Let's take all that out. All right, nice. And the same thing on this side. Just use it for a template. And now we can go ahead and say this one goes that way. This one goes that way. And we hope that they don't clip. They're clipping a bit there. I don't like it. Don't like it, so I ain't doing it. Let's say something like this on this other one. Then we'll go that way. And got to go up a little bit so it looks nice. See, not only do I do it so it's functional, but I also do it so it looks nice. That's not straight. Just eliminate this one up here at the top. Run this all the way down. So you just have one segment there. And then we're going to do this, but we're going to say Horizontal, vertical. And that's much better. So now it's going up against the around the wall, going in there. This one's going up there. They're not clipping. Everything's good. Now we're also going to do the power. So we're going to go ahead and start here at the end, and we're going to go 1 here, 2 there, 3 there. This one on the other side, right here, 1, 2, and 3. Now, if I connect these two together, then they don't have the ability to run anywhere else. But that's okay. I'll just go ahead and upgrade this one here. And that'll allow me to go ahead and tie these back into the power right down there. And they will all start up again, and they will run that water up there. See how it's already starting to run up there? But getting up that far is a long, long way to go. So what we're going to do here at the end is we're going to go ahead and put some pipes in here. We're going to do some Mark II, or not pipes, but pumps right here at the end to stop this from backflowing this way. We're going to just go ahead and connect this under the water. I'm sure nothing incredibly horrible would happen if you run electricity into the water itself. I'm sure everything is going to be just fine. All right, and then we'll run that there, and now we got our pumps up and running. Make sure they are going the right direction. The way you know they're going the right direction is the things are actually pointing the opposite direction of the way that the water's flowing. So if that thing's pointing up that way, you know the water's flowing that way. All right, so now we got our water pumping. We have 2 separate lines of water here. And we're gonna go ahead and get up here, and now we got water. We got box right. We got the things that we need. Just copy this so I don't have to keep clicking it every time. There we go. We're gonna get this aluminum solution going. All right. Way too much extra work on that one. All right, right there, and then this one right here and right there. There we go. And then we're just gonna dip this underground. Same thing over here. So we don't have to run it clear across all over the stuff here. Like so. And then we can dip that over there, and then those are on. Those are off and running. Okay, so now we're going to get the box right. We're going to get the aluminum solution in there. We got our water in there. We got to get the box right in now. Now we know where our pipes are. It's going to make it way easy for us to just kind of feed this in here and rock and roll. And since we just happen to have the box right here, we're just going to do this right into there. And we're going to do a nice straight one right over there. Then over here, same thing. We're going to go ahead and just bring this straight out. And here's a great trick as well, everybody. You just click one there, so it helps you kind of extend where you're lining stuff up. And it's only there temporary, just so I can see where the alignment is. And then we'll just go ahead. Actually, I'm going to run it up here just so it's up out of the way. Run it up high on this one. There we go. Then we'll have to go over it every single time. And then this one is going to go there, and this one is going to end up going in there. All right, so now all that effort that we spent doing box right is now paying off. So we'll run that in there, and now we have it split into 2 separate boxes, so it can run to 2 separate things, which means it's going to have a higher throughput of the box right when it comes through. And that's making an aluminum solution right now. There we go. So now we're going to have this extra silica, and we're going to have our aluminum solution, which we want to basically take and put into a big giant buffer, right? So we want to merge this back together into a buffer, and I like using these really cool foundations, these rounded ones, because you know why? Because it's cool. That's why. It doesn't have to have any other reason. Does it really need another reason? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I got to turn my zooping off. Just default, bro. Just default. Default that block in there. Okay, you're gonna be like that, are you? All right, I'll just use my hologram mode then. Get in there. I like to put them up here. Tried to troll me there. He's always trying to troll me. All right, industrial fluids. Hit H. We'll go with that, and then we'll nudge it, get it right and centered like it is. And now this has 2 outputs, but we're going to deal with the other output here in a moment. But what we're going to do is make sure that we leave some room for our pump in here as well. And again, we're going to do the same thing here. Go here. We're going to go here. Now the output of the aluminum solution is 120. So this is 240, 240, and this would be a total of 480, which is less than a single pipe. So we could actually combine the output on the way out, which is what we want to do, because that's going to make it way easier as well. Now, another thing we can do just to make this a little easier on us is we could run it on the low side at this time, where we can put some pumps, and those pumps will then pump it up higher where we want it to go. So we're going to use some lifters here as well. Kind of get this up out of the way. We're going to run this across, and we're going to put ourselves a nice little awesome sink right around the corner here. If we can squeeze it in here, let's see if we can get it to go in there. Don't look like it. Don't look like it's going to go there, but we can just kind of throw it off over here to the side for now. And then we're just going to go straight in the power. And we're going to go ahead and use our lifters to go merge that together. Because silica is going to be a byproduct of this. We'll want to eliminate that silica. Now you can rework it back into the system if you want, using your overflow techniques. But personally, I just get rid of it. Why give yourself the headache and have to spend all that time doing all of that work? Your time is your most precious resource. So I don't bother. Why is that not lined up? This one. This one. One of these is not lined up. None of these is, one of these is not like the other. Let's do that again, just to make sure we got that right. I like them to be nice and lined up with each other. That's how you tell the second you start putting your belts in. All right, there we go. And this one here. That one there. Don't trust these lifters. Lifters are the most evil thing in the game. They will just not work. If you do it that way. You got to put this back in so it does recognize that there is a merger there. And then this will recognize there's a merger there. This will recognize there's a merger there. Okay, this actually needs to be moved over a little bit. Actually, we're going to do this on the low side so we can actually take these out. All right, aluminum solution coming out of there. And we want to go ahead and get this aluminum solution right out here. Actually, we'll just go straight. So we'll look and see where this is. Run that all the way to the end here. That. Okay, now the trick is, can we get this to go into that? Sure can. All right, awesome. That's going to flow on up there. And then, again, with our stuff here. Notice that it doesn't snap. The reason why it doesn't snap is because you have your lifters in. If you actually did that first, it would actually snap. But I just look for the little line and then go for it. Not perfect, but I could also make a little segment like this. Then I could do it, and then it will snap because it's snapping to this point. Instead of getting confused with that. But I don't know if it's really worth it. And again, take out any excess parts of the pipe, because otherwise I'd have to fill that parts of the pipe up with the silica solution. Now, way over here at the end, this is where I would put the pump, obviously not aiming into the thing, away from the thing. You'd want it to run that way. And then again, with this, we're just going to run it straight down underneath here, hide it down under there a bit so we don't have to look at it. There's our water running down there. And then we're going to run this across, and we're going to find some way of connecting this in. This is another save. Fix that darn train. We fixed it. All right. We're going to upgrade this one right over here, just in case we wanted to save there, because sometimes this causes it to crash. There we go. Only crashes when I don't save, I find. All right, so that should be pushing that aluminum solution up there, starting to backlog it. We should see our silica coming out here. If you don't get rid of this silica, everybody, that's it. Game over. It's just going to stop running. You don't want it to ever stop running. You want it to be producing a crazy tons of resources for you at any given time. Just like that, going in at the top, coming out of the bottom, right into there with a nice little curve. Oops, nope, I said the bottom, that's the top. There we go. I love the cool curves you can do. All right, get rid of all that silica. We don't need that. We can make plenty more. So that's going to get rid of that. Now you need to think about how fast the silica is coming out. It's 50, 50, that's 100, and then the other one's 50, 50, so it's 200. And we have 480 belts, so it'll definitely come out of there at maximum speed. All right, so now that we have the aluminum solution, which is what we need for the next stage, we're going to need some coal. So we're going to have to basically grab some coal from somewhere. We never did do our other coal train, but it just so happens that we have a crazy ton of extra coal laying around. And you're like, no way, Kismet. Oh, yeah, yes way, right here. There's more there. And what do you know? Even more there. So, Kismet thinks ahead, everybody. I sure do. So what we're going to do is we're going to tap one of these. Now, I believe these are at 480 right now. Not sure. Can't remember what these are. Should have probably labeled them all. We'll label them all later on. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and run that underneath there. And then we're going to dip underneath there. We're going to run this underneath our train. Oh, how convenient. There's already a thing down here. All right. Well, let's go ahead and see where we're going first before we run that under. So now what we need is 2 more refineries. So we're going to grab those and we're going to throw those right here next to each other. And then do all the things that make it work. Like the power pole in between, run this here, run that down there, and then run this over to there, and then tell it what we want it to be. Not aluminum solution, that picked up from the previous one. What we want to make now is a combination of aluminum solution and coal, right? Now we're also going to have some extra water that we're going to have to deal with. I'll show you how to deal with that as well. So we're trying to make aluminum scrap. Now we're not really worrying about ratios and numbers and inputs and outputs. We're just trying to make it make us some aluminum sheets so we can go ahead and do our upgrades, right? And then as we do our upgrades, we'll have faster belts and we'll have faster things. So we can make all this stuff go way, way faster. So this is what we want. So we'll copy that and we'll put it into the other one as well. Put that up for right now. And then into this one. All right, aluminum scrap is our next step. So first thing we need to do, of course, put our solution in. That's going to be super easy because we just happen to have a huge backlog of it right there. We can just do something like this. Again, this is a natural down thing, a downswing like that. Very cool. Do some really fun shapes and stuff. All right, it's already putting the aluminum solution in there. Now we just need the coal. So we're going to want to run the coal underneath here. Now what we can do, instead of splitting it up here, we can actually split it underneath there and have it split and then run into both of those. But what we'll do is we'll just make it easy. And we'll just go ahead and do our splitter as it comes up. So we'll figure out where we want our splitter first. Let's say right there. Then it's going to split into this one. Again, this straight function is awesome, everybody. It's really cool how it automatically does the 90. Because that's what I would do. I'd put a 90 in there each and every time. And then this is our input side. And then we want to put in our floor hole. Very nice. And then we're going to tell it to go in. And now we know where our destination of our stuff is. Oh, it's way over there. Where the destination of where we're trying to get this coal over here to. Big train. Train crossing. Okay, now we got a little problem. We got a belt in our way, but no worries, everybody. Here's what we do. We're going to work a little bit of magic here. We're going to go ahead and run this belt right behind this other belt. Now, the reason why we're going to run it behind is so that we can run this other one without it being obstructed. And then we're going to do this. We're going to do straight, some nice elbow out away from what we're doing here. And then this one, we're going to go ahead and tell it to go this way. Now we do have another line there, but we really kind of want to go its own way over this way. All three of these lines taken up. Looks like it is. Because it's right down there. Maybe we could dip under and then go that way. Let's do that. Alright, we're going to dip down here. We're going to put this on default. We're going to add some more foundations here on our logistics level so we can walk along there. And we'll run this right up to here, and then we're going to make a left turn here in a second. Run this on this lower side. And then again, we're going to run it this way. Like this. Seriously doubt that's going to reach. Wow. Okay. That was just the thing, everybody. Can we do this straight? We sure can. Oh no, it hits the one up above. Oh, well, we tried. We tried. I could fix it, but I'm not going to bother. What about a cool curve? Can we do a cool curve? Yeah, we can do a cool curve. Love it. All right. Now we got our coal and our aluminum solution. So, bam, we're off and running, everybody. We're good to go. Here it goes. So we're going to go ahead and end up with some water and aluminum solution, 120 per minute. Now, we're going to need to deal with the aluminum scrap, which is our item, and then we're going to need to deal with our fluids as well. So we're going to go ahead and do this, because this is going to go on to the next part of the process. We're going to bring that up, and we're going to go ahead and do our pipes. Now, again, using the straight function, you can just go ahead and do this, which will allow me to just kind of make that straight pipe straight out of the thing here. Remember that these also have a built-in ability to push the water out of there. And then we'll want to go over here and we'll want to use a packager. Now I prefer to use the packager as opposed to try to flow it back in there again. You can, if you can, done it. I've done it before here on stream, showed how it was done. Totally not worth my time, but totally can do it if you want. All right, so 60 water per minute. So we're going to actually need 2 of these because we need to manage 120 water per minute. So we're going to want to do this. And we'll want to go ahead and maybe put a little junction right up here. Seriously doubt it's going to be a little too close. Let's go ahead and do this. Very nice. We don't have any inputs right now. We need to get some plastic going there. But it just so happens that I already have that going elsewhere. And really not being used right now. And again, we can go ahead and try to tie this down. And then find a spot along the road here. Not what I wanted to do. To actually connect it to that. There we go. And again, this can start taking in the water, but it's going to need those canisters. Now, way on the other side over here, we are working on a bunch of canisters. Instead of reinventing the wheel, we might as well just go over here and utilize them because there's a box full of them over here that we have backlogged. You can see all of the stuff coming through. So we're just going to go ahead, again, because of the sake of time, we're just going to go ahead and run this over here, try to find a spot where we can run this down. Maybe run it down there. Might be able to get that going on. Let's see what we can do. Let's make a little spot right there. See if we can get this to line up. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. Oh, we don't like it. Let's just make it easy, yeah. We'll just put it over here. Again, we're doing this the quick and easy way. Ah. Where did I just tell that to go? Hold on. It's going this way. That's the wrong one. That's an input, not an output. Duh. Now we got it. There we go. Gonna run down in there. See if we've got anything easy that we can just run that under all the way over to there. Anything nearby? Nope. Nada. Alright, no worries. We got this. Walls. And floors. Gonna run that straight down. Use our conveyor walls. I like to use the 3-1 here because I usually end up using it again later on. So I leave some room to add more if I need to. I'm gonna go a little bit faster. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna try to speed up a little bit. Oh, also doesn't put it down. My zooping off. Okay, we got problems over here. Line in the way. Where are we going with this too? Let's get up here and figure out where we're going to run this up. Right over here. So again, same thing here. We'll want to split this. It's a little close, but go with it. And then we want to put our floor hole here so we know when we're running this. And this is going to go that away. Ah. And this is going to come out and go into there very nicely. Do not like the way that that pipe is. Oop. Oop. Make me do it, aren't you? Make me do a little loop-de-loop there. Okay, so now we know where to go. Back down here. We're running across here. Put these down to help us find our way. And this is going to go down under. I love how you can do it from either side. That's just really cool. And then we'll try to get this back up over there. Right there. Yeah, no reason to reinvent the wheel, everybody. If you've already got it set up, and you're not really using it, like me right now, I'm not using all of those. I mean, I got a whole box full of them. Kind of a waste. So now we're going to go ahead and package a bunch of water. So we're going to package all the water that comes out of here. And that's going to be actually an item instead of a fluid. So we want a merger here. We're going to go ahead and merge these two together like this and like this. And then we're going to go ahead and raise this up and run it like this. Yes, we thought this through. We're going to run this over here where the other awesome sink is running, and we can get this to do our thing. And that's actually going to go ahead and get rid of all of that. It's going to run that in the awesome sink as well. So now we're going to get tickets for that as well. So that's going to run that at 120. This over here. Now you got to remember that it's also running silica out of there, so you got to keep that in mind as well. So again, your 200 silica plus 100 there, 120 there, you'd be fine. It's like 350, you got 480 to work with. So it's got to get all of that out of there, and then it has to have an output for your aluminum scrap as well. That aluminum scrap needs somewhere to go. That aluminum scrap is going to actually go into the next part of the foundry, which is a whole bunch of stuff. We already did our packaged water, so we're going to do some foundries. Oh boy, we got a little bit of work to do. We got to get this done. We got to get this done. That is for sure. So we got to get into foundries, and we're going to need our silica as well. This is 120 out on both of these. Yeah. And this is packaging at 60 per minute. So that's 120. So you actually need 4 of these. You actually need 4. No worries. We got this. Glad I did the math in my head there. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do this, and then we'll run this in here like that. Is that nice? So if we don't need it, we can just run that one at the end. All right, there we go. Tie these back together. And over to that one. Okay, so we got the empty canisters in there. And then we want to do the same thing with the water. Go ahead and, say, split it back here. Like this. And we'll do a straight function. See, this straight function really helps you a lot. See, it does a straight function. And then I can go ahead and then split it right there and run that in there. Now we can run it into all of those. All right, so we definitely want to run all of that. Probably a good idea just to go ahead and run this into a storage box for right now so it can have a bit of a buffer right there. So I kind of feel like we're going to be super lazy and we're just going to run this. Can't run it in there because the thing's blocking. Okay, we'll just make a merger. And we're going to merge from output this way. Set the 2 bottom ones out. We'll put this wasn't in the right spot. Costing me time, game. You're costing me time. Alright, let's just manually make sure it's in the right spot. Up just a little bit more. That hologram mode is one of the greatest things they added to the game. Absolutely awesome when you're trying to get stuff to line up. And we're just going to do this the lazy way where we use a load balancer or basically a double merger like that instead of putting a whole line and doing the thing, combining it all. We'll just do it like that. Easy peasy. All right, now the thing can go ahead and run. And it's going to output all of that water. We got to get the actual output of the water to go down the line, though. Otherwise, it'll backlog all that packaged water, and then it will not be good. And over here. Now we're really running some serious stuff into the awesome sink. There we go. And away we go. Okay, now we're making some aluminum solution. We're getting rid of all the excess stuff, and we're off and running. Man, we need a lot of foundries over here. Wow. We sure do. Okay, foundries it is. Okay, so how we want to do these foundries? Let's see. We can probably double feed them, and we have a single output. Yes, we do. All right, so double feeding them is a little easier because you can do them straight across from each other. But you're going to alternate your inputs. I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. Where we get this lined up. Let's see if we can get this done. Now, I feel like the best thing to do is just make your aluminum as quick as possible. Typically, I do it way earlier in the game. Okay, so we're going to just go ahead and run this down the center. And we're going to take that aluminum solution and we're going to run it into the first one of that one, the first one of this one. Again, this is going to be aluminum magnets, aluminum solution, and then we're going to need silica. So what we're going to do is go ahead and skip that one, and then we're going to go this one, this one, this one. I just try to be consistent. And run it in both of those. And I hope you don't mind me speeding up. If you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. We're going to go fast. All right. Now we can go ahead and do an input here. Now this is kind of awkward. It's kind of a weird way of trying to get that to go in there. Smarter thing to do, just do your lifters right over here. And then what we can do is we can line this one up to this and just bring this splitter up like this. Like so. Now sometimes that will not connect to this, so good to double check it like so. No, it wants to let me turn it. Rotate. There we go. Just hope that that goes in there because it is a little bit far for it, but usually it will work. And again, you can see I can do it on both sides. So both sides are going to be feeding down into the thing. And then you just want to rinse and repeat that over and over again. Now again, it's much easier to do before you put in the lifters, I think. Just do this. And also much easier before you put in the belts. These are right next to each other. Right there. Cross here. This there. This there. There we go. Okay. Now we can work this lower side again. We'll make sure those are all in. This is all in. Those are all in. Looking good, looking good. Now we can bring that aluminum solution. I'm just going to bring the aluminum solution on the bottom side. Oh, I could have reversed this. That would have been a smart idea. That would have been a smart idea. Yeah. Yeah, I could have reversed this and done the silica from the other side. Because we have our quartz right here, so we can do our silica here. That's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and reverse these, which means we need to take these lifters out. Let's go ahead and take the lifters out first, just to make sure that that's not going to get messed up. Glad I didn't run the belts yet up here. We're going to input it from this side. There we go. And we're just going to pop onto these like this. And then we're going to take the bottom ones out because they're going the wrong direction. So. And we're going to make it go the same direction. The ones above it. And then we're going to take the ones on the top out. Again, those are only there to help me realign it real easy. I don't have to do the whole thing again. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Now my guy gets a little crazy. Okay, very nice. We're going to need some power, so let's go ahead and do our power thing here. We're going to couple these up. That one with that one. This one. That one. I also got to take in account the third line you're using. These up here because those are convenient. And then just run this off to the side. Run this out to our street, our main little power out here. Look at that, how easy that is. Nice. Okay, so we've got our smelters, and we're going to say aluminum things here. We're going to copy it. We're going to go each and every one of these and make sure that they are what they should be. Again, you can see aluminum scrap going in now, so I can start to backlog that while I'm working on my silica. And then over here, that one's already set up. This one, and that one. Okay, so again, we're taking that raw aluminum and we're going to run it in there. Now, we're going to need a ton of silica over here. So what we want to do is figure out how much silica we need, which is about 600 silica. So we're going to take a constructor here, and we're going to say, okay, if I was making silica, what's the output, right? So if we need 600 silica, we're going to need 600 divided by 37.5. That's how many of these constructors we're going to need, right? So that's pretty easy. You can just hit N, 600 divided by 37.5. So we need 16 of these constructors. Now, it just so happens that I happen to have the ability to go right in here like this, take this out, and I've got me a nice little blueprint that I can go ahead and throw some constructors down if I had a little bit more encased industrial beams. We're about to level out of encased industrial beams, and we're about to get to aluminum, which I'm very excited about because these encased industrial beams take forever to make, and they're not really worth it. I feel like you should just skip over them, everybody. Most of the time, that's what I do. All right, they're over here. Actually, I put them way here at the end. We got a bunch of them, but just keeping them on me is the tough part. There we go. We're using a whole lot of them. Basically, those are for our level 4 belts. That's why I'm constantly running out of those. Okay. Like I said, way over here, we just happen to have a good spot for some silica over here. So we're going to go ahead and use our blueprints to get our constructors going. We hit H. Input is on this side. That's good to know. Over here. Now, the thing about quartz or silica is that you don't need smelting, just like when you're doing concrete. So if you go in here and look at this, you can see that you can just change it directly to silica. You take the raw quartz and make silica out of it. So there's no in-between step. You just go ahead and make sure they're all set to silica, like this. If I pick this up, does it remember it's all silica, or does it reset the blueprint back to rods? Let's try that. We're going to try that here in a second. I don't think I've tried that yet in the 1.1. It'd be cool if it remembered it was silica. That would be amazing. Kind of feel like it would just do rods, but we'll see. All right, so we're going to hit F, and then we're going to go into blueprint mode. We're going to middle mouse button, and then we're going to put this up above here. But first, we got to do our whole wall thing and all that. Get our wall here. Run that up in the center. And then we put this up here so we can align our blueprint. I hope you don't mind me going faster, but I go really fast when I'm not on stream. But when I'm on stream, I try to slow down. But you guys got the gist of it now. I don't think I need to slow down. There we go. Oh, wait, I picked up the actual blueprint. Hold on, we're gonna hit F, and then we're gonna go middle mouse button, and then see if it actually picks up what's already there, or does it pick up just the blueprint? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm betting it's gonna be rods. I'm betting it's gonna be rods, and I was right. I don't think it does that. It's not. It doesn't think that smart. It doesn't pick up the blueprint, and whatever you changed on it, it remembers. It just picks up the blueprint from whatever saved blueprint you have. But, yeah, worth a shot. Yeah, and I could just go to the blueprint and fix it on the blueprint, but by the time I do that, I could do this and I'd be done. All right, there we go. Now we need some power. So we're going to take this one right here. We're going to connect it to the one down below. Our power is connected. There, and then we're going to take this power. We're just going to run it straight out there for now. We're good to go. Okay, now we need the quartz from over here. And again, our trains are going by, so I don't like to really disturb it over here. But you can see we got a lot of quartz there, everybody. Certainly not hurting for quartz. All right, and again, we'll run this under. We're almost there. We just want to queue up this quartz here. Queue up this aluminum. Queue up this quartz, but then aluminum after that. Ish, it's always a little close to me, but we'll go with it. And we're going out. Anything under here? Oh, something over this way. And we have a spot open. All right, I think we could work that. I think we could work it. Let's go. Can we get this? There, we sure can. Okay. And then we want to go over here. We'll want to bring in the splitter. This. And that there. And that raw quartz there. Okay, and then we want to tell it to come up right here. Now we're getting this going home. Run that in. All right, hopefully we did that right. And then back over here. Want this to go into there. We'll bounce this around here and into there. See if that comes out of there. Sure does. All right, so there we go. Now that's going to go into our constructors. Oh, I can hear them working already, making some silica. Now again, this is, we need about, how many ever I said? 600 divided by 3.75. 600, already had it, 37.5. So we need 16, we made 20. So we got plenty. Now we want to go ahead and do what we normally do, and that's to go in and to put some foundations in over here. And we'll want to backlog that silica so when we are off doing something else and it happens to max that out. Oh, out of pipes, huh? Okay, pipes it is. We need to get some more, we need to get another Mercersphere upgrade so we don't have to worry about them pipes. It would be just enough. Alright, we're going to wait for those pipes to go in there, or we can go grab some. I say we just go grab some. I'm sure I have some over here at my base. Clean up this spaghetti next time, too. Oh, I used them up. Oh, I used up every last one of them. Look at me go. Oh, yeah. Used them up. No problem. We got more. Brace ya. I'm using my jetpack to go up the wall, and then when I get to a point where I'm about to fall, I get on the stairs. Works great. Okay, we got to remember where the heck we were making those things. Again, one of these days we're actually going to label all this stuff. Let's see, we got any pipes running there? I don't see any pipes there, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Let's go down here where we have this gap. Right here. All right, there's some pipes. They're upgrading, that's uploading it into there. So the smart thing for us to do is to go down here to where the storage is. Actually, I think it's right here. Nope, that's not it. Down, right here. Snag it out of the storage. There we go. We can also get rid of some of this other random raw resources that we have. Clean out our inventory a little bit here. There we go. Some more of those. Pull those away. This back in the dimensional depot. We can put this in the dimensional depot. We can put those. Mercer stuff there. What else? We got wood. Can we put wood in there? Yeah, alright, we'll put all that in there. We'll put this in first though. Okay, now we got some more of those. Now we're heading back over this way. We're going to try to finish this up. Time is ticking down. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. I'm already running way over, everybody. Way over. But I wanted to get this going so that we'll have this aluminum running the next time we come in. So I want to just get over here and get this storage in. That's going to help us work with our silica here. So we want, what? Now steel beams. All right, fine. Beams. Gonna be like that, are you? Where's the output of this anyway? The output's on the back. Yep, over on the back. So we want the input to be on the back. All right. Can we get it yet? Let's just do this. Actually, let's clear this, and then we'll do this. Still missing those steel beams. All right, steel beams it is. Now again, once we get our dimensional depot up to where it's inputting faster, this is going to help a lot with this. Where you can store more in there, you can make it go in faster as well. There's like 300, I think it is. I forget what the actual number is, so I wrote it down over here. There's like almost 300 of those Mercer spheres. It is 298, yeah, so almost 300 of them that you can get in the game. So there's a lot. There's a good amount. Absolutely a good amount of them. All right, this is the input, so we want the arrow pointing toward us. Nudge this over. This and press the button. All right, let's go. Again, we'll do the bottom one. So we're going to offset the bottom one like this. And we're going to run this one up so that it goes toward the storage. Hopefully somewhat aligned. Land on the top. There we go. On the top there, and then we will go ahead and switch this to a merger. Down so we can see this a little bit better. We're going to merge that into there. And all that silica is going to run in here. And again, if it backlogs, it'll backlog 21 boxes deep. Now, this side's easy over here because we're just going to run this out like a so. Run that right down into there. And there's that silica. All right, so now we got our silica popping and locking. We got all of our other stuff, and this is going to start this right up. Now we got our aluminum ingots. Now we are styling. Now we got one more kind of tricky thing that we got to do. We actually got to make two separate things, aluminum sheets and aluminum casings. Aluminum sheets is for your stuff that you're going to be doing, as well for your belts, your higher end belts, and then aluminum casings is for stuff we use later. So we need assemblers. We need 4 assemblers and 2 constructors. So we can go ahead, maybe just put some assemblers down. We'll just find a little spot here we can cut out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. Probably put all of our mergers together first. Let's get that going. A little close to that belt, but we'll roll with it. Get all our mergers together so this stuff can start to roll out of here. Run it this way, all down at the end. Basically, we're just making aluminum ingots at this point that we can use here in just a moment. Again, using the E key, by the way, to switch it from a splitter to a merger. I used to keep both the splitter and the merger on my bar. But I don't do that anymore. I've been training myself to just use it as a splitter, and if I need a merger, I just hit E like Edward a couple times if I have a smart splitter. But if I just have the splitter and the and the merger, then it just flips between the two of them, which is very easy. Okay, those are all coming out of there. And of course, we probably want to backlog these a little bit. And again, we would normally backlog these a lot more, but because again, we have limited time, we are going to try to, again, get us to this last stage here. Okay, assemblers. We're going to need 4 assemblers. We could probably just throw it back here. We're just going to take our assemblers that we normally use. We're going to throw them down here. We're going to try to find wherever the inputs are. There they are. Right over there. And we're going to just nudge it over like this. And we're going to go ahead and do a reversal. Something like this. See if we can get this to go all the way around. Doesn't look like it. Something like this instead. Like that. All right. Now we got our aluminum stuff flowing in there. Aluminum ingots. And then over here, we're going to tell it to be ironclad aluminum sheets. We're going to need some power, so we're going to go over here to the side. And we're going to grab this power here. And we're going to find a spot where we can connect in. A little far over here, but I think it might reach. There we go. Okay. Run all those in, and we need to get over here, and we need to tell it what it's all about. Right here, so we're going to say copy. And we're going to paste. Paste that one, paste that one. Paste this one. Then we're going to take a look and make sure that it actually did. See? See, look. You saw me pasting it. It didn't go in there. Well, I always open it up the thing while I'm pasting it usually. Okay, so we got that done. Now we need one more component. We'll have some aluminum sheets at copper ignits. Now, it just so happens that we're making a bunch of copper ignits, and we don't have to do anything with that other than just to run it over here. We also want to go ahead and make ourselves a storage, of course, because we're going to want to store this. I'm just going to go right through that for now. Where is our output? It's on the side over here. So we want to make sure that we do it on that side. There. And my headphones have died, of course. Okay. Inputs. There, so we want to go this way. Nudge this over. Again, you can see this goes really fast, everybody. You get it down, you get your blueprints going on, man. You are styling. Run that output into there. Now it can't output anything. Again, it needs copper ignits in there. Now that's going to be our other input over here that we have left open. And we're going to go ahead and get that run in. Go down here and see how this works out. Oh man, that's not good. That is a whole lot of not good. All right. We're going to need to move this sucker out. Do we have another line? Oh, we have another line we can use there too. So if we can coordinate this just right, we could get this, say, right there. We're going to take this out, make sure this is going the right direction. That away. We'll just do a little bit of this. Like that. All right, let me switch my headphones. And again, we're trying to get this done. We're so close, everybody. Now, I'm not going to do the aluminum casings for right now. We just want to get the aluminum ignits going. So, again, we're running over just so we can have this all ready for next time. And I'll probably let it run just a little bit, so we'll have a bit of that so we can upgrade some stuff while I'm uploading and doing a whole bunch of stuff. What am I doing right now, though? I'll just switch my headphones. Run it. That's it. There we go. All right. You guys can still hear this sound, but I can't because my headphones are wireless headphones, and sometimes they die. All right. Very nice of me to leave this nice little spot open, which means I don't have to rerun all of this, and I can very nicely go ahead and just run this straight down here. all the way back over here where these copper ignits are, and I'm just going to go on the low side here since this top side's being used. Right under here, like so. Gonna dip around the corner here. Okay, and then we can go back up into here. We'll just keep going this way as far as we can to try to get toward that copper. Oh, this one right here, right there, very nice. Okay. That one in. Nope. This one. Going that way. There we go. Now it should automatically know which way to go based on what we've already done. Again, we're running our sulfur from way over here, so that makes it nice and convenient for us to be able to run way over here and try to tie into these copper sheets. Now, the copper sheets are actually over that way, but since we already had that pre-done, that's going to save us a bit of time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's what we're doing. Okay, down one. Bring that under. Let's go here, just to make that easier. Up there. Oh, this is an angle. That's an angle. I don't want to do that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and backlog this way. So go here. Default. Could have just cut straight across, but apparently we're going to do it the long way. Out of encased industrial beams. Getting a lot done today, though, other than our very, very long detour of fixing our train. Train seems to be working, though. I don't see any train problems. The train hasn't crashed yet, because it'll notify you when the train crashes. You'll see it flashing up there. Everything seems to be working. All right, we're going this way. All right, now probably the smart thing for me to do is to go find where the copper ignits are, because I probably have a crazy ton of them backlogged over here in one of these storages. I would imagine probably this one. Oh, I don't have any backlog. Oh, look at me go. All right, well then we'll just siphon some. Now we don't need a lot of them. We just need enough to get this going. What I'm going to do is use this to come back down. I'm going to run some of these copper in. Again, I could just go get another copper node, but I'm going to go ahead and use the side of this building to help me out, and then down and under. Just so I don't have to rebuild or reinvent the wheel here. We are going to go ahead and do this. A little too far there. Let's go ahead and do this first. This one is on the outside edge, so we'll go here. Do that. And then we'll go like that. All right, we see those ignits coming down the line now. Yeah, look at them go. Oh, man, that is a lot of those suckers. There it goes. All right, so again, we're going to be siphoning some from our copper production. But we already have a ton going, so we're okay. Plus, by the way, it has a ton of copper raw ore that it's kind of running through right now. It does look like it's maxed out, though. I like to see that the boxes are actually empty because it's using up that excess. We've got this going good. Why is this one not going? Oh, not enough copper ore. Why do we not have enough copper ore running in here? What is going on with our copper ore? What do we got going down here? Oh, okay. Going there. It's not extracting enough? Oh, it's not extracting enough. What the heck happened here? What is going on? Power charge is what we need. crank that up. Another power shard too. Let's make one. Make a couple. Oh! Maximum speed! Yeah, these are all level 4 lifters. Somehow this got where it's not overclocked. And that's why it's struggling with the copper ore. So that's going to make a whole lot of that. Now, it can only go 480 because that's the speed of the belt. But the second we get our other belts, by the way, I'll probably end up tearing all of these down over time. But we'll just let them run for now. But definitely would tear all those down with new belts. Instead of going through and upgrading every single belt, everybody, it's better to take it down and replace it with stuff that goes way faster and way better. Then we're going to see a lot more copper ignites over here, which is going to help us a lot on the other side. So what we should see over here is a whole bunch of aluminum sheets, and that's it. That's all we need. We need the aluminum sheets. That's our final destination of this particular line. And man, we did that in record time, bro. Record time for sure. Okay, where is the inputs? We got it going there. Okay, so those are going into here, going back and forth, and they end up over here in the corner. How many do we got? Boom, 157. I think that's enough for an upgrade. Let's go see. Honestly, I forget how much it is an upgrade. The next upgrade is among my favorite upgrades in the game because I can stop doing this. Where you're doing tap, tap, and you're doing your jetpack the whole time. I prefer this one right here called the hover pack. So let's see, we got enough? We sure do. Oh man, I hope we got more of those laying around. Let's throw some computers in there. Let's throw some that. Oh man, we need a lot of motors and whatnot. Let's go grab them. Let's hope we didn't use them all up over here. And we still have some of these heavy modular frames. Looks like it. Looks like it. Looks like it. Oh, we sure do. We also were making a bunch of computers. We got a ton of those as well. Let's go over here and drop them in the thing. Oh man, I can't wait to get this hover pack. I can stop doing this putt stuff. It's gonna be awesome. Believe me, I torture myself way too long there, everybody, just for all of you. Living without my hover pack. That's why I go straight to that hover pack too, everybody. I can get that sucker unlocked. And I don't have to do the whole putt thing I'm doing right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Me. A world of difference, you'll see. Then we're going to go on some serious exploring going on too. One of my favorite ways to explore the world. It's fun to do it early game too because you are a bit OP later game, but we do what we got to do. All right, all those are going in there. Where are we making these motors? Man, I totally forgot. Let's see. We got our rotors going up there, so I'm assuming it's either this one or that one. I'm going to guess this one. What are we making up here? Yeah, motors. There they are. Take them. Oh man, we don't got enough room for this. Yeah, I'll take this. I think that's enough. 50. We got 200. We got it. Route. Go, baby. Got all of our trains fixed. We got all that stuff going. We've got our aluminum running now, and that'll just make a crazy ton of that aluminum, but it'll make a massive amount. And we unlocked our hover pack. Go, baby. Tell me all about it, Ada.
Milestone reached. The hover pack draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
Into the dimensional depot, the jetpack goes, along with the fuel if I can. If not, I just throw it away. And now I have an endless power to float hands-free. Now I don't have to do that anymore, but if I want to get to the top of one of these buildings, I'm going to show you the easy way. Here we go. The hover pack is one of the greatest things in the game, in my opinion. Some people don't use the hover pack. Some people use just the jetpack. Hey, you do what you want to do. But for me, instead of using the elevator, guess what? I already got an elevator. Because it has a bunch of electricity running through here, it's connecting that electricity wirelessly to my hover pack. So I can just go up. I don't need an elevator. I can just float my way up to the top of my base now, and I don't have to do that the whole time. I can also just run a bunch of power lines and explore the whole entire world way above everybody else, which is one of the greatest ways to get Mercer Spheres and Summer Sloops, is just to be above it all, everybody. Look at this. I'm just dangling up here. Above it all. Don't have to worry about it. Oh, look at our radar over there. Oh, I'm getting so high that the fog's coming in. But there we go. See, this is why I like my base to be up really high, everybody. That's why I typically build it up really, really high up. And then my trains can just run straight, and I don't have to go up and down and left and right and all of that stuff. But there we go. Man, we got a lot done today, didn't we? We sure did. We absolutely crushed it. And we got that whole phase 3 done. By the way, you double press C and it'll just turn it off. If you do run out of electricity, you can just keep hitting spacebar and you'll just kind of rotate the fans and save you from dropping like a rock. But look at this, everybody. We got a little something going on out there. We got a little something. Very nice. And again, we got some more upgrades we can do. So I'm just going to zip off the side here. Whee! And now the reason why I slid like that and didn't do my hover pack, the hover pack will stop your momentum. And you can see I can just stop it at the bottom, just hit the space bar. And then we'll kick that in because we've got lots of power around there. And then double C, hit CC, and then drops right down. No longer using the hover pack. All right, logistics number 5, everybody. We're going to need a bunch of these and a bunch of those and a bunch of those. And I can probably tell you, we probably got 200 of those over there by now. Let's go take a little look. Now, again, everybody, I can just float over the top of stuff now. I don't have to worry about jetpacking. I don't have to worry about running out of fuel. I don't even need to package any more fuel now. I'm good. I'm all good. And again, we can just dip around the base as we like. So we're going to run back here in the corner. We're going to see, oh, well, more than 200. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do you appreciate? Aluminum sheets. That's what I appreciate. I appreciate those aluminum sheets big time. I had one of these in real life, everybody. Make it easier to get to the store. Wouldn't have to deal with all the knuckleheads. All right, that's a win. Let's go. In. Control. In. Oh, we got to wait 1 minute. We got to wait 1 minute. Okay, we'll wait for it. We'll upgrade our next thing. Now, again, the milestone is going to be our level 5 belts, and we can use these aluminum belts to go very much faster, everybody. 780 from 480, and that's usually faster than most resources can extract, right? Most resources are stuck at either 300 or 600, your impure and your normal nodes. Only your pure nodes can go faster. So basically we can build it at maximum speed that it will ever run. It's never going to run any faster than that. And that's why I usually just beeline right for my aluminum. I build up a bunch of aluminum sheets, and then I can just build it out all day long. And I also find that it makes a lot more aluminum sheets faster than it does for your encased industrial beams. They have a tendency to process, take way more power, and take longer to make. It's coming back. Things in the way. Whatever. Cool. Animation's cool every time. All right, let's put the stuff in there. Let's put all the stuff. Now we're going to need a little bit of reinforced iron plates, but man, we are making a crazy ton of those. Where are those suckers? Over here somewhere. Whee! Floating around is fun. Right there. Oh yeah, we got a bunch. You notice I just grab a bunch of them. I'm not going to count them. I just grab a bunch of them, throw them in there, Faster belts, everybody. Faster belts is the one. Now, you can see I'm just clicking this off now, right? Adam's going to tell us about it.
Milestone reached. Fixit
Hey,
dedicated
Lavin
this
Zeus, I am
milestone to the
doing
conveyor
good.
belt and lift Mark 5. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Might be debatable. Now, control system development here, but sulfuric acid in the blender and all this other stuff, everybody, this is usually used for nuclear power. And look at what we got over here, everybody. We got the drones. We got nuclear power. We got advanced aluminum for making fused modular frames, leading edge production for our thermal production rocket, and, of course, the wonderful Mark IIIs. That's what we really want right there. That's why we want to make a bunch of these fused and supercomputers so we can unlock those Mark IIIs. Then, of course, particle enrichment, where we're going to be doing plutonium, getting to the very end of the middle to the beginning of the end of the game there. Now, this time, I'm not going to do any nuclear power until I'm done with my fuel power. So we're going to tap all the fuel power, and we're going to use all of that because that's way easier to do. But nuclear power is possible if you like to get radiated and sometimes have way too much waste material. It does happen. But we're going to deal with all of that eventually. But what I really want is this Mark III right here. So we're going to need to get some of our stuff unlocked, like our control systems here, so we can make supercomputers. And the other one was what? It was fused thingies. We already get that unlocked. Where's my fused thingies? That's in. Oh, it's in advanced aluminum. Advanced aluminum. So see, that's where we need those aluminum casings. And we can just make some out of the stuff that we already have. And then over here, radio control units, we can make a bunch of those. We got that. We got that. Again, we can do it online or offline production. But once I get to this stage, everybody, you can really scale up all of this. You can massively scale it up. And it's going to help you a lot because your belts are going to be at a speed that's, standable. It's really hard, by the way, to go from when you are using the faster belts to going back to the beginning of the game. It is really rough. It's really slow. But we did it. That's what's important. Now we're going to get on the Kismet love train. We're going to roll on out of here. Let's go. All right, everybody, that was a massive 12-hour stream just for you. I hope you guys enjoyed that because that was a long one, big one right over there. Now, we're going to be back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some Rise of the Tycoon Empire in Fallout 4, the ultimate modded playthrough. We are adding mods as we go through to basically shape the story of it. I've been trying to do a special build, which we're going to do tonight. And we're going to be basically gathering intel on the wasteland that we're going to need as we create our Tycoon Empire. We're going to be both doing it on Wednesday and on Thursday, and then, of course, back on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the team for 7 Days to Die, and, of course, on Sunday for the solo play as well. And, again, you see the schedule on all my social media. All of these ones right over here. Now, you can help out the stream tremendously by just following those links you find right there in the chat, everybody. Pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Unless you're already watching there, even easier, just hit the subscribe button. It's right down there, easy mode. Basically the follow button over there. And then, of course, hit that bell and, of course, hit the like button and leave a comment. You don't have to hit the bell. Screw the bell. I think the bell is useless. I mean, I hit subscribe already. Why do I need a bell, too? But that's just me and my crazy old school thoughts. And you can also go to twitter.com/KismetBP and hit that follow button over there. Again, the more you guys do that, the more cool giveaways I get to do. We're going to do some giveaways tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So be around for that. And then, of course, check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out patreon.com/Kismet. The greatest way to support the stream. You're going to find those Satisfactory plans up there, the blueprints, the schematics that I've drawn, all sorts of sketches and behind-the-scenes stuff, lots of exclusive stuff over there for my paid patrons. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you being here. In fact, I'm going to shower you with a bunch of kids caps for staying all the way to the end of the stream because you were super smart. Look at you go. As well, thank to all these peeps, of course, scrolling over here. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for all the subscribe buttons on YouTube and whatnot. And, of course, thanks to all my patrons right down at the bottom of the screen there. So I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you guys later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Man, that was a fun time. I hope you had. I hope your time went by like mine, man. It went by like this. I gotta rest up. Come back and do it again. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Noor. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.